I was listening. Hello. I was listening. Are we muted, or are we gonna go to the YouTube? Hello. Okay, cool. The game audio that's coming out in the room is coming through their mic very loud.
Mhm.
So can you turn down the live audio for them, but still have it stream the audio through the capture? Okay, cool.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome to the stream.
Mm-hmm.
We're gamers.
We're gamers. The backstory of this is obviously Jamie and I have been training for years to be a part of the next Mario Sonic Olympics.
Yeah, I mean they happen, every several years, and we're, as loyal subscribers of the LA Times, we've never heard of any issues.
No, and we heard the next Olympics. The next Mario Sonic Olympic might be in LA, which is very exciting for Jamie.
At first, we were really thrilled.
Yeah.
And then we started to hear all these things. That maybe Olympics bad, perhaps. Which I was personally shocked as.
Very shocked. As an athlete.
Subscriber. Yes, as a Henry Kissinger stan and a subscriber to the LA Times. I've never heard a bad thing about the Olympics.
No.
But then it turns out that we may have been training for nothing.
For nothing. Yeah, so we just throughout the day we have some friends coming in, both fellow athletes and journalists who come in and talk to us about the Olympics, and we're going to stay open-minded.
We're open to the idea that Olympics perhaps bad.
Yes.
And yeah, we have kind of an exciting group of people to plead their case. And then I guess at the end we can decide if we still want to participate in. We've been training for years.
Yeah, we're also we are here to show off our training a little bit.
You're gonna see some real gaming today, okay? You think you've seen someone play a game? We don't even need the chairs.
We don't even need the gaming chairs.
I don't need the chairs or the Gwen Stefani microphone to game.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, this is, and so our goal is, we figure, by our logic, if we can raise $10,000 for a local independent news outlet, then surely there must be something to this idea that the Olympics may be perhaps not very good.
Yeah.
So that's what we're trying to do today, and we already have some people who are donating.
We do.
We have some flexers here. We've got two people who go by anonymous. Okay, hot, love a mask. $20 and $50.
Thank you, anonymous.
Yeah.
We have $10 from Kim. Thank you so much, Kim. $100 from Hannah. I wonder if that's my friend Hannah.
You have a friend named Hannah?
I do have a friend named Hannah. She told me she watched.
Wow. I was going to say, I have a cousin named Hannah, but I don't think it matters, and I don't think she's watching.
And then we also
Gamer
have
Brain.
Gamer Brain.
Gamer Brain.
Sorry, guys. If anything happens today, it's just going to be Gamer Brain. We're so focused.
All of my energy and all of my brain power is going into my thumbs.
Yes. Naturally.
Yeah. That's the end. Oh,
that's
the end of the list.
Yes.
So, we're raising money for Knock LA, which is an independent media source in Los Angeles, which I should probably disclose that I've written for, even though
Jamie's written for them.
But we're in character. And
in character we haven't, but in real life, Jamie wears many hats, and one of them is investigative journalist.
That probably should disclose. That sounds like a journalism thing to do. And so we're going to be talking to people about their work with Knock LA, all of the reporting they've done specifically around the 2020 Los Angeles Olympics. And we'll also be talking a little bit about NO-Lympics.
Yeah, and what's that about?
Well, as far as I know, me, streamer, gamer girl, I'm just a gamer. I don't know. But I can go on a website. So I went to NO-LympicsLA.com.
Yeah?
And...
I pulled it up right here, huh?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Look at there's a lot to be said for NO-Lympics LA, but their graphic design is impeccable.
Impeccable.
So their platform is essentially to stop the Los Angeles 2020 Olympics from happening altogether, and also in the process of that kind of mitigate all the inevitable damage that it seems like the Olympics definitely always have caused since the beginning of the Olympics.
Yes, and actually, Jamie, that's funny that you bring that up, because the Olympics has actually been in LA before.
Right.
Right, and I didn't know this until I glanced at the NO-Olympic website, but I'm learning that a lot of the problems with the over-policing that we are currently dealing with could be rooted possibly back to the time when we had the Olympics here.
Right.
And they increased police budgets, police presence, and it did not go away even when the Olympics was over, which is interesting.
And there's quite a strong indication that that would continue to happen as long as these Olympics are happening. Yeah, there was a great piece in The Nation that's on the website. Wow, Synergy Gaming. It's called Want to Understand the 1992 LA Riots, Start with the 1994 LA Olympics. It's a great piece that basically, to extremely summarize it, explains how the increase in militarized came with Olympics coming to LA in 1994, led to a full-blown dystopia and stoked all of the issues that militarized policing stoke. And NO-Lympics also has published, and as has Knock LA, a number of great articles about how, and by great, I mean terrible and very upsetting to read, but true and factual,
yes.
about how about how the Olympics will result in mass displacement of poor people, of Black and brown people, and of unhoused people. So it not good.
Not good.
We're just key-brained gamers, but it doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound great.
It sounds quite bad.
So on that note, we're gonna bring in our first two guests of the day. They're two amazing athletes, and you honestly probably know them.
Strong.
They're so strong. You've seen them do high jumps. You've seen them do backflips. And it is Gabby Dunn and Sam, also known as We're in Hell. So come on in, friends. Whenever you're ready.
What do athletes call each other?
Bro. Lover.
Baby.
Baby.
Baby. All right, babies.
Okay, you babies.
Hi, babies.
Hi, babies. Hello, Sam. Hello, Gabby. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us, babies.
Yeah. Goo goo gaga, let's go.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's make t-shirts that say goo goo gaga.
Let's go to the polls.
Let's
Goo goo gaga, go to the polls.
Can I ask you an athlete question?
Yes, Gabby, absolutely.
What did you win your medals for, and what place did you get?
Oh.
This is fantastic. I'm so glad you asked me, Gabby, because I gotta say,
Take it away.
yeah, I am a big fan, Gabby, of your huge win for the time that you walked backwards all the way from Walmart to my hometown.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't far. I will say,
No.
I don't want to toot my own horn. It was just a mile.
But it's
But-
there's a couple divots in that road that people didn't know to watch out for.
There's some common tripping points.
Yeah, you sidestepped some miraculous potholes.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say that I was sponsored by Nike. So.
Okay.
Oh no!
That's just your acceptance speech for your medal. I just want to say, Nike gave me a bunch of money for this.
Okay, but wait. So what did you guys win for? I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
it's
It's
all
fine.
good.
I'm
all
a
good.
very niche, as Jamie knows.
Yeah.
I'm a speed tree climber. Yes.
My little squirrely girl.
I am a little squirrely girl. And they do rate us in squirrel, like squirrel speed. From baby squirrel to adult.
I won mine for sex and for being really good at it.
And if you want to bring it close to the camera, it says loser
Yeah,
on the medal.
So they give you a medal just for competing,
Uh-huh.
and that's the problem with millennials. So yeah, this is my medal that I got for sex, and it says loser on it. So make of that what you will.
Yeah.
But
It's
now we've
silver,
kinda
second
pivoted to
place
gaming.
loser.
Yeah. Well, in the first place, winner, if I remember, Jamie, was the partner that you were set up with for the tussle. Which is odd that you don't get scored together.
Which is very bizarre. Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
I really took the brunt. But the medal was free, and I didn't train. So there you go.
I mean, this is some basic sex ed stuff. There is always a winner and a loser.
Oh yeah, there's
yes.
in every in every sex there is a winner and a loser. But if you get a medal out of it, then I guess I don't really care.
Yeah.
Sam, what do you compete in?
Right.
I am a like competitive grounders player. I'm not sure if everyone knows that. It's the game where you play on like a jungle gym. You close whoever's it closes their eyes, and they can say grounders, and if someone's on the ground when they do, then that person's caught, and then it's a blind sort of game of tag. I'm here to rehabilitate my image. I am a former Canadian superstar athlete, but I lost. I've sort of had my medals taken away because of my involvement in the hacker group Anonymous, as well as for opening my eyes while I was
Did
it.
you donate the $20?
Wow. Yeah, they'll throw his medal away for that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Gabby, they're pretty strict.
Mostly for peaking, but also for I believe for my political involvement.
Okay, I'm gonna play as
given a medal for hacking,
Mario.
actually. So
Wow, you were,
Yeah.
Gabby.
I don't want to cause any controversy, but yeah, I was given a medal for hacking the UN.
Wow.
So that's awesome.
That's a really great sport.
Yeah. Did you set up any meetings? Like any random meetings?
Yeah,
No,
it was kind of, I mean, the goal was to try to get two countries in a room that, like, you know, probably had never heard of each other. And then see if they could work out a treaty for a fake war. That's kind of what we do at the UN. Like, you know, it's like, it's not like we do anything useful or anything like that. We're kind of just doing pranks the whole time.
Yeah, or like suggestions. That's kind of what I feel like the UN does. Is like suggests a lot of things.
Yeah, and like prank, and like, so obviously I had to work in there for like 9 years to get access to the hacking. It was a whole undercover job. And then in the end, I got Chad and Portugal in a room together and convinced them they were fighting. And then, you know what? You know who profited? Good old US of A, baby.
Wow.
Wow.
We here love that question. I am having a stressful game. Oh wait, actually, I'm punching.
Yeah, you're punching. Jamie is about to have a heated gamer moment.
Sorry, this is. You gamed me. No. Oh, I can't get up.
Yeah,
can't
listen,
get
I'm
it.
really sorry for destroying you, Jamie, but you are playing
Look,
Mario,
no, this is
and
good. I'm still training.
Can I ask another athlete question?
Absolutely,
yes.
Gabby.
Do
Our
either-
sports
do-
are so different, you know.
True.
Oh, I was gonna say, do either of you have any endorsements?
Oh, my mom comes to
Personally,
every game
wow.
I've ever been to. Yeah,
It's amazing.
What do I have a Mike's Hard Lemonade sponsorship. That's been-
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
coveted. You're drunk right now, right?
yeah, no, I fucked up. But that's part of I have to promise to only compete in my categories drunk.
Completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're trying to get into the
Oh no, I just
drink.
what button did I press that I was covering my crotch for a second? What? Okay.
Who's the alligator?
I am the
Maggie's
alligator.
the alligator.
Is it not amazing that they keep on his necklace for the game?
I like that. Is that maybe that's an endorsement thing? Okay.
Oh yeah.
He's wearing headphones too. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got the coveted Beats. The coveted Beats
This
sponsor.
is not the coveted beads.
Yeah. We do have some donations.
Okay,
if
read
I
it
wanna
off and then I'll
Oh,
beat
yeah.
the shit out of you.
Okay.
There.
Then I'll beat the shit. We have $20 from Monomer. Thank you very much, Monomer. Oh, whoa! Okay, Jamie just destroyed me.
Wow.
We have $20 from Zeke Gonzalez. Thank you so much. Thank you, Zeke. We have $10 from Just G, which is amazing, and I don't know who you are.
That's better than anonymous.
Yeah. Oh
And
man,
there's-
I'm out cold. $25 from Danny Bell. Thank you so much, Danny.
Dannyville.
Thank you. $20 from Drew Petriello.
Oh!
Drew,
Drew
wow.
Petriello. That's a beautiful last
Thanks,
name.
Drew.
Amazing.
DP themselves.
Uh-huh.
And then $10 from Anonymous.
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 Which might be you again, Sam, trying to
Yeah.
Man.
get your image back.
This is all a ploy. Yeah. Everyone that says any donation that says anonymous, that's me.
That's Sam.
We are Legion.
Full credit.
Sam, did you have to give a public apology to like a magazine or something?
Yeah. I mean, I was supposed to. I kind of just fled to the woods, though.
Wow, you didn't even give the YouTuber apology.
No, I'm shy.
Well, that's a way to open an apology. because
Yeah.
The reason I've been putting this off for so long
Right.
is because I'm shy.
This is really
Yeah.
hard for me. In my sweater.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So you never ended up giving an interview. So this is kind of actually the first time you're addressing the controversy.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
an absolute
Wow.
exclusive.
You have an exclusive here on Knock LA.
Any questions about me supposedly peeking while being it, or I would much rather talk about my involvement with the hacker group Anonymous? Really, just trying to get away from I feel like the whole me peeking and like sort of just like allegedly having my eyes wide open while catching someone. I don't think that that's really relevant to my losing my medals. I don't think that that's really important. I feel like it's much more that I think that Scientology sucks.
Right. That's funny that you think that that's the most important thing that other people should be talking about. That's interesting.
How so?
That just seems like the more relevant, but, hey, we're all athletes here. And
Yeah, exactly.
who am I to-
Gamers.
Yeah,
We're all hackers and gamers here.
We are all gamers in Christ.
yeah.
Speak freely.
We're all gamers.
The harder you apologize, the more money we will raise for Knock LA.
That
if
is
you
true.
can believe.
I just want to shout out Dan Olson.
Hi, Dan.
Wonderful friend. Is in the chat. Chatting up the chat.
Just chatting up the chat, charming in the chat.
Yeah.
Are you guys
Chatty
gonna
Dan.
fence?
We're gonna attempt.
I think we're gonna fence.
Yeah.
Waluigi, Tall King. Is Waluigi? Are they? Here's a question.
Oh my God,
I
you're
saw.
killing me.
I'm stabbing you.
I can't.
Wow.
Oh wait, there I go.
Oh, you just had
Oh, you just killed me.
That was really exciting.
Really completely.
Waluigi brings something out of me. Someone in the chat pointed out that Mario is not competing on behalf of Italy.
That is weird.
I think, as someone canonically extremely Italian, apparently they're not. They're just, I don't know, the family has chosen not to compete for Italy. We're just dabbing for,
Well, right, that's interesting,
Wherever.
Sam. Are you ever allowed to compete for Canada again, or did you have to flee the country? And will you be joining another country for the next Olympics?
Look, I'm keeping my options open, I've heard that several of the sponsors we've talked about on the show so far are considering sort of conglomerating to form a new country. And I want to get in on the bottom floor of that.
Yeah.
incredible.
What would that entail exactly? Joining the Olympic team or helping them colonize or?
I'll
I'll
involve hacking
I'm
into the
needed.
UN to create a new country.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
would not be
I just
helpful.
haven't heard anything about it here at the UN, and I feel like
as long as you have a black hoodie, I feel like you're kind of you're putting yourself in a good position. But
Absolutely.
That's the Malik method.
it's occurring to me that perhaps after my activities, the UN has stopped giving me access to as much information as I previously had access to.
Oh,
Well-
yeah. I wouldn't have assumed that, but now that you bring it up, Gabby, that does seem like something maybe they.
I mean, I can't comment on that. That is entirely possible. But also, me and those corporations that we've, these shadowy corporations, Mike's Hard Lemonade, in particular, we kind of just wanted it to be a surprise for you guys. We thought it'd just be a nice little treat to surprise you. So you'll find out soon enough where we'll be establishing this new country. But I don't think I can let the cat out of the bag yet.
Very
Is
sinister.
in the Dakotas.
You'll find out soon enough. Is a very sinister way to describe what's happening.
Jamie, I have a bone to pick with Mike's Hard Lemonade,
Oh,
and I guess that is a pun intended.
okay.
What?
Are they putting bones in it these days? 'Cause
Yeah. No, it was. I went to summer camp. Let me start over. My parents, my dad drank a lot of them, I guess, at a bar and won a towel that said, "A hard mic is good to find." And then they gave that to me to take to summer camp when I was 8. And then the summer camp was like, "You can't have that towel here." And then I had to go home. So does Mike have any comment on that trauma?
Mike, that is actually really embarrassing.
Yeah.
I was really
a
traumatized.
hard mic is good to find. I mean, Yes, I will. I do feel comfortable sharing that Mike's Hard Lemonade has rescinded their stance on the fact that a hard mic is good to find, but not on the basis that it's an inappropriate thing to say, but on the basis that that's just not true. A hard mic is very easy to find. They're all over the place.
And very bad to find them too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's usually not a good situation to find. That's so wild that your parents sent you to camp.
That is really
with
fun.
that.
No, if you knew them, it would make complete sense.
Yeah. It is funnier to me that they sent you home for that, because it's like...
And then I was like, why is the towel inappropriate?
Right. Explain to me, a young child, why my towel is inappropriate.
What's wrong with a hard mic these days?
Yeah.
I mean, surely they could have just not had, they could have just taken away the towel, no? They had to just, go nuclear and, make an example of you?
I know,
I think
that
so.
doesn't seem very accepting.
Yeah,
What kind of
so.
camp was it?
A Jewish religious summer camp.
Okay. I feel like the religious element, because I used to go to religious, they would chill out for the strangest.
I didn't want to say anything because I know that Sam said we're all athletes in Christ.
Oh, I'm Jewish. This is just part of my rehabilitation effort.
Oh, I was
Just
so
part of
okay.
my
Good.
thing
Phew, we
now.
can let the facade down. I was like, oh my god.
Oy vey.
I should. Okay, I guess I should pretend I'm an athlete for Christ.
Quick question for the room. Waluigi is the hottest one, right? Which one's the hottest one?
Of all these characters, you mean?
Yeah. I feel like I'm in my Waluigi era right now.
How tall is he?
He seems pretty tall.
Okay, but look at the sport jacket that Knuckles is rocking.
Knuckles
I mean.
is...
Yeah, I feel like it's
handle Knuckles is the problem. I wish I could, but I can't. But I'm thinking about Waluigi taking the jacket off.
I like being sad boys. So, yeah. Knuckles is my
Let's
type.
see the options. Who's the red Sonic with the long hair?
Oh, that's
Oh,
Knuckles.
Knuckles, baby.
That's Knuckles.
Is that
that?
Idris Elba's gonna be Knuckles in the new movie,
Yeah.
right?
Is it? Yes, you're
Yeah.
right. I
That
forgot.
It's
And then
gonna be really
What are Knuckles' pronouns?
that's a great question. I'm gonna assume he, him, but they, them does not seem out of the realm of possibility.
Right?
Quite honestly,
Right?
Knuckles. Wait,
Yeah.
there's a Sonic character named Amy?
Yeah, she's
That's
just like
bizarre.
the fan. She's
Oh
lets
my
her
God,
think.
something about
Who's
seeing
Amy?
Waluigi
Which one's
on a
Amy?
horse is really- it's Pink Sonic. It's very gender.
Yes.
The Princess Peach. Is,
Oh
no!
Oh.
I'm running
me see.
backwards.
Oh.
There's
Hey,
something
that's my sport.
Woo! A little early. A little.
you
Running
ride,
backwards.
Gabby?
Were you a horse girl?
Horse girl.
That's my sport is running backwards.
Mm.
Oh God! I'm
Oh,
really just not going the right way at all. I'm getting too distracted by looking at Waluigi on a horse.
Okay. True story though, I do have cousins that growing up they did gymnastics on horseback, and that was like
Too late.
sport. Isn't that wild?
Real.
What?
Gymnastics on horseback?
Yes. Yeah,
How
they would
do
do
you-
headstands.
On a horse? Was the horse moving?
Yeah,
like
very
that.
slowly, even just at like a walking pace, but yeah, and they would do it together, so they would one of them would hold up the other one on a horseback.
Oh my God.
I have
That's
lots to
just
look
the
up to.
circus.
Yeah.
That is the circuit, yeah.
Much like the Olympics, a deeply unethical
Yup.
cultural practice.
Speaking of, I was gonna bring up, because Jamie, did you know that LA basically just put in a bid for the Olympics without asking literally any of the citizens if they wanted it?
I'm not shocked to hear that at all, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
But fortunately, No-Olympic and Knock LA did actually do a poll of the citizens who live here. And yeah,
What are the results? Were people really into it?
no, not at all. It was only 26% in support, and about 45% opposed.
Right.
So we got, around half of Los Angeles saying no, and about 1/4, which is also probably how many people are living in the Beverly Hills area, seem kind of into it. Yeah.
There's so many areas that are slated to be rapidly gentrified and just absolutely torn apart by the 2028.
This
Olympics.
my neighborhood, one of
This
them.
neighborhood
Yes,
is one of
yes.
There's a I mean, amongst other huge infrastructure projects that are going to displace people, there's a great Knock LA piece about the $4.9 billion NFL stadium that's going to be constructed in Inglewood, and human cost of who is displaced by that, what are the repercussions of that, and who actually benefits. It's white million.
Yes. Jamie, you did some non-fake Jamie, real Jamie in real life, not character Jamie. I did a wonderful piece for LA about the stadium, that they're building.
I didn't write about the NFL stadium, but there's been a number. I mean, there's so many large construction projects related to. I'm like struggling to talk and fail at.
I know.
While be on horseback,
Walking into
How
every
do
single
you?
bar.
No wonder so many streamers get canceled. I can't do two things at once. What is going on? Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of it. Gabby and Sam, I'm curious what your history with, like, when did you realize Olympics bad?
Yeah, because we're all athletes. I think all of
We're
us
all
growing
athletes
up,
here.
we're like,
We were
that's
conditioned to believe Olympics good.
And that's the goal for any athlete. Hard to grapple with, I think.
I will say that it was probably a few years ago when someone did bring up No-Lympics to me and asked the simple question, what, after the Olympics leave a place, what happens? And I had never previously thought of the answer.
That's a great, but that is the thing that especially when you're watching the Olympics, you know, you're caught up in the moment. I'm speaking for myself, caught up in the moment. Like, I love athletes, you know, I looked up to them my whole life and still do. There are athletes competed that I look up to. But yeah, that's a great question to think about what happens afterwards. Really not good.
Right.
They leave the cities in complete disarray. There's no cleanup. There's no, I mean, it's just like people have been displaced and, I just had never I had some weird assumption that they just put it back where it was, and that's not true.
They like fold up the stadium and then move it to the next place.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Right.
Which would be more effective. But yeah, it's so, I mean, I think a lot of what Knock LA and No-Lympics have done is really illustrate how many current issues that LA is facing stem from the 1984 Olympics. And the increase in militarization and how, I don't know, I feel like we're also culturally gaslit to believe, my voice just was like, goodbye. Culturally gaslit to be stoked on the Olympics and not think very hard about it. So I'll say if you're watching this right now and we're just a couple of gamers that are being radicalized suspiciously quickly
as we speak.
But if this is like your first time hearing about some of these issues, you know, don't just continue to learn more.
And don't be like,
and give the money. Speaking of which,
speaking of money, we do have some donations, Jamie.
Yes.
Wow.
We've got $5 from Effie Break.
Thank
We've got $100 from Gina Viola, who would like to add, fuck the Olympics. Okay, we're just a couple gamers here.
Gina.
Okay.
Gina's made up for it. She's like, I see the evidence.
$20 from Elise, $10 from Mark, $50 from Duncan. I wonder if that's my friend Duncan. $20 from Taylor. Thanks, everybody.
Taylor Swift?
$5.
We're $5 away from $500.
Whoa, already? Oh my god.
That's the power of Waluigi.
Waluigi. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And independent reporting. also.
Independent reporting.
John Pelt, who's going to be on the stream later, is in the chat saying,
John.
Nuck LA.
Nuck LA.
I just thought that was an interesting point and a stimulating conversation starter. Sam, when did you realize Olympics perhaps not good? Tell us.
I mean, I definitely couldn't like pinpoint a specific time, but it was probably like a few years ago when like same type of thing of like realizing like, oh yeah, no, like they just leave all the stuff there and they just like completely mess up downtown. I think it was like really sort of hammered home in Brazil when it was like seeing all the the way that it's so already like such a like stratified society, and then the way that it was like just exacerbating. I believe there was like footage where they're like building walls so that you couldn't see the slums just outside of like the Olympic Village or whatever.
Oh, wow.
And then also the stuff with like Tokyo too, with like COVID. Like, why do we need sports people doing this right now?
Yeah. Great. Oh, great. Well, good news, guys. I think we're about to have our first reporter joining us, athletes.
Reporter/athlete.
Reporter/athlete. Yeah.
I'm a reporter. I want everyone to know that.
Yeah, but he's also a reporter. Yeah,
There's a lot of reporter athletes in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not for Knock LA, and that is, I am sorry.
I'm sorry. And personally, I'm sorry.
Actually, no one's ever asked. None of y'all have ever asked, so I take back my apology.
But Lisa Kwan is here.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
in a second.
Lisa Kwan will be here in a moment.
Wow, look at Waluigi in shorts.
Oh, hello, King.
That's interesting. I
Long
think that's
leg King.
who is someone in the chat was saying that we should talk to iconic casting director Kevin Porter about the decisions that were made around the Mario. Who is playing Waluigi? I felt like I would be traumatized by that news, and I didn't check it.
Right. I don't think they've announced it.
There's no Waluigi announced.
Or Wario.
Jamie, it could be you. Jamie, it could be you.
Yeah, Jamie, check your email.
It's you.
Wait, oh my God, guys, I'm getting a call from my agent.
Yeah. Lisa!
You auditioned for that, right?
Oh yeah, what they were saying, Waluigi's gonna be a girl boss.
Yeah, they did make her character a bit, but not too much.
Yeah.
He already had a lot of girl boss energy.
Lisa, hi. She keeps getting
no.
Okay, Lisa.
I love the process of like teaching people how to use Discord. It's like
It's really sweet, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
been quite a few people that this will be their first time using it.
I had a Discord briefly, and then I got rid of it, and I felt.
notifications.
I don't. Yeah, the little sound gives me a little PTSD because I'm just like someone's mad. Someone's mad at me. But that's more of my own problem.
This is Jay. Alright, Jay.
Someone's yelling at me. The chat. What's going on in the chat?
How's chat doing?
Everyone's
Chat, how you doing?
How you doing, Chat? I'm gonna do a solo
Okay.
with Jamie or with Amy to show everyone one of my favorite Sonic characters.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, is Amy gonna be in the Sonic movie?
I hope no. They didn't say, but they should. She's my favorite character. She has no powers.
She has.
Her literal thing is that she has a crush on Sonic. It's so problematic, but like that's her thing.
What's the problem? What's the problem? She can't even.
Sonic, call Jamie. She wants you.
Okay. The skateboarding one was actually fun because I wasn't. I wasn't blowing.
Play it with.
Waluigi turns are tight.
Turns are tight.
We passed 500. Yay!
Yo.
Also worth saying. I was like, what is this?
My track jacket.
You could shake. Hey, wait! I'm gonna give you a medal for us getting past.
It says loser.
It doesn't say loser. It says it's my party, and it's from famous Olympics detractor, maybe Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Yeah.
Chuck E. Cheese's YouTube channel. Have you ever watched it?
No.
No, it's kind of like left.
Whoa!
What?
Whoever's making the Chuck E. Cheese
Oh my
videos, and, like,
God.
interesting.
Chuck E. Cheese is breadtube.
Chuck E. Cheese is bread too. Cannon.
Chuck E. Cheese, yeah, it's a comedy.
It's a lot of bisexual lighting.
Yeah. Different character.
Chuck E. Cheese is a little puppet, and he's got this little e-boy lighting. And there's, oh my gosh, it's pretty exciting. He interviews celebs every now and again.
Whoa. That's like the
Are you
Barbie
making this
blog.
up?
No, I'm dead serious. I mean, I don't want anyone to leave the stream, so right. You know, make sure to donate, and then we. Wait, there was a great interview Chuck E. Cheese did with stars of.
Like Tom or Jerry? Like,
Not that good. No, Michael Pena.
oh!
Chuck E. Cheese interviewed Michael.
Noted Scientologist Michael Pena.
Are you for real?
Really?
Gabby?
Yeah. I'm really
Don't
sorry
tell
because
Chucky that.
I
Chucky
am
literally
that
said that
person who
Michael
will
Pena's
tell
his
you who
favorite
is a Scientologist.
Yeah.
You need those friends in your life.
That's true. You need someone to tell you that Michael Pena is.
It's a bummer though. Like,
Did he
it-
get Tom and Jerry off of being a Scientologist? This is a really fun game for me to play because you can just press buttons and you don't fall down. And that's gamer. And
that's
games.
gamer.
And that's game. This is us being
And honey,
gamers.
that's
Ooh. Perfect timing. Yeah, so this is Amy with no powers, and she's just a Sonic fan, and that's her whole character.
She just thinks he's really cute.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Does he like her back?
No, in fact, he's really
What?
mean to her. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I think sometimes he'll save her if she's in like life-threatening
He goes,
danger.
"Come on,
begrudgingly, but man,
Oh,
Jamie,
she's
you're really
so
good.
cute. Why does Waluigi do this right now? He looks really kind of sweaty and mad.
Yeah, he had a gamer moment.
He had a gamer. That's kind of. So wait, Michael Pena's a. Oh, I just hate to not on this.
Thank you, reporter Gabby, for
Yeah,
telling
no
us
problem.
about
The
it.
one
Yeah,
thing I
that's
report on is who that you love is a Scientologist.
Wait,
Gabby,
name-
you'd fit right in with Hacker Group Anonymous.
So
Screwed
true.
on the screen.
That is so true.
Ooh.
Lisa,
Great. Well, whenever Lisa's ready,
make yourself
she
known.
can say hi. Make her.
Gabby, who are some other secret Scientologists that we don't know?
Yeah,
are
is there anyone else
Scientologists?
that you can?
They're not secret, but like Jenna Elfman is a Scientologist,
Oh, okay.
and that's Dharma from Dharma and Greg.
I needed that. Thank you.
Dharma.
I was like,
Yeah.
Jenna Elfman, yeah.
Laura Prepon.
Oh, I knew that one.
Beck.
That one's.
Yeah.
I did.
Beck
know
is a
that.
real bummer.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Moss.
Ooh, Lisa's here. Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
Welcome.
Sorry, some technical difficulties, but I'm here.
No, it's great to have
worries.
you.
Thanks for
Welcome.
being
Who's your favorite Scientologist?
Oh my god.
Damn, you're blowing this
gotta give
up.
me-
Oh, sorry.
Let's smoothly
Come
segue.
on.
Smooth segue. Well, Lisa works with Knock LA. She's one of the journalists we recruited because, as we explained, Jamie and I are just humble gamers / athletes. And we're only recently discovering that Olympics is bad.
Olympics is
Olympics is bad. Yeah.
It is indeed.
Lisa, could you tell us a little bit about your work with Knock and the sort of stories that you have been?
Yeah, for sure. Just wanted to make sure you guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
How many?
Yeah, so I love writing for Knock, just with my article with the Airbnb displacement. It was an article kind of in partnership with NO-Lympics LA to cover how housing we have to think about how the Olympics and just mega events that happen through LA accelerate displacement and through the lens of housing. But I think something that doesn't get talked as often until recently was how Airbnbs affect housing displacement or the displacement of people in Los Angeles. So and this kind of came through like about tips from tenants who had tried to speak to the landlords about various of incidents, whether it be substandard conditions or living conditions or harassment. And, like after a while, it's just, I like Knock because we do listen to the tenants or people who see that there are people in power who haven't been listening or addressing, the different complaints or the sort of the different things that they have to go through, such as, landlord to tenant relationships can be interesting. So, yeah, I mean, with Airbnbs, I want to focus on this because specifically related to the Olympics, it's the Olympics signed a agreement with Airbnb, a 10-year partnership leading into LA 28, which is no coincidence. So what this means is that Airbnbs are just not going to go away in LA. A lot of, landlords start to see the opportunity to rent out, vacant units or have, their entire building available for Airbnb listings. But at least in the city of LA, it is currently illegal to rent out anything that isn't your primary residence. And you will see that the reality of that is that landlords and leasing companies don't abide by that. So, of course, Airbnb isn't going to be the one to regulate all that. This is kind of in their favor. And then, on the other hand, you have housing enforcement that doesn't necessarily regulate that either. Yeah, so, I mean, this report was just kind of trying to see things from the lenses of tenants who have their housing or their homes kind of threatened by landlords who see the opportunity to turn their units into vacant properties or vacant listings for Airbnbs. And you'll see this kind of happening through various suites of tactics, whether it's harassing the tenants, in a way bullying them, or not maintaining living conditions that are of standard. Yeah, so it was covering that, and I had great conversations with the tenants under a certain leasing company called Dwell Management. And yeah, I mean, it was very informative and insightful, and it was just kind of a way to show people, like, it's more than just, like, what we see from housing in general, but, like, let's think about how Airbnbs are just not going to go away in LA. This is going to keep on happening.
Right. And also what you pointed out, a lot of other news organizations, when they cover it, you'll see they only talk to the landlord, and they don't take the time to talk to the tenants who are the ones affected.
Right.
In the same way that it's like you see so many people talk, take the police chief at their word or whatever it is, not talking to people who are actually affected by these issues. And that's something that is like so important about the work that NOC is doing, is they're talking to people and not organizations and structures. Yeah, I'd be like, well, I trust them.
It's like used to be par for the course for journalism. I'm arguable if I'm a reporter now, but I went to school for journalism, and it used to be that you couldn't just reprint a press release. Pretty sure I spent tons of money learning that.
I mean, yeah, like anytime there's been any like coverage of like the like lockdowns like here in Ontario, and I'm not sure exactly what it's like in LA, but like it's all every like news outlet is just like, we need to interview every gym owner we can find.
It's like, for what? That's so frustrating.
Yeah.
And that's the sort of work that like NOC is doing that other people just are not. And there's a great No-Lympics also did a story of the major presses conflicts with the Olympics. I mean, it's no secret that many major news by billionaires, sometimes Jeff Bezos, and how the fact that many journalists at places like the LA Times and all these other huge LA news outlets that are not independently funded the way NOC LA does, like there's a very, very, very clear tilt that is pro-Olympics, that is presenting issues of like militarized policing, of surveillance, that we're going to talk about the Tokyo robot story a little later in the stream. That's just like, and just like, framing it as like, isn't this awesome for us? And just completely ignoring
that
tenants.
Will not be.
Yeah. Well, there is an incentive of access too, because if you want, as a reporter for a large outlet like that, if you want access to interviewing journalists, if you want access to interviewing athletes, if you want access to getting inside the Olympics, like you kind of can't piss them off.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Lisa, I don't know if you wanted to mention, but Jamie and I just pulled up the op-ed that Harry Kissinger wrote in favor.
Yeah. I mean, that's just one glaring example of how, like, our legacy papers, like the LA Times, like, they're pretty much just, like, kind of the feeder for these press releases. And not to mention Henry Kissinger, who did write that op-ed, which is just terrible in itself, but he is a part of the board of the IOC. So, like, these all have connections, and it's just, like, I think it helps to have, you know, like a NOG, but also with No-Lympics LA, who's doing the work of creating their own reporting guide on how to properly report on the game, so that, you know, like, it isn't just like sort of like, you know, kind of press releases, but also kind of see it from the side of the people who lose. It's always like, you know, like people on the side of power, or like the people who win or have everything to gain from this are the ones who have access to op-eds, or, you know, to the reporters who will kind of just be their mouthpieces on, I mean, not necessarily always just LA Times, but just any of these like kind of long-lasting sort of legacy outlets.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's No-Lympics also has in that media guide sort of how a lot of independent
Jamie, fix your posture.
Sorry, scoliosis, dude.
An athlete.
Okay, I'm an athlete that keeps talking about scoliosis. But how so many independent of your story. That's in my little like B-roll package before I come on stage and start gaming.
Yeah, in middle school.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, all the formerly independent LA news outlets were either caught up or closed out altogether. And right now, it's, you know, organizations like NOC are the best there is, and the most reliable way of actually hearing what is on people's minds and how people are actually affected. Lisa, are there stories or particular areas that you're really excited to see more reporting about, stuff that you want to work on in particular? Give us a peek behind the NOC curtain.
Yeah, I mean, like, I love writing for people who don't necessarily get, you know, their voices or their struggle heard. So I'm always open to writing about what's happening in LA in that respect, and also just different resistance movements that are happening within LA. But I also like writing just about LA. Like, I was born and raised here. I think there's so many things about the history of LA that kind of lost any sort of presence here just over gentrification over time, or some sort of like kind of a whitewashing of places. So I am working on a piece for NOC sometime in the future about the history of newsstands. I mean, it's kind of like a sneak peek. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't always have to be serious, I guess. Like, I do love just like kind of writing about the different things that you kind of drive around and see in LA, but you don't really give it a passing thought. I don't know, like, I guess that's what I'm trying to do more of too. So I'm open. I love being here. This is my home, and I don't want it to be just a playground for, you know, the wealthy and the powerful. I kind of just want it to be a place where people can actually chill and not have to worry about struggling always.
Random stadium.
Lisa, do you mind if I ask you, like, I make YouTube videos, and I've fallen into the niche of making ones where I react or, like, write sort of an essay responding to a horrible reality show. One I'm working on is one called Stay Here, which is a home renovation show, but all the homes are only going to be on Airbnb. And so I'm currently writing it. It's satanic. It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
Oh my God.
But,
what is it on?
It's on Netflix.
Oh God!
It's a Netflix original. It's so messed up.
Awesome. Why would they do this to me when they have Marriage versus Mortgage already there?
It's horrible, but like at least I'd love to like because I've been researching the way like into like the ways that sort of like Airbnb and like sort of like the tourism industry facilitates gentrification, and I've like I've found a bunch of stuff that talks about the way that sort of happened in the history around like New York specifically. But I would love to hear more about like how you see that like sort of how that process has happened in LA, or like how that's sort of like this like or how that's sort of worked alongside other horrible things, you know, like militarization of like the police and mistreatment of homeless people and stuff like that.
Oh my god, yeah, I got you. Let's talk more. I mean, that's something that like kind of, you know, like that's kind of the impetus for why I started writing this. It's just that you don't really get to read more about kind of how this all started with these public-private partnerships, or like with the city with Airbnbs, or just, you know, with the Olympics and Airbnbs and how that happened, and just kind of the parts that get disregarded. This is so random, but like one of my favorite like kind of secret or guilty pleasures is I love going on YouTube and like there's like a YouTuber who like tours New York apartments, but they're like the smallest New York apartments or whatever. And I'm just like I'm so appalled by it. Like people are selling like or renting out 100 square feet New York apartments and stuff, but I just love the tours of those because it's so morbid and just also just I can't.
For sure.
Oh man.
Gosh.
So yeah, let's talk more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, Sam. By great, I mean really sad.
Coming out next week on youtube.com/we'reinhell.
Yeah.
I was also talking about in the chat about Zillow doing similar stuff, which Zillow is buying up a lot of houses and then sort of putting them back up for more money. Yeah. And I have, not to brag, I have a podcast called Bad with Money where we talk a lot about these types of issues, and we're about to have someone from Zillow on. And I have questions. I have questions. But yeah, we did an amazing episode with Cerise Castle, who is a Knock LA legend. So you should go check that out. Go check that out.
I do also want to say, like, this isn't just a problem with like Airbnbs, right? There's so many other like short-term rental places like VRBO, and kind of the ones that, you know, you see YouTube ads for those. But, you know, when I say Airbnb is kind of a blanket term for all these places that are buying up homes, or, you know, even Airbnb itself, like on the low, they purchased Hotel Tonight just recently, the app Hotel Tonight, and kind of working towards just like buying up more hotels, which is, you know, they're kind of monopolizing that area. So it's scary.
Yeah. And also, I mean, we're in the middle of a housing crisis for so many people. And there's just so much space that we should be using for people who need it, and not
right.
Yeah.
I do have to go actually, mostly because my phone is blowing up, as I did admit to hacking the UN. And earlier on the stream, and I did not realize they were watching. Yeah. So I've just been getting, you know, call after call. Oh, no problem. I will probably be unemployed after this. So hopeful to get back into the walking backwards in the Olympics game. I've learned a lot here today, but I have decided to sell out.
Well, there you go. Well, that's ultimately, I mean, ultimately, the Olympics would be proud of you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm honored to be in the presence of such great athletes. And you're winners in my book.
Aww.
Wow. Did you see how we were gaming?
Amazing.
And
I wish you and Waluigi nothing but happiness, Jamie.
You know, we're gonna, if we hit 10K, I'll raw dog Waluigi.
Well, you only came in second in sex, so, you know, practice makes perfect.
I came in part loser.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much,
Of
Gally.
course, a pleasure.
Ooh, and also, Lisa, we also don't want to take up much of your time, so
Oh no, of course. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I'm excited. Thank you for raising money for Knock. It's all super good stuff.
Thank you for all the work
Yeah.
you do, and we're excited to see more of the histories that you put
Yeah,
together and all the
yeah.
upsetting
Coming
stuff
soon.
that needs to be reported on.
yeah, upsetting and fun. We're excited for all your next articles.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys.
Really cool to meet you. Would love to talk to you some more.
Yes, let's definitely do it.
I'll
Talk
connect you.
soon. Good luck.
Drinking and building on the stream?
Hell yeah.
Okay, great. And we're going to bring in one of my dear friends, and I'm gonna say probably one of the biggest athletes known to mankind.
I think one of the most popular athletes of our time.
Yeah, definitely of our generation, I would say.
Yeah, kind of a millennial athletic icon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is the dear Dave Schilling. Hello, Dave. Feel free to say
Hello.
hi. Hey, what's up?
Hey, guys. This is great.
How's it going?
How's it go? Are you finally done working out? I know you do 5 hours of deadlifts every morning.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I can hear
I-
your voice is thick with protein smoothie.
Yeah, it's just like a phlegm, just a thick coated phlegm around my uvula or what is it called? Uvula in your back of your throat.
That's a word that I
You Google it. It's fine.
shudder to hear out loud. I don't think I like that word spoken out loud.
My
in a long
spine
time.
tingle.
Yeah, it's gross, isn't it? Yeah, I do Kegel exercises. I jog, I do jump rope, and yeah, I also do acupuncture. Not on myself, on other people.
Competitively?
Competitive acupuncture.
Competitive acupuncture, yes. That's going to be in the 2028 Olympics, which is why we have to stop it.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of people are really morally against it for some reason. Competitive acupuncture.
No, I think it's fun. I like to be in the competitive acupuncture. I like to kind of volunteer as the body. And then if I duck, I lose. That's kind of the thing.
If
When
you
there's-
duck, you
when there-
lose.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're like throwing the needles.
Yes, it's sort of like archery, but, it feels good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
It feels
yeah.
better. Than,
Right.
Speaking of
Yeah.
archery.
Speaking of archery.
Shall we game?
Wonderful. Well, also, Sam, we don't want to take
Yeah.
up kind of your
No, for
time.
sure. Thank you so much for having me, and I'll get out of here. Sorry, this is one thing before I go. Is this sorry, I don't know if this stream is going to be like stay up for a little while afterwards. But Jamie, a friend of mine is like a massive fan of yours, and it was her birthday yesterday. I was wondering, would you be down to wish my friend Arda a happy birthday before I go?
Of course. Yes. Happy birthday, Arda. I'm a big fan of yours as well. You caught me gaming. You caught me
gaming.
But that's so cool. Happy birthday. Thanks for engaging with content.
And also, anyone in chat, if you have not seen We're in Hell's wonderful YouTube channel, please go check it out. And binge all of it.
Please check it out.
Yeah. And watch their video coming out.
Yeah.
I'm so hyped on that. Yes.
That it's fucked. It's going to kill me, but I'm very excited for this. Anyway, thanks so much, everyone, and peace out.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Oh, great. What a
Princess
problematic
Oh my
athlete,
God.
Sam. So glad we kicked him off the air.
That's my new friend. You can't say that. Maggie the Betrayer has stricken again.
And I've replaced him with the wonderful princess.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, I'm
Thanks,
here. Hi.
Princess Dave. These were both star athletes, and
Yeah.
Jamie and I are honestly starstruck.
I mean, to be in the room with such legendary athletes, when I think we've been proving for a good hour now that we're very good at sports and athletics.
I did play a little sports in high school. I played baseball. Yeah, you know why I played baseball? Because of the tight pants that they made you wear.
I was gonna
So
say,
I could show off my gams and my thighs and my ample buttocks.
That's why I played volleyball. Kid you not,
Yeah.
Dave? Yeah, I
That
was
is
like,
a great ass
great
sport.
excuse. No one was coming to see me.
Wait,
Coming to see
if
my
we're
friends. But...
first of all, if you're tuning in now, make sure to donate to not independent
Please.
reporting
Yes.
in LA needs to stay alive, and we're just gamers here. But I am curious, if we're ranking the butts, I feel like baseball is a big butt, not big butt. It's a sport known for butts. Volleyball.
Yeah,
I'd say-
Babe Ruth had an amazing butt.
That's why he has a candy bar, you know?
Yeah, that's
right. Big old dump truck ass.
Junk food for the junk. That's what it's
Yes.
for.
I would say if I was going to choose my top 3 sports butts, it would be football, both American and European, because I feel like they're running a lot. They really are doing a lot of quad exercises. Like, we're getting some good quality. Baseball has been mentioned before. And then third, tennis.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Because
Tennis is a good butt sport.
Because the best ass in sports, Serena Williams, that's a tennis honed booty.
Well, baseball and tennis have the same kind of physical motion. When you're hitting a baseball or you're hitting a tennis ball, it's the same kind of core motion. You know, it's a twist of the hips. That's probably why the hips of baseball and tennis players are so nice.
Yeah,
And they don't lie either.
No, they sure don't. They sure don't.
Even though we're not doing video, I just want to say that in honor of Bisexual Awareness Day, I decided to play both sides, and I have in my room. I'll put a picture on this on Twitter. I have a Team Maggie on one side, and then I have Team Jamie on the other side. Because I'm playing both sides, as is in
one of those.
You gotta choose. You can't have it both ways. Come on.
It's biphobic.
That's true. Oh yeah, people need to start pledging. If they want to stay alive. This is a high stake. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see that.
Yeah, it's really.
No, I'm gonna tweet it out. But yeah, the clout is going on. I was like, should I pick a side? And I was like, no, we just did Bisexual Acceptance Day. Like, it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
I love it. The thing is about Bisexual Visibility Day is I don't want to be seen.
Yeah, visibility comes with a lot of drawbacks, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Right.
such as don't look at me, leave me alone. There should be a day that's like, yeah, I'm bisexual, but don't look at me.
Yeah, I am what I am.
It
Yeah, I
should be
think
like
we're all
there
too
should be,
visible
like-
now.
exactly. There should be like reparations for everyone in the queer community that wasn't accepted like 30 years ago. It should be like a day of silence for all of the unspoken trans, bi, and ace people who were like, yeah, we didn't exist to y'all 30 years ago, but now here we are. We want emotional
Yeah.
reparations.
Wouldn't it be nice to just have a day where you could do some knitting or just, binge some TV shows instead of having to make content? That's what all these holidays are for. It's a content farm. I think it's good that people are proud of themselves and who they are and are able to speak freely. But boy, you gotta post something. That's like work.
Yeah,
for some people.
Self-promotion for your own sexual.
But
Yeah,
then
you gotta take a
lot
hot
of
photo. You gotta figure out the
But
caption.
it's like I do love that part.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, this is where Jamie and Maggie differ. Maggie's gonna go for it and really make a meal out of it, and Jamie is like, "Can I just have a hot dog?"
I would say they're both feasts. I feel like in the Venn diagram of bisexuality, queerness, it's like we are both thirsty and want attention, but are very depressed and don't want to put out effort, and we're just trying very hard to be visible in that space. You know, like,
Yes.
can you just acknowledge me without working?
I don't know, but you're one of the best selfie takers I have ever seen,
Truly,
Princess.
a legend.
You're one of the best working currently,
I'm really as a monarch who's never colonized anything, I have to really put in effort for this title, So I'm always trying to just show off that glow.
Yeah, keep that crown from slipping off.
Yeah.
Keep that head up.
I don't need a Daily Mail trying to go for my wardrobe. It's like, who does she think she is with her $400 Akira jacket?
Well,
Look at her rubbing it in.
Oh, yeah, we should say
we have some recent donations.
we have some wonderful donations.
We have-
to
Ooh,
read out.
yes.
Oh,
Ooh, the money has jumped.
Keep donating on behalf of bisexual selfie takers.
Yes.
And
So these are all
bisexual
bisexuals that we're about to read.
We got $10 from Squid. Squid says Olympics bad. Who's gonna that.
Yeah.
$20 from Jennings, $10 from Kirk Cameron.
Oh my God! Really? God isn't dead. All right.
Growing Pains is living again.
I renounce my faith in Jesus.
Remember that photo of him on his birthday and someone got him Subway?
Yeah,
That was
Dave,
cool.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Just one wrapped Subway sandwich. Not even chips, just the sandwich. There's no drink, nothing.
No. Oh, and alone. He's alone.
He's completely alone. Yep.
What we got for $20?
These are the bounties that the Lord will offer you if you give to him.
Ooh, $20 from No Damn Cat.
No damn cats. Thank you.
Okay.
No Damn Cat says nice.
This
nice,
is a
nice.
dogs only room, huh?
No Damn Cat. Joey P gave $20. Lauren Crawford gave $100. What?
Lauren, thank you.
Okay.
Also, shouts to Joey P. Hey, Joey P. The Sopranos movie's coming out soon, Joey P. Check it out.
Wait.
Joe Pantoliano, is that who this is?
Yeah.
Joey
Your
P?
favorite, Dave. Yeah.
Joey P, baby.
Hey,
I just
Joey
noticed that
P.
Spyro in the background, and I'm like, Spyro, my son.
I am not looking at it. Should I put the YouTube on so I can see what you guys are doing?
Are you not admiring these two lovely humans? What are we even doing this for if we're not having visibility?
Yeah, more visibility. All right, I'm pulling it up. I have to mute it so I don't hear it.
I was
My
this
hero athlete is watching me.
No, it's totally fine. And we're just glad that you could be here. Princess and Dave, what sports do you compete in as Olympic athletes?
Right. Oh, I also want to
Just
say,
checking. Oh.
thank you, $20 from Ganser.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that's that. Aw, that's from Adam, my friend. Yeah. So, what sports do you guys compete in?
Yeah. For example, I compete in sport of sex, and
Yes.
I heard that you medaled in that.
I
Yes.
medaled loser.
Mhm.
And then
I got the gold for competitive tree climbing.
yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got three nuts on my way up.
I did too.
You
in my
did
sport.
too. Yeah.
So
Such
we have
star
we're
athletes.
competing in.
Yeah.
I got gold in the very intense competition of giving amazing advice but not taking it for myself.
Mhm.
It was
Yeah.
the competition was very very tough.
I was gonna say a lot of people go for every year. There's a lot of people that
You know, it's really intimidating, and then you have to remember, like, none of these people are making good choices, so I just have to keep making the best choices, aka the worst for myself. And I think the thing about it is that I do tarot, so I'm deeply self-introspective, but I have such crippling anxiety that I feel like, but if I don't try, then I can just keep, coasting on this comfortable life of making video essays where I go, have you thought about this? And
yeah.
that's really just carrying me forward, I gotta say.
Like
So
drop and then go back to exactly the same mistakes you were making.
exactly, and it served me well.
I think my Olympic sport is probably hoarding.
Ooh.
Keeping things. So both myself and my lovely girlfriend Hallie Kiefer, we just have boxes and boxes of shit in our house. Not actual shit, stuff like papers. She keeps receipts for everything. I'm like, what? Why do we still have this receipt from Target where we bought
What if
a
you get
Diet Coke?
audited or something?
Yeah, or someone
Is
from
that-
Target comes to your door and you need to
Target?
prove.
Yeah,
She's
do you pay
crafting a
for
really
this?
good she's crafting an alibi because you never know when the police are going to come to your house.
White people don't need an alibi, so
You
I think it's fine.
You think that?
I'm the
Yeah.
one who needs the alibi, okay? Thank you very much. Yeah, we just have stuff like papers and bags from shopping. Like, it's really bad because we just moved. I'm noticing how much stuff we have, and it's too much. But I also get to relive all of these years of my life whenever I want to. When I just open a box of stuff and I'm like, I remember when I did that. Oh, remember we went on Angel's Flight and here's a ticket for that.
Dramatic. Because I save a ton of things and I look through them. I'm like, isn't it awesome that I can relive the worst times in my life.
Well, no, I'm pretty good at throwing the things away that make me sad.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, Dave, this is what makes you a superstar athlete.
Yeah.
You have to
I
get your
can-
strategy for
Yes,
this.
I have figured out how to hoard in such a way that I am not constantly traumatized by my things, but I do have little pleasures that I get from. Oh, I remember when I bought this Star Trek action figure when I was 13.
Aww.
Yeah,
That's really
yeah.
sweet.
And
Well,
let's-
I've not met people who specialize in bringing joy, besides Jamie, of course. So I
yeah,
really.
sexual joy.
I mean, a joy, and then sometimes, whatever. I don't want to give away my strategy. 'cause-
Yeah, those are secrets
I'm
that
not
you
good
need
at
to
it.
hold on to. Okay, don't just go around giving up trade secrets on this live stream.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, we are athletes. We're being very vulnerable today. Telling a lot of people are behind this secret athlete. Yeah. We don't want to give too much away. I want to keep a little bit of the secret sauce secret.
Gang, would you be willing to play a quick game with us?
Hell yeah.
More than anything, would I like to
Ooh,
play
okay.
game?
Oh,
It's a
Me
little-
want to play game.
Pretty fun.
We're gamers, as you can see. We're pretty, we're playing table tennis right now. My issue with this is that Luigi cannot. Okay, this is a game called that was made by No-Lympics LA.
Yes. So this was made by the who are sponsoring us today, No-Lympics LA. It's a very fun game. What's it called, Jamie?
It is called Who Said It? Eric Garcetti or Donald Trump?
Oh, this is an impossible game. I can't play this. It's gonna be too hard.
It's gonna be pretty hard, Dave.
So-
I know.
But we believe in it. I also believe it. Princess is like a secret weapon here.
Yes.
She's a sixth sense for bullshit, I think.
But who is not bullshit in this? That's the fun of it. That's the horrible fun of it, and that's a lot of what Knock LA does. Talk about how establishment liberals are fucking us just as hard.
Yeah, it's sort of like you go to the frozen yogurt place and you get a vanilla frozen yogurt and a peanut butter frozen yogurt. They're the same color, but they taste a little different.
Yeah, it's
And
like
it makes you
It's really
think.
what matters. Really
That's
makes
right.
you think.
Yeah.
Okay,
Different
first
colors.
quote. Said it, Eric Garcetti or Donald Trump. ICE should do its job. Is the
I'm gonna go Garcetti.
Yeah, I was gonna say that could be either, but that's very specific.
okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that as well, Garcetti. I feel like they all feel that way.
Yes.
That's true. Yeah, they'll feel that way, and we'll only a few say it out loud. Yes.
Okay, so we'll put in Garcetti for that. We'll get all the answers.
Great.
Okay, next quote. America is a nation that believes in the power of redemption. America is a nation that believes in second chances. And America is a nation that believes that the best is always yet to come.
This is too easy.
Prison reform.
This is Garcetti
This is
because it's got that tinge of like inspirational language. America is this wonderful place where nothing is wrong and we believe in all good things. By the way, we should also incarcerate millions of people.
Yeah.
like,
I
thank
feel-
you.
I feel kind of like it's Trump. I feel
Okay.
like
Ooh.
I'm gonna go with Trump with that one.
It's such a coherent piece
Statement.
of rhetoric
I know.
that I'm like, but I see where you're coming from. The liberal use of the hashtag does make me think, oh, this might be Trump because Trump loves a hashtag.
That's true.
Let's try Trump.
Yeah, we'll go
We'll
for
put in
Trump. We're
Trump
gonna
now.
record Trump for the audience. Okay,
Oh, no,
just kidding.
okay.
We
We'll
accidentally
find out.
clicked Garcetti, so.
It's okay. We'll survive. This one's Garcetti. I see it on the screen.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's too easy, but it's gonna be Trump because I feel like when you make a game like this, some of them are counterintuitive.
Right, I want to be a little tricky.
Yes. Princess, what do you think?
For the hashtag prison reform one or the LA?
The next one.
So the next one is it's not just
LA.
LA and America is here to save the
Jesus.
Olympics is here to save America and LA. It works both directions. We need each other.
You see, it sounds like an incoherent, drugged up Trump statement, but I'm like, but I don't feel like he cares that much about LA.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Neither does Garcetti, but he pretends.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like that one is Garcetti, only because I feel like the liberal elites is not who Trump is like advocating for. He's like, yeah, LA, let it burn itself alive.
He didn't win any
absolutely.
Emmys, so let the city burn. Let's put in Garcetti for that one. That makes sense. This next one. To build trust in our communities. For instance, we just took down MS-13 in a huge operation. Very dangerous game. Okay, I feel like
That's Trump. That sounds like Trump.
100% Trump. I don't think I've ever heard Garcetti bring up MS-13.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Garcetti's move there is he pretends he does not see it.
Yeah.
Next quote. MS-13 takes advantage of glaring loopholes in our immigration laws to infiltrate our country.
Damn. See, one of these is definitely Garcetti. And
I
we're gonna
think
find that out.
I think both. I think that's also Trump. I feel like
I'm gonna go Garcetti on this one.
because I feel like Trump was very big on like bringing up MS-13 and like immigration, especially like with the border stuff.
Yeah, when he was trying to, drum up votes, and that was really when it.
Yeah. I'm gonna go Garcetti just to be different.
Great.
You're not like other girls. Let's say Trump. If other girls. And then
That's fair. Yeah. Let's go Trump. Okay, sure.
Okay, next one. Working hard to get the Olympics. Stay tuned.
All right, that's definitely Trump. I mean, the whole idea of staying tuned like it's a TV program. Like, no flipping, like you're Larry Sanders or something.
Yeah, it's like stay tuned. It's just like, oh god.
It's a threat. When he says those things, he's threatening you in some way. Wait till I do something crazy.
When it comes to public safety, I listen to police chiefs and cops, not to a cable news station.
Garcetti.
Yep. Because then he can triangulate your fire towards Fox News is the real enemy. Right, I'm good. Right. I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I love the king of false. Okay. 2 more. The first one. Today, we heard the experiences of law enforcement professionals and community working to combat the threat of MS-13 and the reforms we need from Congress to defeat it.
That's tricky. I'm gonna say Trump. It's gonna be like a speech, like he's reading a speech.
I think he's the MS-13er.
Okay, I'm down for that. All right, last one. Serena Williams is a special player.
Was that you, Princess?
I don't know why I'm laughing.
It was me all along.
Oh, there's more.
Why do I find this so funny?
Serena Williams is a special player. After winning the gold for the U.S. in the Olympics, it looks like she will also win the U.S. Open.
It's Garcetti.
I'm gonna say that's good old Gar.
He loves to.
I don't know.
He loves to sidle up to celebrity. Like that was 90% of what he did every day. Is when am I gonna throw out the first pitch at a Dodger game? How do I get into Modern Family before it ends? How do I make sure that I still have my SAG card at the end of my term? That's the kind of person he is.
All right,
I feel like I've only ever heard Trump say a nice thing about a black woman once, and it was like when he was like, "Yeah, I like Harry and Meghan. That's cute." Like, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't even Omarosa.
Yeah, even Omarosa.
It wasn't even nice of her.
She's lazy.
It's like,
yeah.
She's shiftless and lazy.
Yeah.
I put in. So the results are in.
Results are in.
All right.
Sound off in the comments if I haven't been. But okay, ICE should do its job. Eric Garcetti said that.
No.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
What did we say? Did we say Trump or Garcetti on that one?
We said Garcetti. We know.
Okay. Great. We're smart.
The quote: "America is a nation that believes in the power of redemption. America is a nation that believes in second chances, and America is a nation that believes that the best is always yet to come. #prison reform." Eric Garcetti said that.
I knew it.
Damn it.
I knew it.
Yeah. It's amazing he said the best is yet to come before the queen of all. The best is yet to come. It was almost like his foreshadowing.
So yeah,
I was
so
so
much.
confident in that one. Yeah. So
It's all the soaring positive rhetoric that comes from the Democrats.
yeah.
Oh wait,
Oh,
you're
wait.
wrong. Oh wait, Jamie can't read it. Can't read. It was Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, it was Trump. Oh, all right. Well, there you go.
Ah.
So
I
right.
see. All right.
All right.
Okay.
hashtag prison reform.
Hashtag first. I was like, okay, it's not just LA and America is Olympics. The Olympics is here. This is just like words. The Olympics is here to save America. Need each. Eric Garcetti.
Got it. Yeah.
God. The MS-13, both of the MS-13 were Donald Trump. Working hard to get the Olympics. Stay tuned. That was also Donald Trump. Stay tuned. When it comes to public safety, I listen to police chiefs and cops, not a cable news station. That was Eric Garcetti, as we guessed.
Yep.
Because he's in love with.
Yeah.
Let's see. This next MS-13 one. This is Trump or Garcetti? It's Garcetti. Okay, so today we heard the experiences of law enforcement professionals and community leaders working to combat the threat of MS-13 and the reforms we need from beat it. That was Eric. And
Okay, so there were two MS-13 ones, and then okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Got it.
Yeah. And then finally, and I just want to read this again, Serena Williams is a special player. After winning the gold for the U.S. in the Olympics, it looks like she will also win the U.S. That was Eric Garcetti.
Yes.
Yeah.
He loves a famous person so much.
She loves
Well,
celebs.
they're more people than, right?
Yes.
That's true. I just like instinctively was like, yeah, I'm game. I'm not currently playing.
You're trying to take credit for. I have perfected the.
You're doing a really great job.
I actually did used to do hurdles in high school.
Really?
And
I can see that.
This timing was very important to me. I'm a very slow runner, and actually, I was eventually kind of kindly asked to leave the team because in between the hurdles, I was not fast, but I could jump over them very nicely. With
Nice that
great
they were
form.
kind about
With
it.
grade 4?
They were
Do you have
kind.
like pictures
yeah.
of that? I feel like that's a cool like
I think I got
something.
some. My brother actually was also in track and famously was in a big meet and kicked every single hurdle down instead of jumping over it to the point where the entire crowd was like cheering, fish, fish, fish. And my brother's this tall, lanky, like.
oh right, because that's your.
long boy.
I was fish connection when that's.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, is that a sports insult? If someone's
in a way, it also was, but yeah. So that was my brother's claim to
Yeah,
fame.
fish can't do the hurdles either.
No, yeah, that's true.
Famously
water.
bad at it. Yeah.
That's so funny.
We do have some quick, some more donations.
Ooh,
Yes. That's what we're here for,
That's
guys.
the
Money.
important part of this.
Give us the money you have so that we can do stuff with it.
Oh, Jamie has a big announcement.
We just hit $1,000.
Yes. Remind me quickly, what is the goal? How much do we need to accomplish here?
A wonderful question, Dave.
$1 million.
Oh,
Yes.
actual goal is
$1
$1 million, and it will be used for nefarious.
We're gonna build a laser.
A laser, if you will.
Sharks with lasers on their freaking heads.
Oh,
Okay?
boy.
Yes, you've got it, princess.
Yes, somebody got the memo. She understood the assignment.
Oh my god.
Oh, poor Yoshi.
Poor Yoshi. Yeah, I
Wow,
didn't really help him at
Yoshi's
all.
really sad.
Yeah.
Aw.
Who's playing Yoshi in the Mario Brothers movie?
Ooh.
You know when
I was gonna bring that up. I want to know. They put my husband as Donkey Kong, which I'm like,
Harrison Ford is playing Yoshi, apparently.
What? Wait, are you
What?
serious?
No.
okay, because that is totally possible. I was like,
Harrison Ford.
You're an authority. I don't know.
Yoshi. Dennis Farina is playing Bowser.
This is what
Jack Black is playing Bowser,
Jack
which is
Black.
hot. That's hot casting.
Could have been Dennis Farina.
that's a kind of exciting. So wait, who's in it? Is it like Anya Taylor is Princess
Peach.
I guess.
Sure.
No casting for Daisy, which I'm like instantly canceled. Can't do it.
I was like, well, where is Daisy? And it's gonna be Emma Stone eventually.
She's gonna riot.
Wait a minute. I thought Daisy and Peach were the same character.
Not in
They're
our
just
spirits. They're girl
different
boss.
names based on the market the game comes out. Is that?
If you put the characters in paint and you switch a couple colors,
Right.
They're actually.
And also,
Yeah,
our
it's like
lovers
Bowser
depend on
and what's his other name? Koopa. You know, they call him Bowser in some places, they call him
Right.
Koopa in other places. That's what I thought
Double
it was.
duty.
But yeah, we're going for 10K, so people have to pick it up, people.
Yeah, we're at
Please don't
1K. You know.
We need 10 whole Ks here, guys and gals and
That's
others.
the goal, you know.
Yeah,
It's
all
good
for
Come on.
independent reporting. So we've got $20 from Anonymous, $10 from Catherine S, $50 from Anonymous. Anonymous.
Wow.
Hackers love us.
Hackers love us. Thank you.
$7 from Banksy?
Damn.
Beck donate one of his divorce Banksies that he's. Beck and his.
Back to Scientologist.
Beck the
that we
Scientologist
learned
and
earlier.
Beck, former wife, the Scientologist, also I'm assuming, are trying to split up 6 Banksies in their. I think it's the least relatable thing of the entire life.
That's.
What do you think is the most relatable thing about Beck?
He's got
His hats?
Yeah.
Hats? Is it? No.
I don't know. I bravely don't know a thing about Beck, and I've been pretending to for a long time. But now it seems like the tide has turned, and I'll never have to.
Thank God.
Thank
God. I just feel like Beck. The only thing I remember is him beating Beyonce for some award and it almost being a Kanye moment, and I was just like, that was good.
Twitter exploded with, who is this man?
Yeah, and then all of the like artist bros were like, how fucking dare you not understand the brilliance of Beck? And we're all like, because we like Beyonce.
Yeah, simply because we like her more, Beck,
I-
and I don't know how to tell you that.
I do think that there are certain people who don't understand the concept of time that have to remind the world that they don't understand it. Because, Beck is old. And I'm old. And people don't know everything, okay? So if you don't know who Beck was or is, that's okay. Doesn't matter.
You can skip. You can skip it.
Right.
Yeah, skip back.
Learning, you know, us
Go straight to Sam Smith and move on. Or whatever it is that you like. I don't know. What do people like now? I'm old. That's why I don't know.
They like Ed
People
Sheridan.
like Sam Smith now.
I don't know if Sam Smith is still popular. I don't know.
I think moms think he's adorable.
I think that he's also
He's bigger than mom.
I'm into U2, you know? We all love Bono, right?
I like the music that comes on my iPod Nano, okay?
What do they play at Taco Bell at 3 a.m? U2, that's right.
Yeah, they do.
I thought it was Little Nas X.
Oh, yeah. That's probably kids. I did listen.
I do like CVS music. I have no hate towards CVS music. The music they play at CVS, like Sarah Bareilles, you know, she's got to work, and she's working all the time.
CVS has purchased the services of Sarah Bareilles for the foreseeable future, and she is just making music for the pharmacy chain.
Yes.
She's in a room, and they're like, we need something poppy and about romance. Valentine's Day is coming up.
To eat, all right? So it's fine.
Sarah B.
To a piano in the back.
Yar. So we're currently at $1,069.
That's the sex number. I've heard that's the sex number.
Ooh, that is
Jamie.
Jamie,
Second place sex champion, I can say. 69 comes up in my sport. Okay. We got $115 from Colin Jason.
Thank you, Colin. Very glad they didn't say Colin.
What if it was Colin? And I was like, only $100 from Colin Jost?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
think,
he got.
Colin Jost should donate if he wants. Emma Stone. Oh, no, wait. He marries Greg.
Emma Stone.
My famous white
They're
people.
different people.
Jamie, get.
Great.
Scarlett Johansson's the one who can play anything.
She's the
No, they both played Asian characters.
You're
Yeah.
right. Damn.
Emma Stone played a half Asian woman in the movie Aloha, directed by
Yeah.
Cameron Crowe.
Yeah, her character was supposed to be like 1/4 Hawaiian, 1/4 Chinese, and they were like, let's just get a whole white woman.
Yeah, it was
Like, that's the
100%
same thing.
bullshit, is what it was, folks.
Acting means you're lying, right?
Yes.
That means what that means.
The beautiful ecstasy of lying.
Yeah.
Speaking of lying and acting, I just ended up looking at the Mario cast again, and I have to say, as I sit here in my Carmela Soprano t-shirt, I am just in full marinara sauce rage that they chose Chris Pratt to play Mario. Like,
Yes.
we all know Luigi is the superior brother, but
True.
you don't have to cast them.
All right,
with,
who's playing
like,
Wario, though? That's what I want to know. Who's playing
There
Wario?
is no Wario.
All right, well, that's mistake number one was no Wario.
Listen, if you want people to show up, you gotta have Wario.
I need a Wario. here.
Mario and Waluigi. I mean, otherwise the gays just won't show up. It's just not.
Oh,
Billy Eichner is Waluigi.
Oh, Billy Eichner is actually, he's on impeachment and he's playing Matt Dredge from the Dredge Report.
Oh, yeah.
Was
With the little
in-
hat. Is he wearing the little hat?
Yes, he's wearing the hat. He's doing the entire
He's
gimmick.
serving.
It's fantastic.
Good for him.
That does make me want to get Hulu Live TV to watch.
Hulu Live TV.
Billy, okay. So wait, is John in the room now? He'll
All
be in
right.
okay, we have. We're still figuring out how to be
Yeah,
gaming
we have
streamers.
we have a
gamers.
journalist joining us as simpleton athletes.
And a gamer like
Is John a for real gamer?
yeah.
A proper gamer. Whoa, I've never met one of those.
Yeah.
A proper gamer.
Hi,
I've been
John.
known to dabble. Hey, how's everyone? Thanks for having me
Hello.
on.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, welcome.
How you doing?
I'm all right. Watching the stream.
Do you game? You game, right?
I've been known to dabble. No, I
Tell me about it.
when I when I'm not doing the knock articles, I also write a lot about video games, and I interview like developers and stuff, and yeah, do all that kind of stuff. Have a PS5.
What about PS?
I just got one of
Oh.
those. I'm so excited.
It's so powerful. To watch all.
Is that the one that says like that looks like a air purifier?
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, absolutely. That is exactly the one.
I don't
Except
think
this
I want
radiates heat energy that may or may not be radioactive. That doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. It's a great
Are there any
machine.
games for it yet? Wasn't that the problem?
But there's
They released one really hard one that no one can really play called Returnal, and it's like it takes you like 5 hours to get through the first level. It's incredibly tough. Yeah, but there's like cool time travel stuff in it, so whatever. I don't know.
I just want to play Miles Morales on the 5 because I'm like, that's what the game was built for. No, but I wanted it so bad.
Oh, I'm running the wrong way.
Well, I want to get that game because you have the little spider cat. You have
Yes,
like an
also.
orange cat with you.
Yeah, your little
Wait, you have
bodega
a
kitty.
you have a cat sidekick?
Yeah, you have a
Video?
backpack as Miles Morales, and you have a cat that wears a little Spider-Man mask.
Oh my
That
god.
seems like you're endangering the cat.
I do it to children. So,
Dr.
you know.
Octopus will like grab that kitty, or like Green Goblin throws a little bomb and blows up the poor kitty.
I thought
I
that
don't know
was
about
for the
this.
other team. I thought I scored.
Did you score for?
We scored for us, but I did think I scored for the other team.
Are we
so.
on the same team?
Yeah.
Will there ever be a Garfield video game, or is Jim Davis like, no way, I will not selling my brand?
Jim,
Video
I
game.
mean,
So.
Jim Davis. I
He's,
feel like why would he sell out his characters to Big Planner and not to Big?
Big Day Runner owns Garfield.
I actually think that Garfield has a lot of societal critiques, and someone should do a podcast on Garfield.
Yeah, I'm gonna find Jim Davis and I'm gonna be like, all right, let's rehab this thing. Let's clean this
And
up.
I feel like history's done you a disservice.
No, I really want to do that for Dilbert. as a
Oh
bit,
God.
as a joke.
Yeah, just get him
God,
in front.
Adams.
Get away.
Sorry, I got really into the feed. I'm like watching. I love Daisy. She's my favorite.
I had to turn the feed off because I was getting distracted by the hot gaming.
Yeah, it's such hot gaming. I'm like,
You know what,
I gotta
that
get
was
some
the-
jokes in here.
Gotta get some jokes.
Is this Australian rules?
Yeah.
What's
For
us-
Daisy. Daisy's playing by Australian rules.
What's us?
Australian rules is a sex thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
I
for
know.
your sport, Jamie.
Honey, are we playing
know.
Australian rules tonight?
Yeah. Hey, honey.
Yeah, no, I
Get
don't
out the
play.
Australian
I don't
saber.
play. I'm okay, John.
Yes, we have a couple
Yes.
questions to ask you, just as simple athletes. We thought we'd turn to an expert. You know, we're considering joining the Olympic bid in 2028.
So we hear that maybe that's like not the move at
Yeah,
all.
we hear that might be a bad idea.
Can you unpack that?
Sorry, you're cutting out.
Oh no!
Oh
because it-
no!
Just tell us about what you do for Knock LA. I mean, you've written so many true, like, especially in the last 6 months, you've written so many wonderful that all feed into the No-Lympics mission as well. So could you tell us a little bit about what you've been working on and why we should not join the Mario Sonic Olympics bid?
Yes.
So yeah, I guess the reason that we should not have Wario and Waluigi build an entire stadium in Los Angeles for the Olympics is because it's the whole thing is tied into what is public and what is private space. Much of what I write about deals with just the erosion of private space and how I think a lot of the stuff I was writing about recently involves LASA, the Homeless Services Authority. That's a government institution, and how a lot of the city council members and mayor, they often talk about eliminating it completely, which would sort of leave us to private nonprofits, which whose only motivations are not necessarily to house people or to assist people, but to continuously grow as a company. They often have very corporate pay structures, which use the funding they get from us as taxpayers to just pay their executives, things like that. And also, as taxpayers, we don't have a lot of access to control what they do with the money. So that's what I sort of write about with Urban Alchemy and LASA, and also with the recent stuff I've been doing about Katzenberg, and sort of I've been trying to document all the meetings that the founder of DreamWorks in Quibi has been having with city officials.
I
Yeah.
think you should probably reverse the order of that.
Right, so for those who don't know,
Quibi.
the person who invented and then tanked Quibi, he's a big founder of the pro-Olympic movement for LA, which is very confusing.
And he's been trying to kind of weasel his way into all. I mean, John, can you break that down for us a little bit? Because my understanding of the story was he just was like, "Hey, City Council, I've got some ideas on how to address the homeless, in spite of having no." Can you unpack?
Yeah. So there's a few things going on where he's not just an extremely wealthy guy. He's a billionaire, obviously, because he sold DreamWorks, I think, for like $1.3 billion or something like that. And then so he's got a lot of money, but he's also just been historically a big donor to the Democratic Party. So he has very good relationships with the state Democratic Party, and actually I think with the National Democratic Party. So so he reaches out to people, and there's actually going to be another story about this coming out either today or tomorrow about how he does this. But he sort of reaches out to high up Democrat officials, and then they tell everyone else at city council or in Los Angeles politics, like, hey, Jeffrey Katzenberg wants to meet up with everyone. And so even if some of the people who may have said to me things like, this guy's an idiot, he doesn't know what he's talking about, basically, they still have to meet with him or sort of risk alienating a big donor to the Democratic Party. So that's a big part of it. And so historically, Jeffrey Katzenberg is given to the LA Police Foundation, which is a it's a private foundation for the Los Angeles Police Department that they raise money for surveillance technology, for things like tasers, and then they, very militarized equipment, surveillance equipment, and of course that stuff's going to be heavily involved with the Olympics. And so, and also in this last round of meetings he had this summer, Mr. Katzenberg had, he sort of told one of the city council people that he wanted homeless people out of sensitive use areas, which is something that was later, I'm not saying that Jeffrey Katzenberg was. I think he's very much represents like the viewpoints of moderate, wealthy Democrats.
Yeah,
but
it's a common, it's not out of the ordinary, for sure.
Yeah, it's not like he's like the only one doing that, but it does reflect sort of these this law that was passed later, this amendment to 4118 that makes it illegal to camp or sleep in these sensitive use areas like overpasses or schools, and so so he would go around and have these meetings with city officials and basically say like common sense, like, oh, I would just do this if I was in charge. I would just do this and that. That's basically what these meetings are about. Everyone just sit there and listen to him.
Just like The Exorcist. Random.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I have a follow-up question for you, John. Do you think that Quibi failed because people weren't commuting to work, or what do you think was going on there?
I just think there weren't enough Chrissy Teigen shows. I think there should have been. There was one Chrissy Teigen show, but there could have been 10 Chrissy Teigen shows or 12 Chrissy Teigen shows.
Right, and
Yeah,
there was one Golden Arm show, and there should have been a couple.
It could have been all kinds of different limbs that were goals.
Dave, now you're spit. You should have been in the pitching room.
I mean, I should have gotten my own show. I should have been able to express myself on someone's cell phone on a regular basis.
Dave Goldenhead.
That's where the good stuff happens, is on the phone.
I think more sex doll shows would have helped, personally.
Yes, absolutely. And more murder real estate shows, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah. More genres that do not fit together well at all. They did it.
The most beautiful thing about what happened would be, other than it is funny, is that they're now all streamable on Roku TV.
That's right.
Yeah.
You can catch up on your TV.
I think it's awesome that all of the most dangerous game, the TV show, it's something I could watch on Roku.
Roku TV sounds fake.
Do you all know what Jeffrey Katzenberg said to everyone after he fired them all?
Oh, no, Sean, but you're sure?
Go buy Disney stock?
A copy of Golden Arm on Blu-ray. No, he sent them music from the Trolls 2 soundtrack and told them to cheer up.
Oh yes, I do remember that.
I would have literally had to start a riot. Like it would have been like 2 songs delivered to her up in there and be like, how dare you tell me when I get down to get back up again. I am not Anna Kendrick.
The thing about rich people when other people have emotions around them is they're like, you stop that. I don't do that. That's gross. Stop.
Right.
Stop having emotions around
me. Yeah, for you to feel emotional.
Yeah, so it makes me awkward. It was like my dad. Like, he wasn't rich, but he was white, so he was just like, I don't understand why you're crying. Stop crying.
Yeah, there's no need for emotion.
All this stuff that you're doing coming out of your mouth and eyeballs is gross to me.
It's bothering me.
Right, especially if you don't agree with me on the onset. Why are you talking at all?
Right. Well, I'm sorry for Jeff Katzenberg that 1, he has to live on a planet where he's not in charge, and 2, that we all didn't commute in 2020, and it ruined his beautiful dream of entertainment that you have to squint to see.
We do just want to interrupt 1 second because we do have a bunch of donations, and we also have a very special guest here actually with us. So Jamie and I...
Is it Shrek?
Yes, it's not Shrek, Dave. I'm sorry.
The greatest thing that Jeffrey Katzenberg ever did was invent Shrek.
That is true.
I forgot that. Yeah, Jeffrey.
That almost
is it the most dangerous game?
It's arguably a winner of the most dangerous game.
You will be hunted by Jeffrey Katzenberg.
We'll be hunted. It's actually our coach, comedian Grace Freud. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please
our
come
coach,
join
we're
us.
Supposed to.
Yeah.
Look,
we kind of called her in as an emergency.
I feel like you guys haven't listened to, like, I do this for free, you know?
Yeah.
I do this to, like, I believed in you. And you guys are just really fucking up.
It's like
Who's on the line?
Oh, yeah. Grace is joining us.
Do we have someone on the line?
Yeah,
do.
we have several
We have
people.
several
Several.
people.
I'm here. Hello.
Dave Schilling, we
Hi.
have Princess Weeks, and we have Johnny Peltz,
baby.
Yes.
This is Grace. Grace is actually phoning in.
I am phoning
Grace is phoning in.
Yeah. Grace, we do have some donations.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
I know we've been terrible athletes, but there have been donations.
Terrible
This
athletes.
is great.
We're
We've got
amazing.
$10 for, wait, I should probably say, wait, should I money?
Yeah.
Well,
Drag them.
Yeah.
Rachel, some people donated more than you. We've got $10 from Rachel Walsh. We've got $10 from Cody Riggin. We've got $20 from Reese Cakes, who says, Solidarity from Brisbane, Australia.
Wow.
Yeah, Australia knows how bad the Olympics are. They're constantly smearing Olympics all over that poor country.
Yeah,
It's true.
We've got $30 from MIA herself.
Whoa!
Flames.
I
Yes.
really feel like she could have. Well, she hasn't had a hit in a while.
Isn't her husband like an Israeli gun runner or something?
Probably.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Israeli gun runners notoriously.
I thought she married some kind of like war profiteer.
And someone named Game Boy.
Someone
Is it the Game Boy?
Oh, yeah, that's my
donated
friend.
$10.
That's my son. Sorry, that's my son.
Oh, that's so
Nice. My son is 4, so he can't. He has no
he's
money.
calling in and using your credit card, Dave.
Sure.
We've got a ton more donations, so keep donating to Knock LA. We'll ask John more his work.
And they also have a Patreon. If you're interested in more than a one-time donation, I do want to say you can consistent.
Well, someone donated.
Yeah,
They did.
we got $69. Hee hee ha ha hee hee.
Nice.
Very funny.
Oh, okay.
From Torpedo Beetle, $30 from Casey Wasserman. Can you?
Wow.
He's flipped. For the price of $30, he's changed his mind.
What a nice guy.
Yeah, you did it, Dave. You were the final. You're what changed his mind.
Before this all ends and I have to leave, I gotta say one thing about MIA.
Yes.
Her husband is Benjamin Bronfman.
Yeah, he is.
From the family who founded Lehman Brothers.
Ooh, damn.
Oh,
Oh, but they broke up.
They broke
Yeah.
up.
They broke
Yeah,
up.
they split up.
Oh, and I think some of his relatives ended up in Nexium.
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
2008.
geez.
Yeah, I think they were the ones funding Nexium.
wow. It's almost like the second thing that we're doing today is finding out how many people are married to people like that, and also Scientologists.
Right, we're learning all about secret Scientologists. A lot of indie artists like to marry into dangerous billion-dollar corporations. It's complicated.
And apparently, I'm reading the quote now. It says, like, I think it's weird that, like, suddenly she became a billionaire when she married him. And she's like, I realize we come from different worlds. And I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, I grew up on the wrong side of the track. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
That's what a beautiful love story.
You know, just like MC Scat Cat and Paula Abdul, opposites attract.
She was the paper, he was the plane.
Man.
It really is a wish right now.
We've got $100 from Cheaty.
$100.
$4. Yeah, there you go.
We got a donation from Ricardo. Gigi gave $20. Amanda gave $50. Anonymous gave $20.
Whoa, I didn't even know those.
They are so.
Yeah.
Oh, we've been. Yeah. Big fan. The hackers have left a donation from John Barr, Tony Dutcher, $50. Keep on giving to independent media. I'm starting to think we shouldn't join this Olympic bid, which is too bad because we're very good at.
Right.
Very good.
Grace, don't pay too close attention to our performance. We are still warming up. So.
We're just warming up. What are we playing?
Canoe.
Canoe.
We're playing
Yeah.
canoe.
Ooh.
Okay, so wait, but while we still have
Yes.
John here, I would like to talk a little bit about because I've done stories on Lhasa as well, and I feel like it's such an inaccessible subject to talk about homeless, because it's positioned as like, well, why wouldn't this be an unquestionably good thing? Like it is, you know, on face like no mission. But could you talk a little bit about the complicated issues that come with Lhasa and the conflict of interest and stuff like that? Because I feel like that's something that most people, or I certainly didn't understand the intricacies of until the last like couple years.
Sure, yeah. There's a lot of moving parts around this, and you've probably, like, you know, I started writing about them only a few months ago, so you've probably learned a lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about already. But yeah, it's just the fact that Lhasa, you know, has for years been criticized as not getting the job done in terms of getting people housed, and I guess when I say, and that's from both like politicians and donors, and from like unhoused people who, you know, will say things like, you know, they don't keep up with people, they don't come to sites enough and do visits enough, or they don't have the housing options that people want or need, that would actually help them match with housing and stay in housing. You know, so there's these different types of options, like where Lhasa will come to a site and say, we only have this opportunity for you, or whatever, like in a part of town half an hour away, or in a shelter that you have to live with 3 other people, and this person might have, you know, a number of reasons why they can't do that, accept that housing. And so at the same time, the people who work for Lhasa, I think, are and do like site meetings on the grounds, you know, they're not really given the best resources to work with, I think, by the city. So they're hampered in that way. That's not to excuse the fact that, like, the executive of Lhasa, you know, I think you read about how she treats her workers poorly, and they have other internal issues. At the same time, you know, they still have access to housing resources that private nonprofits don't have. And if you take them out of the equation, you're sort of monetizing every aspect of this issue in terms of outreach, in terms of housing, and all those different facets, and it has less oversight. So it's very complicated, and like it's pretty suspicious that, like, all of a sudden a good number of city council people want Lhasa eliminated. And how I think that ties with the Olympics is, you know, if you take that step and eliminate Lhasa from outreach specifically, meaning you don't have a city-run service going out and meeting with people and talking to them, you're paying outside resources to do that. You know, those outside resources can be more heavily involved, even though Lhasa is sort of involved with the police, obviously. But like, these other resources might be even more involved, or might be more prone to be, you know, glorified security companies. Might be more just prone to do whatever makes them the most money. By this, if the city says, we want you to do this, they'll just do it. So that's the issue. Versus, I think there's more oversight with something that at least voters have some semblance of power over, even if it's not very much.
Right. And it's like what Noct does, what you do very often in your work, talk to the people who are affected by these issues and by Lhasa. Where I know that there were many of us earlier in the year talking to people who, you know, who had forcibly moved from where they were camping and were sent, as you were saying, like, without, you know, very often owning a car, without reliable transportation. There's just like all of these limitations that that are just like not fully understood and aren't well communicated either on any end.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, with that particular situation with Echo Park Lake, you know, like even like, you know, there was like this famous instance where, you know, so earlier this year, like Echo Park Lake got cleared of, I think it was something like 200 people were camped out there for some months, and you know, the council person Mitch O'Farrell, you know, he had his own private plans for a number of months, I think since maybe December of the year before, about doing this, but
all of his plans in his little fedora.
Exactly. You got them in this little Panama hat, and so he's not actually telling these plants, the unhoused people who are living there, until maybe the day before. And so these people, there's a lot of people on who talk about homelessness talk about this idea of like service resistance, which means that like unhoused people are not accepting what's being offered to them.
Right. And putting it on them of like they're being difficult. It's not us. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. And so like in this particular situation, it's like you gave these people a day to like accept a temporary offer of housing, and these temporary offers of housing are like every 30 days or they tell you like whether or not you can stay another 30 days, right? So it's like it's not exactly like the ideal solution, and to then go like, well, we gave them an option. It's kind of it's pretty misleading.
Right.
So yeah, so that was something that like, and in that particular situation, Lhasa was asked to take a step back and let this private nonprofit Urban Alchemy do the outreach. And then at the end, Lhasa came back in
cool
and
idea. What could
Yeah.
possibly go wrong?
and then at the last second, Lhasa comes back in just for the housing aspect of it. And those people are many of them have been interviewed as like be back on the street, as not having stayed in housing. And Lhasa couldn't even, the operation, like no one could keep track of how many people they even housed. So like how can you call that in any way a success?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I guess it would be considered a failure.
Not even a bronze.
No.
Yeah, not even a bronze.
That's a looser. I'm gonna mail this to Mitch of Warehouse Office. Just a
Loser.
good old loser.
Gonna raise an
Yeah, and I don't know if y'all saw, but yesterday they were someone took a picture of them doing a Postmates ad with one of their boats in Echo Park.
No.
Yeah. The boat was made to look like a rotisserie chicken, and then
God.
That's weaponizing rotisserie.
Yeah, which is not something you should weaponize. I love
Right.
rotisserie chickens.
Damn good.
Those sweet, innocent chickens.
Boston markets do not deserve this.
No. No markets in any city.
No market.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
Well, here we are at the end of another hour of our incredible stream. We laughed, we cried, we gamed.
Who cried?
What you guys did wasn't gaming.
Dave,
What
I
did
cried.
you? Okay.
Okay, I can't see, so I just assume someone must have cried.
Yeah.
Maybe Grace before Grace came on. I don't know. Who knows?
Yes. Grace is about to cry for how bad Jamie and I are at the sport.
I just think, esports is really important. You're making a mockery.
Embarrassing you on the public stage. Everyone. Oh, thank you so much, Dave and Princess and John, for joining us. Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
This was a
Yeah.
pleasure. I hope that I encouraged at least one person to donate some money to this
I
cause.
bet you did.
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
it was
good.
probably Ricardo.
And if you're on the fence about it, just do it anyway.
Agreed.
Thank you so much for having me. And if anyone becomes a Patreon donor to Knock, we've started writing an excellent newsletter that you'll be receiving in your inbox, and you can't miss it.
You can't.
Perfect.
And that's a threat.
Yeah. Yeah, in a fun way. Like
I
a
mean,
fun
we
thread.
know most people read every newsletter that
I love a good news. I love to know what's going on.
Yes. At the very least, I will open each and every edition of that newsletter and then forget about it. But
Once
this
I
one is a
did-
good one. This is a good one.
Once I
Knock
did
is
read my
good.
Knock newsletter, and I got a little shock that just went through my entire body. And that's the power of independent media.
That's right.
True. That's true.
It will shock
so
your
beautiful.
entire body.
Yeah.
It is pretty shocking how bad the Olympics is. I mean, briefly looking into it.
Well, thank you so much to all three of you for coming and hanging out.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
for having us. We love you guys.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank
you so much. Bye.
Goodbye.
Team Jammy.
Great.
Yes.
Well, the fun doesn't stop for us.
No, we're gamers.
Yeah.
We're gamers.
We're gamers. Grace, can you just say like one nice thing about Jay and I?
Yeah, just respond to positive attention.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me see. I think that you have a nice TV. And Jamie,
Yeah, it's not my TV.
yeah, that's not gonna cover you.
That's not gonna cover me.
No matter how many times you friend. So that's
That
nice.
is true.
That's good.
And I stay.
That's true. Disappointing
I
friends.
This rough and tumble miracle on ice coach.
I feel like we have a very what's that movie with drums?
Oh, Drumline?
No.
Drumline.
No,
Oh no, Whiplash.
JK Whiplash. I feel like we have a great Whiplash dynamic, and it just depends on like the day. Sometimes you're the JK, sometimes you're the Miles Tell.
Question mark.
Well, I hope not.
We don't know.
Guys, we got two
Not to say
friends joining in the chat. We have Mike Flame. Friends coming to say.
Oh no!
Sorry guys. Welcome to the stream. If you're just tuning in, we're slowly learning that the Olympics is gonna be very bad if it comes to LA.
We're getting sold. We're
Yeah.
getting rapidly radical.
Right. And joining us for the next foreseeable future is friends Michael Swaim and Natalie Wynn, also star athlete.
Athletes, gamers, legends, one and all, welcome.
Let's fucking Olympics not do. Hi.
Oh.
Hey, what's up?
I feel a
Through
little
the-
intimidated by in the presence of such professional gamers.
It is really Natalie. I've watched a few of your streams. The path you take to get to your house in Stardew Valley is the longest path, and I've been meaning to message tell you.
People get pretty infuriated by watching me play in general. I kind of I just played 0 video games from 2008 to 2018, and so my brain sort of never really learned. I've like missed out on this major thing of our generation. It's pretty sad.
Yeah.
I think brave of you to catch up in a public way.
Yeah, it's you know, I'm experimenting with vulnerability lately, and one of those is playing Stardew Valley while drunk at 3 a.m.
That'll get you to say some.
It's true. I honestly think I would be better right. I think I would be playing better right now if I wasn't having all. Oh no. Okay. I mean,
Okay.
it's okay.
Sorry,
people
we're having
hear
a
us?
brief audio issue.
Should we cut to a video? Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Wonderful. We're actually going to take a couple-minute break. We're going to play a No-Olympic video that they made for. Yeah, we're just going to sort out, and we'll be right back. And enjoy.
We're gonna sort out a lot of things.
Thanks.
We're gonna go.
The LA 2028 Organizing Committee wants you to think that another Olympic Games will be good for the city of LA. But unfortunately, their argument rests on some shaky myths about Los Angeles and its relationship to the Olympics. Myth number 1. The 1984 Olympics were successful. No. The 84 Games led directly to the militarization of the LAPD. LA Police Chief Daryl Gates oversaw the jailing of thousands of young Black and Latinx men in the infamous Olympic gang sweeps. Gates also sent the LA SWAT team to Israel and West Berlin for special training. Myth number 2. The Olympics would give LA much-needed transit expansion. No. LA will expand transit no matter what through the funds raised from Measure M and federal grants. Only 2 projects will be accelerated for the Olympics, the Purple Line to Westwood and the LAX Connector. Projects like the Vermont Corridor Rapid Transit Line, which serves South LA, won't be prioritized, even though it is the second busiest corridor in all of LA County. Myth number 3. The LA Olympics are low risk. No. They're a high risk for human rights violations, as the Games will be designated a national special security event. putting the LAPD under the jurisdiction of the Department of Homeland Security and limiting many of our constitutional rights. They're also a high risk financially. On average, the Olympics goes over budget by 156%. Myth number 4. 88% of people in Los Angeles support the bid. No, that figure comes from a single poll taken in early 2016, almost 2 years ago. A similar poll taken before the 1984 games showed 70% supported the bid in general, but that number dropped to 35% if taxpayers had to share the costs. LA residents have not been polled yet about the taxpayer guarantee or any other specific aspects of the bid. Myth number 5. Angelenos won't fight back because they're not politically active. No. Los Angeles has a rich history of political activism and resistance. Home to the Chicanx movement and the Japanese-American reparations movement, among countless other struggles. And the work continues today as Angelenos are fighting for rent control, accountability and transparency in local politics, infrastructure in working-class communities, immigrants' rights, climate justice, decriminalization of poverty, and justice for all people. So don't let the LA 2028 Organizing Committee fool you. The Olympics were a human rights disaster in '84, and if we give up the right to our city to corrupt oligarchs and politicians, history will repeat itself. So tell your neighbors, and join us.
It's the one that's the bread.
Okay, talk now.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
How'd it go?
We're on. We're
How'd it
good.
go? Okay, hi. Welcome back.
We're back.
Much
Okay.
better.
Hi, gamers.
Hi, gamers.
Greetings.
Not a
There's-
This is really.
Yeah.
I wonder-
And we have two gamers.
Yes, gamers.
Yes, gamers, athletes. The famous athlete Natalie Wynn. And the famous gamer Michael.
I
Or
like
do we
that
mix it
you
up?
instinctively knew I could not be in the athlete category.
Yeah, it's like I'm moving you over.
You don't have proof, but you just knew.
Yeah.
Well, I think athlete's a very vague category.
It is,
Yeah.
yeah. Natalie, what did you get your gold medal?
Yeah, we've been asking
Yeah, we've been
gold
asking
medal?
what they can.
Well, it was for vaporously wandering about the house in the small house,
Mhm.
rotating the house plants, things like that.
Yes, yes. Smelling blood in various places.
Yeah, of course.
I got the
Ah.
silver in Sundowner syndrome, similar vibe.
Ah.
That, again, a very competitive space.
Very competitive
Right, yeah.
space.
True.
Oh wait, we have played this. Or this isn't right. You don't just punch each other in the karate. What are we playing?
That is karate. That's specifically
all
what
karate.
karate. Yeah.
Judo.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we've been raising money for Knock LA all today. We're curious, Natalie, Michael, whoever would like to go first. When did you, if ever, first become disillusioned with the Olympics?
Probably when they built that giant metal bird's nest and there were no giant eggs or giant birds born of that endeavor. Like, it seemed like a waste to me.
Yeah.
Really, though, probably like during the pandemic, because it feels like I think we've proven everything can be done remotely. Like, I don't see why you can't ski and fire a rifle from your home. We have Windows technology.
That is true. Olympic.
Yeah, set up one hurdle and jump over it however many times it takes to simulate going around. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
I
Need Olympics.
I truly don't understand the need for more stadiums at this point. It doesn't. I mean, like, seriously, it displaces people, but also logistically, I don't understand. Like, how could there still be a need?
It is a little wild. Every 2 years, we need to construct a new sporting venue. Like, I don't know any other thing that works like that. Like, is there a band that goes on tour and every city is required to build a new auditorium? Like, I've never heard of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a Beck.
That's a Beck thing.
Yeah. Beck needs a 2000 auditorium constructed.
In the previous segment, it sounded like you were talking to someone actually knowledgeable. I believe Johnny was their name.
Yes,
So
yes.
can you-
That was a hard act to follow.
It was, but I also wanted to ask, do you know, like, why is it just because it's never in the same city? Why can't they rotate back to these stadia?
That's a great question. I do know part of it is that simply the people in charge don't want to. In that when they're, passing laws, things, getting ready for the Olympics, they often slip in things that they've always wanted, as in police budget, more
catering to
catering to real estate. And those are the things that end up staying. Whereas the fanfare and I guess pride of country
moves on along.
Moves on along.
But that poverty wall that sticks around.
Yeah.
The Olympic Committee, that's what they want to. Like, the International Olympic Committee, is basically like trying to get people to woo them with the coolest new stadium proposition and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's their like fetishistic focus. Like, they have, to get the Olympics in your city, you have to build new stadiums.
Right.
Yeah.
But I thought we found out that it tanks doesn't it crater your local economy always ultimately? So why do they want it there? What do they get out of it?
because the local economy's tanked, but
the people at the top of the local economy are doing great.
They've already invested.
And also, I think a lot of like people who are their like constituents are like, oh yeah, we had the Olympics here.
They want
good,
the clout.
Good job on that. That's
Yes. Oh my God, Natalie, that's it. They're cloud chasers.
Yes.
Allie, the biggest of them all. Oh no.
I mean, yeah.
Flexing.
Yeah.
Flex culture, I'll say it. It's gone too far.
I'll say it.
It's now $4.9 billion stadiums.
Yeah.
Doesn't it put it back on Mount Olympus? That's my solution.
Put it back.
It should
Put it
just be
back
there
where it belongs.
annually.
Yeah.
Doesn't that resonate with you as a video creator, though? Because I don't know about you, but every job I've had at a big site, they're always like, video doesn't make money. We just need it because, you got to have video. It's like the Olympics.
Right. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Swaim, they would put your face on something and be like, we have Swaim.
They're like, the site has a personality. Yeah, we're not a soulless corporate autocracy.
Yeah, we promise. Anyways, you don't want to look into what we're paying our writers.
Sure.
Yeah, it is kind of like the facade of it all, which is also what makes it attractive, I think, to the outsider. Like we were saying, the Olympics in itself is an attractive idea. Sure, teamwork,
I love when people do flips, but at what cost?
What cost?
That brings me to, we have another fun game we could play here.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why I said it like that, but we do.
Wonderful.
Natalie and Swim, if you're down, we have a game, again, from the NO-Lympics website called Who Said It, the LA Times, or a real estate website.
Oh, this is great because in my free time I peruse real estate websites, so I'm pretty well versed.
Oh,
really?
Wow. You know thine enemy.
That's my Olympics, yeah.
Dang.
Your Olympics is real estate. I think that the Olympics is real estate.
Yeah.
It's true. It's almost, it's like the architect's last chance to shine in a way.
Oof. Oh, that's profound. That's beautiful. Okay.
That's beautiful.
So, LA Times or a real estate website. Here's the first quote. Having watched downtown's recent developments and contributed with such projects as One Santa Fe and the 6th Street Bridge, Architect is quick to accept the fluid nature of the city, citing decades of transformation driven by economic need. The LA Times or a real estate website?
A little bit conceptual for a real estate website, but I don't know.
That's true.
Feels like the real estate equivalent of one of those recipe opening anecdotes. That was very developed.
Yes, there is some
so
perfect
prosy.
Contessa energy there. Yeah.
I'm gonna guess LA Times because it's so prosy.
All right, you are both correct. It is the LA Times.
All right.
The next one. For years, developers have sought to transform the derelict and often dangerous housing project into a mixed-income community of up to 1,800 stylish new apartments, along with chain stores and new streetscapes.
I love chain stores.
I mean, if I was writing real estate copy, I don't think I would want the phrase "derelict and often dangerous" to appear at all.
True, unless you're a bad writer, you might not know that would come off as.
Or if you were
possible.
playing a game of, I used to be a copywriter, and sometimes you could play a game of 4D chess for people who you don't think were paying attention.
Or they're looking for a
I used to be a copywriter too. Yeah.
a market where it's under, where they can lowball. Like, this vicious abattoir of a neighborhood. Like,
Exactly.
like that's gonna be cheap.
Okay, let's see. So are we going LA Times on this one?
I'm feeling LA Times.
I think so because of the derelict thing. Yeah.
The derelict thing. Unless a rogue 22-year-old. No, that's correct. That's the LA Times. Okay. All right. The entrepreneur named his company LiveWork, spelled LIVWRK, named his company LiveWork, a shortening of Live Work, because he believes neighborhoods thrive best when they are home to commercial and residential uses that engage people day and night.
I mean, how can you disagree with that?
Yeah. Oh no, let's close the loop.
First of all, that's already my vanity plate, but because I wrecked my liver with alcohol.
It sounds like Madonna rapping. You know what I mean? Live, Work.
No vowels.
I love a good no vowel startup. Like that's just like a beautiful way to convey a red flag. I feel like that might be a real estate website, but I don't know. It also doesn't sound like
website. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
feel that
agree,
too.
but only really because of the rhythm of a multiple choice test. You know what I mean? Like we got
Yeah.
to split trails at this point.
All of the above. Yeah, that's true.
Well, but unfortunately, I've led us astray.
Jamie!
Please don't let me lead the charge on anything because I'm dumb as rocks. Okay. Let's see. Here's another one. An L-shaped brick and timber loft building. The property is ideally situated to capture the neighborhood's quickly expanding demand for loft office and retail space.
I mean, if that's the LA Times, it's the LA Times impersonating real estate copy. Like,
Yes,
Yeah.
nefariously, yeah.
I'm like picturing it in that like Maria Bamford voice. Where
we were wrong
sounds
about the
like
other
her.
one.
Yeah.
Real estate all the way.
Okay. Yes, that is a real estate website. Okay, a couple more. The development will have a landscape public plaza with open seating and free events such as concerts. Food will be sold at multiple price points, including a $10 lunch, the developer said.
That's supposed to be cheap or expensive. What is it trying to sell?
What is in it? Okay, it has something for everyone. The architect said they are, quote, hopefully creating a good public space for the future for the whole community, unquote. Interesting use of the word hopefully.
Hopefully, maybe. You know, when we abandon it like a hermit crab, you guys can do what you want with it. We'll see.
Yeah. Our discarded giraffe.
Turn it into some sort of like resistance space eventually.
I also feel like $10 is the perfect price for lunch. It's not overrated, underrated. That is a rated lunch. $10.
That's true.
I, for
Ideal.
one, would. I mean, but what is in the lunch? Like, that's my question. What is the
What
lunch?
are the other price points?
Yeah.
Higher or lower?
Right.
Including, it doesn't even say that that's the top or the bottom. Yeah.
It also doesn't say like what you're getting at all from it. Like, what? Nobody's like,
I kind
what
of.
do I want for lunch today? Well,
I'd like food at a middling price point. Yeah.
I kind of like, being cucked by the lunch menu. Like,
Yeah,
be like,
me
give me
too.
$10 and you'll find out what's your and slap me in the face.
Do you want the $8 lunch or the $10 lunch? What kind of person are you? How much value do you have to society?
I feel like that's gotta
Like
be
like a
the
good
LA
sushi
Times.
place.
A good
Yeah, I think
$10.
it's
A $10 sushi plate would be good.
No, I'm
Yeah.
saying like when you accept it would be like $60, and you give them $60, and it's like, give me whatever you're feeling.
Yeah. Like you tell me what you thought this was.
You tell
worth.
me what I want. Yeah, I like that. I enjoy.
You tell me what. Ooh.
I actually enjoy the culinary submissiveness.
Yeah. You tell me, chef.
and I feel like that's like such a rich person thing. Like go to a like fancy like chef's table sort of restaurant.
Right.
But like to be able to get that from a $10 experience is pretty
Here's my
cool.
best $10 bill. Give me the good.
I think I've
tuna
like
salad.
panicked and done that before at like a McDonald's where they're like, "Do you want this or this?" And I was like, "I don't. What do you prefer?" And it's like, I'm wasting this person's time.
Like,
I think
prefer
that's
I
my
don't be
most,
here.
Like
Because it grab my
mom
tip.
thing. Like when I'm at a restaurant, I will be like, "What's your favorite thing?" to the
McDonald's at the McDonald's drive-thru window, like, which chicken sandwich do you think is the best? Like, do you think it goes well with the Diet Coke, or I don't know.
Should I go cheese or no cheese?
What do you suggest?
What would you do? Right, and I've been on the other side of that transaction and I have hated it. But
Oh, yeah, every
Terrible,
time.
terrible thing to do to someone.
My server friends are really divided on this because I've been obsessed with this phenomenon for a long time. I wrote a
Really?
crack sketch that we never shot about from the waiter's point of view, where the waiter being like, I don't fucking care. I don't want to tell you what I eat. Our taste buds are different. They shed every 7 years. I understand this. And then I had server friends shoot it down who were in the room who were like, I loved it when people asked me that. It broke things up. It gave variety to the day.
Yeah.
So divisive issue. I'm gonna say LA Times, Jamie and Maggie and Coach Grace.
I forgot what we were talking about. Okay.
We really got lost.
LA
Only
Times.
because of that mention of multiple price points. I don't know why a real estate website would mention
And the
that.
use of
I
the word
would like to
hopefully.
point out that Maggie has kind of been killing it.
Ooh.
At the
In the
hurdle.
game?
Yeah, I'm not saying like I view you as anything but trash, but like
Yeah.
I do think that
Yeah.
like I should recognize this, and if you keep at it, you know, maybe
Yeah. We could
maybe
kick Jamie
I'll
off
have
of the
like a
team
bit-
permanently.
Yeah, we can kick Jamie off of the team.
Amazing nagging from Coach Grace. Really good. Right.
Grace has been negging me every day.
For 5 years. This is their dynamic. They've talked about it.
Look, and it's an
I
established.
honestly don't even think that's our deal outside of this particular stream.
No, but I like to fall into the role of sub from time to time. I'm enjoying it.
As we all do in ordering.
Yeah. All right, do we say LA Times on that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
It's correct. It's correct. The $10 price point thing, that was okay.
We're slaying this challenge.
Yeah, we are. You guys are doing great.
While the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly slowed down activity, the impending arrival of the new NFL stadium and Crenshaw LAX line has heightened developer interest in the South Los Angeles neighborhood.
Oh no.
Ooh.
That sounds like
No.
a complete threat from beginning to end.
It's
Yes.
menacing.
Menacing.
And at the end, this will tell us which Sex and the City gal we are. Right?
Yes,
Is
yes,
that
Michael.
working? Okay.
Even though we know you're a Carrie.
I don't know. I'm kind of on. I feel like again a real estate website would not want to mention the COVID-19 pandemic, but maybe I'm off there. I don't know.
Because like, corporations are doing this thing now where they use it as an excuse to like guilt you into various things. Like I called Verizon yesterday because they fucked something up, and like I got a text after that was like, in these troubling times, we're here for you. But the point of the text was to get me to respond to a survey. It was like this, like they were just couching it and like, we understand how hard it is right now.
Yes.
But the questions were all like, "Hey, do you think we're here for you? Are we here for you? Yes? No?"
How convincingly are we selling this?
Yeah. Do you like the feeling of us breathing down your neck?
Again, there's something about a now more than ever message. I'm just like, you know what? Fine, hit me. See if I care. I feel like this is. So, do you think it's a real estate website based on that?
I think it's real estate only with the mention of South LA neighborhoods. That feels very.
I don't know anything about anything outside of esports. I don't know who
I think
it's from.
that's
but
yeah.
Yeah, I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage not living in LA.
This is true. Yeah, you're
It's
really
true.
you're giving us the Boston perspective.
Yeah.
Jamie, you're also from not from Boston, but
Baltimore.
You're in Baltimore, Natalie, right? And then
Yeah,
I'm from Boston, which is I don't know. It could be better.
I met my
I lived
first
in Boston
person
for
who
2
likes
years.
living in
Oh,
Boston.
you didn't?
Yeah,
The other
yeah.
one.
I was in school.
That's the place to do it. That's the. I was
Yeah, it's
revisiting.
it's a very popular school city.
It's all 19-year-olds screaming at all hours. I revisited my only memory of a frat house the other day where I stole a bunch of pool balls because no one was paying attention to me. And then I got banned. So
How'd they find out
There
that
you
you stole the
I don't think I was doing it very subtly. A very drunk 19-year-old.
Jamie, your boobs look like two.
They're so long. Jamie, you go to a doctor right now. You've got sudden onset breast cancer. Like, just full of tumors.
Yeah, but then turned out now you're just stealing.
It's a great city, actually. I changed my mind. Okay, let's try real estate for this, maybe. Maybe?
Great, let's go for it.
That's right. That's right. I hate that. Oh my god, what a depressing sentence. And there has been. So to wind back to people should be donating to this stream. We're supporting Knock LA, who has been publishing a number of in-depth articles about the construction going on in South LA. There have been multiple plans and actual executions of large venues and stadiums recently that have been displacing hundreds of thousands of people, housed and unhoused, and just kind of decimating historically Black and brown communities.
I think it's also important to say, even if you're a real piece of shit, do you, like, even if you don't care about, like, the people we've been talking about who will be affected by this, do you really want the Olympics in the city you live in? Like, do you really want to have to deal with the traffic and the bullshit that will bring? Again, if you're a piece of shit, you don't want to be, like, cranky for like a month and a half while this is like being prepared for and like all the construction, like even if you're a piece of shit, you should donate.
Yes, yeah, I mean, and that's the call to action for all the pieces of shit, which I think is critical.
Right. Knock LA did a wonderful piece about the new stadium and how many resources are being funneled into that.
$4.9 billion is how much it costs to build a football stadium, which I don't know what I would answer if I was asked how much something like that would cost, but that's like absurd.
That's absurd. Yeah. And rightfully, Knock points out that is all money that could be used to secure permanent housing, permanent public housing. And
it's also just something that, like, as we were talking about earlier, that the people who live in that community have no say in what is done with the space, you know.
And that last quote, the real estate website that you read, the subtext of it is like, don't worry, it's getting gentrified. So, you know, we're at a point where they're selling the idea that it's going to be inaccessible to certain classes of people.
Yeah, that's like part of the selling point, which makes it all the more.
Oh, I jumped over something. I really am blowing shit at
Have y'all played Dream Karate yet? Because I gotta know what that is.
What's Dream
No, we'll do that next for you, Michael.
I've just seen it on the menu, and it's it's like the thing that's named like a theme. You go to the restaurant and it's named like, you know, Lightning Thundercat, and you're like, oh, okay, what is that? Dream Karate's calling out to me. Yeah.
Whatever it is, I want to see Waluigi do it.
Wow.
Okay.
I didn't even jump at all.
I'm figuring this out.
My character looks like Ichabod with his get up. Very distracting.
I love how angry Waluigi gets. He's so mad. Yeah, I have to. I am realizing that my goal to be a horse girl, I'm now. I don't know when do you have to call it in terms of being a horse
30.
girl? Like when you
30.
All right, so it's coming on. Time is limited. I've still got a
hard stop at 30.
Hard
to be a horse woman.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Natalie makes a good argument.
Horsewoman to me connotes like a half horse.
Yeah, different connotation.
Yeah, at that point you've chosen the lifestyle and really have just decided to commit.
It's like I blew my chance at being a horse girl when I had the chance, and then just kind of retired.
Well, okay, you could be a horse girl and not own a horse. But I do think that, like, it doesn't feel fully like
unconsummated horse girl.
Yes, precisely.
I've just been waiting. The one time that I got a scholarship to religious horse camp, and there was a horse that died in front of, or like I don't know if she actually died, but she got down and didn't get up.
It sounds like she died.
So there's a lot of whatever.
Yeah, I think that even if she didn't die of her own accord, she was probably put down.
She was. Oof. I don't know. Has anyone on the stream ever looked at YouTube videos of horse dental procedures?
Oh God! Only every night to fall asleep. Why?
Like you can, use it in place of ASMR if that's kind of your thing.
Well, great. We have another friend / athlete coming in, and that's Cody Johnston.
Hi, Cody.
My friend Cody, news dude Cody.
I didn't know Cody was coming.
Yeah.
Is he here?
He's here, but he's gonna be silent until he decides.
He's here.
Everyone, be quiet. Great.
I trust. So 30 is when you become a horsewoman. I can
30 is when you
work
become
with
a
that.
Can I ask an adjacent question? How
Yeah.
old, how old do you let go of the idea that you'll ever hike the John Muir Trail? Because I've been grappling with that this morning. Very
The John Mayer Trail?
the John Mayer
John
Trail.
Mayer Trail.
That's what I heard.
Her
body's a
strum a classical
wonderland.
guitar the whole way. Yeah.
Let's start at the beginning. What the fuck is that? And then we'll go from there.
Oh, the John Muir Trail is the trail that John Muir of Yosemite fame or national parks. You know, he went camping with FDR and was like, "You should do national parks." Or Teddy, maybe? Teddy, I think.
Okay.
Camping with Teddy Roosevelt was like, "You ought to do national parks." That guy. There's a trail named after him that's just like the quintessential. If you want pine trees and shit, that's the trail. And it takes like 2 to 3 weeks to hike.
You're not gonna do that.
I had one friend do it alone, and he almost died. And then I just had a couple of friends come back yesterday and say, "Yeah, we just hiked the John Muir Trail." And I'm like, "Really? I thought I'd aged out of that, but now I'm kicking around the idea of maybe I can do that and my knees won't splinter." But they probably will.
They probably
What's the
will.
cutoff for that?
How important is it to you to do it?
The cutoff was yesterday. Sorry. Guys,
How old are you?
What is
36.
Yeah, 36
It was
is
yesterday.
it. Like the day you turned
That is
36.
it. It was today, right? I felt it ticking over this morning.
I'm sorry. What game are we
This
playing
is
right now?
Dream Karate. This is what you wanted,
What
Michael.
sport is this?
I want to welcome Cody, and also in a minute we're going to have actual journalist Seriously with us.
Huge insult to Cody.
Yes. So yeah, Cody.
Completely understandable.
Yeah. Cody, you can just continue to shut up if you want.
Will do. I'm more than happy to watch this silently. But thanks for having me. Hi, how's it going?
Hey, buddy. What's
Can
up?
anyone tell me what this game?
Yeah,
Is dream karate? Is it karate in someone's dream, or is it karate with dreams?
I think they're trying to be like,
Is that what
this is
we're-
obviously
Is that what this
the
is?
ideal form of, like, this is like if we could do this in real life.
The dream karate
Really, we
situation.
would. Everyone at Grants, this would be karate. If we could.
It's what everyone wanted karate to be.
Karate in its final form. Oh God. Oh.
I'm really.
Wow.
I guess you must win by having the most blocks, right?
I guess. Oh, and
Dream-
we lost.
We lost.
Good.
Okay.
We lost to a baby. Great.
This does feel like
Wait, Bowser Jr. is not a baby.
How
he
old
not?
is Bowser Jr.?
He's actually 17.
Also, for
He's younger than Bowser.
Oh my God.
I don't believe you.
No, he's 17.
I don't believe
He can drive a car.
Wow.
He can join the military.
Can't rent one though.
No.
That's true. No.
Well, nowadays there's apps, but
Let's have a full discussion. And as new streamers, I feel like this is the
I'm
content
just
that
really
people
committed to the
really
truth,
want.
you know. Like,
Oh,
Okay,
wonderful.
great. Oh, guys, we have a very special treat. I would like to welcome an actual journalist into our midst. We are all just plebes, doing our best to understand the Olympics and all its intricacies. But yes, we have a very special guest with us.
Yes. Welcome, Cerise. How
Hello.
are you?
hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Cerise had a one of the best articles.
I think the defining series of Knock thus far.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, a tradition of violence that came out. Was it March of this year, Cerise?
Yeah, March of this year, and it ran for 2 weeks.
Oh shit! Is that the sheriff gangs?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Grace, we have cool
Right,
people
yeah.
on, okay? Okay.
Yeah, that was really cool.
And you've been reporting that out ever since, and amongst other things, could you tell us a little bit about how that came about and the amount of labor and effort and time it took to put a series like that together?
Yeah, definitely. that you racing a car?
That was me. Sorry, actually, we're on a. I don't know if you're watching the stream, but we're in a sidecar.
Yeah, we're in a sidecar right now.
Yeah, so it came about because, let's see, last summer I was working at a local radio station and I was covering the protests that were happening around LA following the murder of George Floyd. And while I was doing that, I was actually shot with a less lethal munition by LAPD, and the resulting injuries put me on bed rest for a really long time, and I couldn't work or really do anything like I had been doing for really my whole life. I couldn't like walk or go out and report in the field like I had been doing. So I figured the best way to make use of my time was to start researching a topic that has fascinated me for my entire life, and that is gangs in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And I spent the next 6 months doing a very intensive investigation, reading over thousands of pages of lawsuits, different county reporting, and the information that I found came to be what is the 15-part series, Tradition of Violence.
And well, what a tradition it is, unfortunately.
It is, yes, extremely in-depth, and just the amount of research and detail and personal risk you took in putting it together is so incredible. And it feels like, I mean, I know that you've been very critical of, public, like not, what am I trying to say? Like commercially owned news outlets.
Yes,
in the past. And what about doing this series for a place like NOC? What does NOC and just independent journalism in general bring to the table that you couldn't have done somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, well, this wasn't really a story that other more mainstream outlets were interested in publishing. It was something that I definitely inquired about, but it just wasn't something that they really wanted to do. What I did with my reporting, it was just me. I think, places like the Los Angeles Times, they're much more equipped to do stuff like this, but because they have teams of people, right? And they have a lot of financial resources that just me and a place like NOC LA, which is, run completely on donations, they have a lot more capital than we do. So it's something that they could have done many years before I did. They certainly had access to the information, but it wasn't done. And I think that just speaks to, just sort of like long-standing, racism and other prejudices that are still very much present in the media landscape today.
Yeah, we were going over a little earlier just like the NO-Lympics history of conflicts of interest within LA media and the Olympics specifically, and the extent that it goes back to it goes back to the 30s, but also like specifically around the 84 Olympics. It makes your head spin how few disclosures were made between owners of the papers and people who overlapped with the IOC or were directly involved with it, and just all of these kind of like, it just feels like impossible conflicts of interest that are present within media as well. It's just nuts.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately something we still see today. I mean, like blatantly in financial interests like that, or even like the more insidious versions, I think, which is, not doing stories because you're afraid of losing access to people that are doing bad things.
Yes.
Absolutely. This was a question I asked John Peltz as well, but I want to make sure I'm getting every reporter's insight on it. Do you think that Quibi failed because people were not commuting to work, or was it another reason?
You're asking the important questions, Jamie. I'm glad you're bringing
I just want to make sure, and everyone on in the chat, please feel free to sound off on your opinions Like it's a vital conversation that's just not being had.
Well, I mean, share your opinions if you're coming from a place of authority. Right? Like if you don't know.
That's not too
about
important
the
to me.
topic.
Cerise, you're a professional. What do you
Yeah,
think?
what do you think, Cerise?
Oh my. I don't really know. I never really was on the platform or anything. I'm not really sure what they were offering.
You and no one else was on the platform, Cerise. You and no
I
one
was
else.
watching the show where Titus Burgess threw cannons of food into people's faces. I watched that one.
Why? Why was that happening?
Very
Let me just throw
unclear.
a few words at you
Yeah.
that I think you'll like, right?
Uh-huh.
Short form content.
Love.
Pretty nice, huh?
Oh, that's the end of the list.
B tier celebrities.
Incredible.
I just
Chance
wanted
the Rapper pranking.
I want to welcome, just real quick, Sarah Zed just joined us in chat as well.
Hey, hope everyone's doing well.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Also, our
Hi.
friend Brody is also here.
Wow, there's a lot of people in the chat. Hi,
Guys.
everybody.
This is the most people I've hung
Party
out
line
with.
is popping.
Quarantine.
I wish Cody would stop dominating the conversation so much. It's really
Yeah.
Sorry,
really-
I'm still thinking about Bowser Jr. and how he's 17 years old, but also apparently wearing a bib.
And diaper. I know.
It
I'm on your
appears he's
side,
wearing a
Cody.
bib.
He
What is
just
it?
came from a lobster bake or whatever. Yeah.
He's the son of a king.
Oh,
So he's constantly eating
The bib has
lobster and other messy, expensive foods. You know?
That's great. Well, I do want to let Natalie go because I don't want to keep her all day. But Natalie, yeah, I guess the final question is, as an athlete, do you think you're going to compete in the next Mario and Sonic Olympics?
Knowing what we know.
Yeah, we'd like your final decision before you leave.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if it's, I don't know, dream tennis, psychedelic curling, something like that.
Yeah, they're really trying to cater to you specifically, Natalie.
I know, it's a lot of my
Natalie
interests. Yeah.
Make Natalie win a playable character in the next Sonic Mario Olympics.
Yeah, and like trance state ice dancing or whatever.
Yeah.
She just is in the corner.
I've been saying that Sonic and Mario at the Olympics Games as a series needs more trans characters. It doesn't even have Birdo.
This is true.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have Birdo.
That's true.
The one that, yeah. The one
Well,
Gotta get cast as Birdo in
file a
the movie.
complaint.
Oh, is
yeah.
anyone cast as Birdo?
I don't think so.
Wow.
Well, I
Tom
can't
Holland, right?
say.
Yeah, I was
yet.
gonna say, Grace. I know you're under
can't,
NDA, but
I might have news soon.
Birdo. You would make a great Birdo.
You would.
Mm.
You would.
With the state of voice acting, Birdo's probably James Corden, right?
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
That made me so sad.
I'm so sorry.
That's real
That made me
sad.
so sad.
I can't believe we had to watch him as a CGI mouse and cat in the same 16-month period. It's very funny.
That's real sad.
It's a very unkind thing to do, I think.
Sarah,
James Corden knows every step on the food chain.
Yeah.
He also got booked in my nightmares, so I see him almost every day.
oh no,
Oh, yeah.
Brody.
Yeah.
My darkest thought on James Corden is that
He's funny.
He's gonna,
Said he's phenomenal. I mean, triple threat.
he's gonna have a dramatic renaissance at some point and win an Oscar.
Oh,
My darkest thought is that in 20 years he's gonna have the cachet
Yeah.
to do a Holocaust movie or something.
Oh, no.
And win
Banned
an
from
Academy
the
Award.
BAFTAs.
No.
Banned from the Baptist.
He's banned from the
Well, he'll
BAFTAs.
play
He
a
has to be.
persecuted gay man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
so,
God.
yeah.
Yes.
He'll play-
Yes.
We do need a gay Holocaust movie. That would win a lot of awards, I think.
They just redo Bent with James Corden. It's a play.
Oh, God.
Okay, I just have to point out I'm seeing that Knuckles is from America in this game.
Yes, I've been thinking about that. Waluigi just has the fucking Waluigi play.
Jamaican
Yeah, they're
erasure.
not.
Yes, you're right, Brody. He's
Waluigi
He
is
left.
not Italian. Mario is not Italian.
Mhm.
Which I have questions. There's
How do you
Yeah.
think Knuckles hair feels. Because I think it might not be hair. I think it might just be flesh appendages.
Oh, nice.
Like, I guess it would probably feel like a penis that isn't a penis.
Doesn't
like
everything?
Let's
talk about
big, fleshy.
That's true. Everything.
I
and
think it's
nothing.
one piece. Yeah, I think it's like a big, fleshy thing that tapers to a point, like that Star Trek alien race.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Twi'leks.
There you go.
Is that Maggie?
I knew that would get Cody to speak.
That's me.
That's right.
Sorry.
You mean the Twilight?
Okay, so in the original Sonic, actually.
Yeah, Natalie has to head up.
Natalie. Thank you so much.
Star athlete,
Thank you so much for
Natalie.
having me on, and thank you to everyone who donated.
Great. And Natalie, I was just joking earlier. You can go home any way you want playing Stardew. And I won't say anything.
I'm gonna go look up how to do it because it seems to be upsetting a lot of people, and I'm gonna try to take accountability and do better.
Terrorizing the gamer
Yeah.
community.
All right, bye everyone.
Great. Bye. Thank you. We also want,
Yeah, wait, who is still with us? There's so many people in the chat.
If you're cycling people out, I think it's my time because I got to go pick up my car.
Swain, get the hell out of here.
Your poor car.
What kind of car do you have?
What kind of car do you have?
Honda Civic that is leased.
Yeah, you don't need to go.
I'm not super attached to it. Yeah, we're not in a committed relationship.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna physically pick it up. That's my Olympic event.
Well, great. Before you go, Swain, are you gonna commit or drop out of being in the next Mario Sonic Olympic game?
Oh, the Mario Sonic version? Absolutely. Always count me in.
Great. Okay, so we're really getting the opposite answer that we're wanting.
Everyone's
Did you want to know? I've missed the entire point of this effort. I just want to say fuck you to everyone who just said it, right?
Yes. Yeah, you're getting it, Swain. Yeah.
Everyone's like, yep, sounds sick.
All right, then I wash my hands of the entire thing. I walk.
Smart. Well, thank you for
All right,
coming by,
thanks,
bud.
This was delightful. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.
Of course. Bye.
Just crossed 2,000.
Oh, cool, guys! We just hit $2,000. Oh my god!
Wonderful.
I want to ask Cerise. I have another knock-related cue for you.
Yeah.
Which is what are I mean? I know that knock covers a lot of undercovered issues in LA. Are there specific topics that you're interested in continuing to cover? Are there things that are completely not covered in major media outlets at all? I'm kind of curious in your insight there.
Yeah, one thing that I'm really interested in covering is this little thing called the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Hold on.
That's sort of
Hold on.
Wait, you
Okay,
mean
okay,
people pay
okay.
to protect and serve?
Yeah, those guys. Really, I mean, it's really just sort of like become my primary focus because the series was able to rustle up so many tips, sources, other information, and yeah, it's a deluge. I'm still wading through. There's a lot that I want to work on and pursue, so that's very much my focus. But other great things at Knock that are happening. I really love John Peltz's work. John spoke to earlier. Yeah, he's doing a lot of great reporting around City Hall and the response to the unhoused crisis. Yeah, a lot of great work being done over at Knock.
Absolutely. John just put out a wonderful article for anyone watching, listening, who want to read some fun articles. But yeah, he just put out an article about, I'll read the title, as City Council and the City Attorney prepare to enforce the new anti-camping ordinance, Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority is being kept in the dark.
Right, which is a little of what we were talking about with him before, about the ins and outs of LASA and how they, I mean, essentially just how complicated that issue is and how kind of inaccessible it is to most people. And yeah, John's reporting has been amazing and just kind of unpacking what those issues are and how LASA could could be better serving our community, and for all these reasons.
Yeah. And one of the things that I love about Knock is, again, as a layman, there's like a friend speaking to you, they're very accessible.
As a huge fucking idiot, it really has helped me to understand these big issues.
Especially something with like again, like the Olympics is a very complicated issue. But yeah, both Knock and No-Olympic LA has just made it so simple and very like, here's the 3 big reasons why it would be bad. It's so easily digestible for someone even like me that's like, wait, I love athletes. What?
Yeah, news should be accessible. It shouldn't be like extremely difficult to understand and like, I don't know. So keep donating is what we're saying, so that Cerise and John can continue to do what they do so well.
Right.
And Lisa as well.
We do actually have a whole list of donations that we could read.
Okay.
If this is fun for the crowd.
People love this. We have $150 from Jeffrey McCourtney.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
$10 from my favorite hackers at Anonymous.
Thank you, hackers at Anonymous.
Is Jeffrey McCourtney the beautiful soul guy?
He was in the Beatles.
Soul. Oh, okay.
Yes, in the Beatles. Yes.
Jeffrey McCourtney. $20 from Max, $50 from JD, $20 from Benny Wayne Sully.
Oh,
okay.
Benny.
Vicky Christina Barcelona. Okay, $10 from Ariana Lenarski, $70 from Crystal, and $5 from Brent Galen. Thanks, everybody.
We've got $11.32 from KDS.
Love
Is
it.
that some sort of code?
I think they were getting it to 69 cents.
Okay.
And what does that mean?
Can someone
we'll talk later.
It's a sex thing.
I'm worried about
It's Brody. It's a sex thing.
Or numbers a sex thing.
Grace and I will sit you down and give you.
But just as like so you can prepare. It's a sex thing. Just so you can emotionally be ready.
Right. So maybe take a couple
And
days.
what is that?
Oh yeah. Well,
you're cool, Brody.
Brody,
get excited because it's pretty cool.
I've been showing off my sex medal all day. I came second place in.
Brody, you're
sex
talking
nationally.
to a person who came in second place.
At sex.
You came.
So I'm not the person to go to, but I am a person to go to.
We've got, speaking of 69, we got a donation of $69.69 from Aaron Burr Sr.
Aaron Burser.
Aaron Burser.
Aaron Burser.
Thank you, Aaron. We got $11 from Rotisserie Chicken.
Wow.
Huge supporter of the cause. We've got $20 from the hackers at Anonymous.
Nice.
I appreciate you guys, Anonymous, but the thing is, you keep splitting your donation into a bunch of little donations, just to get shouted out again and again and again and again, which seems a little vain to me.
They're theatrical.
And maybe
They have to
yeah,
try
yeah,
to do
very
the hacking.
Right. Yes. It's just, but yeah.
Yeah. They're very busy.
Yeah.
We got $15 from Penguin, which is always nice to have the support of the only other sentient species
This is true.
on planet Earth.
This is true.
We've got $10 from Jasmine, $100 from Robert Hammer. Robert Hammond.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Hey Robert, consider changing your last name just a little bit. We got $4 from Small Bits.
Small beans.
We got $111.11 from Bree Holland.
Nice.
Wow.
Thank you, Bree.
Yeah.
We got $20 from Alice Lee.
Thank you, Alice.
And we got $9.89 from Daniel Geit.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thanks, guys. You will all be getting secret letters in the mail.
You're all
Really
being
weird numbered donations that I think anytime someone donates just a 20, it's like a crisp $20 bill.
There's putting it in the mail.
Yeah, and I feel like
sealing
it's illegal. And like, where did you get this? Did you right from the bank? Weird.
Cerise, we want to make sure that we're not taking up too much of your time, too. I
Yes.
keep forgetting to look at the time because we're incredible streamers and it's coming to us very naturally. But before we let you go, is there what is the question you've been asking that I keep forgetting?
Well, you asked the Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Oh,
What you
well, I
you
asked
asked
my
the
question, which
cookie.
was about Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Right. But I think we could ask. If you were an athlete, do you think you would participate in the next Olympics?
Well, and you are an athlete too.
That's
You're
true.
a skater.
You're a skater. That's right.
I am not an Olympic skateboarder.
Yes.
Those 13-year-olds kick my ass.
They're really scary. I'm really impressed that you skateboard around them at all.
I took a pretty good spill yesterday and messed up my leg, which I'm very proud of. Would I participate in the next Olympics? No, I'm not an athlete.
What about as like a vendor or
Oh, yeah, would you
like
sell
an
slings and hot
influencer?
dogs?
Like
We're just
posting on your
baiting people.
Instagram, like,
Yeah.
watch they'll do. Or
Not as a vendor. I would probably, if I was asked to cover it, probably would, but I would cover it from the outside and very
Yeah, what
much
would you
focus
what
on
would you
like
cover it in?
displacement and negative effects of the Olympics.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Anyone interested can actually go to No Olympic LA and look up a very convenient reporting guide.
Yeah.
That they made for journalists.
Right. And that's a lot of what Knock LA is doing and will continue to do with the money you're donating, presumably right now.
maybe like buy some swords,
And they're
smoke bombs. You
now
know,
you're pandering to Brody.
Yeah, you're paying just to Brody.
All right, smoke bomb.
Woo!
Thanks for joining
We're
us,
gonna
Cerise.
stop this.
Yes,
this
thank you
Olympic
so much
Games,
Cerise,
no matter
for
what.
joining. And anyone listening, please read her wonderful work. We'll
with
link it in the description, in the video.
A tradition of violence, baby. It's very important stuff.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me. See you later.
Of course.
Of
See you later.
course. It's so fun to get someone that knows what they're talking about.
Well,
true.
I am an actual journalist, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah. Have
what-
you ever
I
even
journal
listened
every
to the
day.
Dark Week?
Cody is kind of a journalist.
Don't even try.
Your second news anchor host.
I read.
Who is your favorite person?
I do.
Cody can famously read.
Cody can famously read.
Able to read
Right.
out loud too, not
Yes.
just in my head.
This is
Mhm.
true.
Yeah, and there's a
Yes.
cadence to it as well.
There is.
Many
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know this, but I was a journalist for like half a decade, and now I'm dumber than sin. I don't know how I did that.
It's a natural progression.
What were your beats?
I was a music journalist.
Oh,
and
well,
then
there you
I
go.
was a policy journalist for a year in
Well,
Minneapolis.
there you go.
I went to some
It's
meetings.
fucking tough, yeah.
And then I ran our opinion desk for a bit, and the Wall Street Journal ran one of the editorials I wrote, but with a new headline. And the headline was, "College students argue against free speech."
Nice. Incredible.
That's so real. Well, speaking, we have a real journalist.
One of the best.
Joining. Oh my god. Emily, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming.
Every time people call me a journalist, I'm like, really? Is that what you think I do?
Oh, Emily, you are a journalist. I've been reading your work since I was quite young.
Well, see, now don't say that either.
Emily, when I was born, my mother gave me one of your articles.
Emily, I was just watching Succession for the first time, and it was like part of my tradition as I finished each episode was to like go back and read your recaps to make sure that I understood what was happening. And
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
incredible. Yes.
Well, Emily, you're also, yes, you're a journalist. I know you're embarrassed, but you're also a famous athlete.
True.
Yeah. And I was just wondering randomly, Cody, you can also answer this because you didn't answer
And
earlier.
Sarah as well.
Oh, yes.
I might never answer.
Smart. You too, Brody.
Yeah, I guess now that we've said it, no one's answered.
Yeah, you know what? You've also avoided the question as to why you're a famous athlete. Jamie, of course, is famous for getting second place in the Sex Olympics.
Yes.
I, of course, got 3 nuts on my famous tree climb. That's been thus far unbeaten. So
I think Grayson's our coach. In
I'm
both
the
of those
coach.
things.
Yeah.
And I'm constantly being disappointed. I mean,
Tanya Harding situation.
I just don't even know like why I trained you if you only got second place at the Sex Olympics.
That's true.
I don't know what me coaching you about would be like.
Took a fall.
I got Grayson an earpiece and just like, come on! And then I got nervous.
Pump and climb.
All part of it.
Right.
It's all part of it.
Well, I'm gonna put Emily on the spot first.
Yeah.
So, Emily, what have you been competing in these days?
I think that there was a miscommunication because I'm not an athlete. I am instead a world-class recording artist. I have won Grammy for Album of the Year 3 times, most recently in 2020 for the album Folklore, which I put out in the middle of quarantine. So, yeah, that's what I'm good at.
I forgot you were playing the opening ceremonies at the Mario and Sonic Olympics that we're trying to cancel.
I was.
Yeah.
Right.
I sang the Olympic theme of the Mario and Sonic Olympics, which is
Can we get a little taste of that one more time?
Yeah. It was so beautiful. All of us are waiting on bated breath.
Go for the gold, whether ring or coin. Go for the gold. Go for the gold. You got this, girl. Go for the gold. It's time to win. Go for the gold. Everyone loves Mario.
Wow. It makes me, I'm like, so I don't know if you're watching, but it's like, it brings a tear to my eye every time I hear it.
Chris, what's your professional music journalist opinion on that song?
Oh yeah, you want to rate that, Grace?
Yeah, I think that like it's doing things I haven't seen in a while.
Wow.
You know.
No wonder you stopped.
haven't heard that one before. Yeah. That's where
Got like a very musical quality. Like
It was really a song. It had lyrics and a melody.
If she'd been slower, it would have been spoken word, but inspired to go slightly faster and to string them together ever so slightly.
And then at the end, the last sentence of your review is just like evocative. Sarah, what sports have you been competing in?
For Canada.
Yeah, I actually set the speed record for words per minute spoken at the new speech category.
Oh.
I believe that.
Incredible. I know, right? I'm having to force myself to slow down right now.
Ooh. I mean, that's also a very contested category.
I was about to say, people can speak very, very quickly,
Yeah.
but you are speaking quickly with the best of them.
I feel like you must have a lot of millennials in your group. I feel like you grew up with fast talkers.
It's true. It's a pretty tough category this year, but I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna represent the Maple Leaf, and I think it's gonna be a very good time. In the auctioneer category, that's the tough one. That's where they really get you.
Oh my God! Are you gonna go for it this year?
I mean, why not? You know.
Wow.
I'm not here to show moderation.
I've been to Canada twice during the Olympics for some reason. I was there in 2016 during the Summer Olympics, and I turned it on, and CBC was like, well, our boys and girls, they fought really well today. Good for them. I turned it on in 2018 during the Winter Olympics, and they were like, fuck every other country. We're going to destroy them all.
Yeah, that's the Winter Olympics.
Yeah.
So like they did their best, and I'm really happy for all the effort that they put in.
Yeah, Canadians, they get a rap for being kind all the time, but you guys are only kind when you have nothing at stake, you know. When there's something there. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Handed Canada's.
Yeah. Winter's where the claws come out.
You don't know how cold.
We've suffered for this.
Yes, we live and die by the snow.
It's true.
Brody,
That's why
Cody.
I moved to Vancouver, they took my Canadian card away.
Ah,
It doesn't snow there.
Brutal. Wow. Kicked out of your own country while still being in your country. That's
harsh.
rough.
Really-
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, Brody, what are you a famous athlete for? I mean, I've definitely seen you in the news and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay out of the news as much as possible these days. I am banned from the city of Long Beach from the
Wow.
Sword Expo, where I was
That
crowned
it's hard to be banned from Long Beach.
Crowned unbeatable, so we had to kick him out.
I mean, it's really your choice, though, to be banned.
Yeah.
Because, like, if you are unbeatable, you could just go in.
I
really give
you
it
know,
to
when you've championed the land, the only option is to mosey by foot through the deserts until you find the next expo nominee.
Wow, so that's where you are right now. You're in the middle of the desert heading to your next.
I'm actually getting really good Wi-Fi though. It's
Wow. Hot damn.
I see there's some water in the distance, so I should be good to go.
Oh, that's definitely real. Yeah, I think just keep walking towards that for as long as you can.
It's definitely real.
Yeah.
Definitely not an illusion.
Not made up. Should we switch
I'm getting
games?
real thirsty.
Yeah, guys, I don't want to get too excited, but the other game we have,
Truly despicable.
Truly despicable, and also, Emily, I've heard that you kind of know a lot about this game.
I do.
Okay. Great. We're gonna.
Is this in the thumbnail? Is this the game that was in the thumbnail?
Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, Cody. I was actually gonna message you about this too to see if you knew anything about it.
It seems like the perfect time.
It seems like the perfect time. Police Quest was the other game that we're gonna play this stream. Hell yeah. Jamie, do you know anything about the history of Police Quest?
No, I know truly nothing about the history of Police Quest, and it's not as intuitive as Mario and Sonic Olympic games to understand what it's about.
Yeah, that one
So-
really just sells the concept and the title.
It really does. You get it right away.
It knows what it wants to be.
But Police Quest, I know very little about. So, yeah, Emily and Cody. I mean, let us know. What is it?
Yeah, Emily, if you want to give it, if you want to go ahead and introduce, I pulled up the Wikipedia article so I can back you up.
Are we playing Police Quest Open Season, the fourth game in the series, or are we playing one of the first three?
There's how many of them?
There are technically 7, but only 4 are like Police Quest. The other 3 are called SWAT. They're from the same series, but you don't care. If you're playing one of the first 3, they're about a police officer in a city in California investigating crimes. So like there's sketchy stuff there just from the premise, but the 4th one is truly one of the most heinous games ever made. So I'm curious which one we're doing, but God, there are even more SWAT games than I remembered.
There's infinite
like
SWAT
Leisure Suit Larry games. I can't
Yes.
see that.
Yes, the first
Space
Police
Quest or
Quest,
any of those.
the first Police Quest was co-designed and co-programmed by Al Lowe, who is the Leisure Suit Larry guy. So we'll just occasionally have really bawdy humor, like in a Leisure Suit Larry game, in the midst of I'm going to pull over these people for traffic violations or something. The first game is famous because it's literally you're just like a patrol officer and you drive around and pull people over and give them tickets, and then eventually you defeat a drug lord. That's your progression there.
Yeah. Just an average day of the normal policing of everyday policing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm seeing that this game was created or conceptualized by Daryl, former police chief Daryl F. Gates.
Yes.
Famously one of the worst.
So here's how the progression of Police Quest. It's created by a company called Sierra Online, which is the company that made King's Quest, Leisure Suit Larry, Space Quest. And there's this guy named Jim Waltz who's in a shooting incident with the California Highway Patrol, and he has PTSD from that, so he quits the force.
Okay.
And he's just hanging out in Oakhurst, California, which is where Sierra was based. And it's a big company town, and he just randomly meets the CEO of Sierra, and the CEO of Sierra is I've always thought we should do a police themed adventure game. Adventure games were the format where you go around and gather inventory and solve puzzles and tell stories and all that. So this guy's name is Jim Walls, and he's like, okay, I'll do this. They make Police Quest. It's based on his time in the CHP. They make Police Quest 2, they make Police Quest 3. We can dig into that more later. Then he leaves Sierra under still mysterious circumstances, goes off to another company. Sierra's like, we need to bring in another police officer to give this game credibility. Who should we bring in? They bring in Daryl F. Gates, the chief of police in Los Angeles during the Rodney King incident. Who became famously embattled for being like, well, my officers are all good boys. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but it was he definitely contributed to the situation around what happened there. So they bring him in, and they're like, I don't understand why this is controversial. The game actually at the time got pretty good reviews. Not because, people were like, we agree with Daryl F. Gates' politics, but because it was kind of groundbreaking for what it was. But it also caused controversy because it featured a lot of heavily racist speech patois from, various black characters, which Daryl F. Gates claimed to have had nothing to do with. And the woman who wrote it used to work for America's Most Wanted. And she claimed that the dialogue was an homage to a rap song. I don't remember which one. But,
fuck off!
Every single detail you share.
So you're telling me the police game was racist?
And the other thing about this game that I share is that if we just play a 30, 45 minutes of it, we're not going to get to this. But the ultimate perpetrator is a trans woman. It's
cool. Oh my god!
I also talk like a homage to a rap song, so.
It fits. It definitely fits into the early '90s trend of we've seen Silence of the Lambs, and we are going to strip even what nuance was in that movie out of this, and be like, trans women are killers. So it is an offensive game on 16 different levels. And if we have any other police quests, I would encourage us to play those. If we should not end our lives. But, yeah.
Wow. And it conceptualized by one of our city's most notorious fascists.
Yes.
Exactly.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And then people were like, this is really bad. He was like, oh, I had nothing to do with that. And then a woman was like, I did. And everyone was like, okay, fine. So he didn't have
Okay. Yes.
Oh, so we're gonna kill her.
That regular police think they're going on quests every day.
You're really
Such
hitting
an
the
interesting way to say that.
One of the really wild things about Sierra was how hard they worked to fit the word quest into every title of every game. They had a murder mystery that had, you couldn't be like Murder Quest, but they called it the Colonel's Bequest because it took place around the reveal of a will. So, fitting the word quest into titles was a thing that they did, and it eventually strained credulity. Yes, police officers go on quests every day. They grab ladders and shove them in their pockets and then use them to defeat abominable snow monsters or something.
Oh my god. I'm so curious about the company that would make a game like this 7 times. That's fascinating.
7 times the charm, Jane.
Well,
Charm.
the first 4 games did not sell that well. They sold well enough to keep making them, but then when they switched it over to making SWAT, it was a huge, massive hit. People liked just being able to barge into people's homes and beat the shit out of them virtually. And that for some reason took off, but I don't know. The first 3 police quests, I think, in terms of media about the police, which is a fraught concept, are again, it's you pull people over and give them tickets, and then you stop a drug lord, and okay, and then the second game, you're a detective trying to stop a series of murders. So there, it is within the genre of police procedural, it's less offensive than some, while still being, carrying with it the offense of the genre itself.
Right.
Why it's groundbreaking is that it's just so boring and mind-numbing. Kind of
really?
you talking to people and investigating things. There's this whole genre of games, especially on PC, where there's like a really there's a game about lawnmowers right now that is blowing up just because it's so minute. People love details. People love to be bored and immersed, and they love to play games about cops. So it kind of blew
Yeah,
up.
like it's chores. It's virtual chores. Is what.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
God.
That is unfortunately one of my favorite gaming genres.
Oh, it's great. Even like
chores.
games
It's
like
great.
Red Dead Redemption, where it's like,
Yeah.
I'll play the chore part of this.
When there's a new chore update for The Sims, I'm buying it for sure.
You're like, yeah. Clean the counters and the floor. Oh my God.
I've been playing that.
$5 for virtual dirt.
Yeah.
Vacuum up.
Oh, I'm paying. Oh my God.
I love this. This is
I'll pay
fascinating
to do the
history.
laundry.
Yeah, that's truly it. Like,
I remember playing these games back in the day because I was like huge
Did
into like
you?
Space Quest and King's
Uh-huh.
Quest
Yes,
were like
yeah.
a jam, Day of the Tentacle, all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And I remember getting these because it was like another Quest game. It's got Quest in the title. I love this.
Mhm.
And I remember being so bored and like kind of weirded out. I was like 10 at the time, so like I didn't get the politics of it.
Right, yeah.
But putting all of this in context, it makes a lot of sense now. It's very
Yeah.
bizarre thinking about this.
And the first game is like famously very easy if you have the manual, because the manual is like, here's proper police procedure. And the game is very obsessed with you following proper police procedure, a thing we know the police follow all the time.
Right. That seems suspicious. Like almost they put that in the game to make you think that.
Does that go
Right,
away
that's-
with later games?
With later
They do
games,
it with
it becomes
SWAT too. Like SWAT, they were like, "Here's how you cut the pie." You'd like, "Here's how you are on the SWAT team."
Yeah, they in later games it becomes, well, in the later police quest games you're a detective, so it's more about solving a mystery. But yeah, in that first game you would like pull somebody over, then you would just go to the manual and type in literally what it says in the manual is proper procedure, and it would work out. If you didn't do it, you would like lose the game. So
Really good at this one.
Unlike what happens if you do not do that.
Then you get to like
Sorry, officer.
You win the
lock
game, really.
Yeah, at that point you're winning. So I just want to check. So we can't switch to the other game. Okay, so right, I don't think we're actually gonna be able to play Police Quest.
Why am I here?
I know, Emily. I'm really sorry.
Okay,
tried.
tried. Shout out to Will.
Shout out to Will who tried.
Well,
tried
who
their
did try.
best. But we'll play
Load
on
up
another.
Maniac Mansion would be great.
I mean, I do.
We
I
should
can-
honestly
oh my God.
the only game that I enjoy
Is Luigi's
playing
Mansion?
is I've never played Luigi's Mansion. I'm always playing Ace Attorney, which I feel like addresses how the justice system is built for no one and serves no one. And I'm like, wait, but I think it's actually playing a game of 4D chess, the Ace Attorney.
Yeah, Jamie, let's go into detail.
You know?
What you think of the Ace Attorney series?
I feel like, he's always getting framed for murder on a boat. He never commits the murder, and then he has to find loopholes in the legal system to continue to be an attorney and not incarcerated.
This
So,
is true.
a fabulous journey. A
true.
million out of 10. Was that a
Mhm.
good music review?
Those are incredible.
I
am really, truly hungover today.
Athletic
I'm
coaches.
sorry. I'm drifting in and out, but I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time on this couch. I'm not dead. Life is beautiful.
Life is beautiful.
I saw that you have Stardew Valley, and if you want me to
Ew.
bring my wife in so she can yell at you about how you're playing it wrong, and you should be doing it this way, which is what our
Wow.
co-op Stardew Valley turns into, I'd be happy to do that.
This is Emily. You and I need to talk because I also play with my partner, and we disagree on many runnings of the farm.
Wait, is Stardew Valley, this is going to sound really dismissive, is it just like Farmville but more expensive? Like,
You also get to fight monsters in caves.
Yeah, Sarah's on my side.
Okay.
Fair point.
There are things.
Stardew
That's
Valley.
cool.
Stardew Valley
You
is
can have,
nothing
wait, you
like
can have
Farmville.
romances?
Yeah, you can
Yes.
marry, have kids.
Yeah.
There's like a bunch of dateable NPCs.
Yeah,
you get to, like,
that's-
unlock their backstories.
So you're a farmer who dates?
Yeah, you're.
Yeah.
Wow.
Farmer dates.
There's magic too.
It's
that's better than
farmersonly.com, the video
It
game.
is.
Like,
It is actually though.
Yeah.
Not
Is that a real
inaccurate.
website?
Oh yes.
Oh,
I don't know.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Someone signed me up for Farmers Only.
What is it?
What? I have to
I
look
think
this up.
so, yeah. And not only that, but it appears that they are paying for a premium version of it.
Actually.
Welcome,
You can
Grace.
be gay on Farmers Only.
That actually is great.
City folks just don't get it. Is
I
their
don't have
tagline.
the password though. I'm worried that some's masquerading as me. But also,
No,
I
that
think
was
I
your
let it.
birthday.
I would love being catfished
I must
by
have
Farmer
messed up.
Grace.
Yeah, Brody's like, I thought you were okay.
Yeah, I got you the tractor package, which means you could haul
I
it
can
every day.
I was trying to find a friend of mine a date on farmersonly.com. Surprisingly large queer representation on farmersonly.com.
I'm sure.
By that I mean I was not expecting any at all, and no, there's quite a few queer folks on farmersonly.com. So
Yeah.
this is now an ad for farmersonly.com.
Remember how we said we were doing this with NO-Lympics?
It could be. Grace, if you found anybody.
If you're listening, farmersonly.com, we are willing to make this a commercial.
It's not too late. We still have an hour and a half to
The
do that.
sponsor for this live stream.
Right.
Oh,
Listen,
is
we haven't
that the
decided if we're going
magician
to.
dude down there?
Oh no, he lives.
Promo code
further down.
NO-Lympics.
No.
Who is that? Is that your house?
Yeah. Oh, this is the slime hutch. Have you not gotten this far?
No,
Sorry, I'm just
I
really
haven't.
good at this game actually. So
A slime hutch?
Yeah.
I literally play Homescapes. This is so much cooler.
Oh, Jamie, it seems like you pulled up a fun article.
I
you
have
can
I
talk
have
about
a
with our
question
friends.
for everyone in the chat, which is: does anyone have what they would consider to be an impressive Henry Kissinger impression
I can try.
that they would unleash if
I'm going to be I'm still alive.
Okay, I'm having a panic attack.
Both of you together, your harmonies like did something to my spine that made it.
It's like there's this demon and it opens his voice and there's like 5 Henry Kissinger voices.
If I can get my cat to purr into the microphone.
I have a friend who I don't know is my friend anymore now because
Great, ex-friend. We don't like him.
well, she essentially works for Henry Kissinger, and it's kind of I mean
essentially.
Wait, how? Yeah, how? What's he doing?
She changes diapers.
So she works for a non-profit that was founded.
Like pumps him full of like serum to keep him alive?
Yeah.
Funeral liquids.
It was founded by Henry Kissinger, who's still on the board, and this non-profit's
Sounds
whole
legit.
deal is funding American artists that they like to live in Germany for a year.
This is. I got like 500 questions that I want to ask.
And I secretly don't want the answer to like one of history's biggest losers. So what we have here.
Now I'm just imagining Henry Kissinger on The Biggest Loser. Really working hard to get those pounds up.
Maybe that'll
I mean, the
finally
idea
be
of
the
Henry
thing
Kissinger being out of breath
that makes
is
him
just-
die.
Yeah. The closer he is to. Oh, I can't say that on stream.
Maggie, who do you romance in this game? Who are you hooking up with?
Okay, so I've played many a couple times. So I've been around the block. But this game, I've decided to marry Maru.
Oh.
What
does that mean?
Yeah, please help
she's
us.
my girlfriend.
The programmer.
Cody. We love each other, kind of.
Oh, she's so cute.
Yeah.
Is she single?
She's single.
You haven't married.
I
her.
haven't married her. We're
But you're
seeing
working
each
on
other.
it.
Yeah. My second choice would be wizard.
Wait, you can romance the wizard?
No.
Oh,
I
damn
wish
it.
so, I know.
Fuck.
There are mods for that. You can install a mod that will let you romance the wizard. So
I love that.
I want to do that
In a
immediately.
relationship with himself.
Can you date Clovis yet?
No, but you can make him your roommate.
Yes, I know that.
What? Real quick.
Oh, okay. So wait, Grace and Brody, would you be willing to read something that Henry Kissinger did that is, I feel like, clearly illustrates how shady a lot of media conglomerates and connections and how unwilling certain publications are to criticize the Olympics? Is this op-ed from Henry Kissinger that was in the Los Angeles Times? It came out in June 2019.
He's got a great smile. Like, you can't take that away from it. I see how he got so far.
I put
He's a real charmer.
I put it in the chat, and we don't need to read the whole thing, but it is an absolute roller coaster of villainy. So, Grace, would you be down to kick it off?
Humanity has never lived under a single unified world.
Okay, but what could we?
This first part sounds like a sci-fi novel. It really does.
Order has been achieved
There.
only by shifting bounds of limited regions, and even then there have been inevitable.
I feel like I'm watching David Lynch's Zoo, dude.
Yeah, oh my god! Yes!
That was great.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, I hated
got
it, but I
every
think
single
that's
word of it.
Yeah, he's my
correct.
great uncle. So.
He-
I know the guy pretty well.
Mhm.
Makes a mean brisket.
But the way he's talking about shit here is just so.
He views it all as a game.
Yeah,
I don't think he views humans as humans.
No, he's made that very clear. But he says, but one bright spot in global relations has endured for more than a century, the Olympic Games. Under the auspices of the Games, the nations of the world come together despite the differences in culture and history that define their diverse systems. In the peaceful competition of the Olympics, the achievement of one nation encourages the effort of others, spurring all to new heights in human excellence. And it's just a full-on PR statement that was published in the pages of the LA Times around the time that the 2028 Olympic bid was going on, and it just seems like a weird use of newspaper space for a
I think
paper
he
that
knows who Mario and Sonic are, and
and so which one would he
facilitate the game being made.
I mean, if anyone's a real life Eggman, you know.
Yeah. Oh man.
This article's so weird. What?
It is very weird.
Going through, he's talking about. It's look to the Olympics for this this wider truth of we can get rid of conflict with this competition and it'll lead to peace and this stuff, and it's when do you think the Olympics started? How long has it been?
Right.
How much more time do you
It
need?
just says in 1894, is in this article. I think that we should replace the Olympics with a thing where everyone in the world competes in a foot race, and that's just it.
I mean, as athletes,
Honestly,
yeah.
How come every sport just doesn't have a championship once a year, and then we could get excited about those?
That's
how come we only get have fun about shot put once every 4 years? Can it be every?
Well, Brody,
third
you
week
obviously
of-
don't know anything about this shit because they
Obviously, I
They
don't.
do have a fucking. They have a championship
feud.
every year,
Chad.
but you don't care enough about it to keep up
You
with
don't
it.
care enough about farmers to log on to your account that I
Your
got
own
you.
I'm forming a new theory that you are running the account and paying premium, but you're saying someone else is doing it. Who would do such a thing? Have a paid account.
I just don't. I don't think that my polycule can handle people that live outside of LA right now, and farmers don't live in LA.
What if farmers
The
only
farmers do.
genuinely you were surprised by the options on it? It was very progressive, it had
I realized belatedly that suggesting the entire world should take place in a foot race was ableist, and I apologize for that. But also, it made me think harder about what we can do, and I think we could do Hanna-Barbera's Wacky Racers, where everybody gets, you can make, anyone in the world can make a team. It just has to be full of enough like kooky characters to
Right. That's amazing. I do want to go ahead and let Sarah go, but Sarah, as an athlete, I do have to ask before you leave.
Of course.
I guess I want to ask, when was the first time you became disillusioned by the Olympics?
As an athlete, and as a speed talking auctioneer athlete, I think that the Olympics are very disillusioning because you train so hard to get there, and you just work really hard to be like a speed talker for Canada, and then you show up at the Olympics and you're like, "Hi, I'm here to compete," and they're like, "That's not a real sport." And I just find that's very disillusioning.
What the fuck? I'm so sorry that happened.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
That's
Oh my
I find that
gosh.
so
Horrible.
that happens
Yeah.
so much with the athletes that I coach.
Right.
Like for
I
Jamie,
mean, I wasn't gonna go there, but
Jamie, trained at sex for many years,
And then they just don't let you compete.
we
They're like,
get to the
sex
Olympics.
you can't
This
have
was in
sex
Tokyo.
at the Olympics.
Well, yeah, that's what those beds are for.
Beijing. Yeah, that is not a competition. So we had to actually invent the Sex Olympics.
Yeah.
And start it.
Yeah.
And
still
Jamie
plays
still
second.
didn't get
Yeah.
first. Yeah.
Well,
Oh my God.
It's
I
people
know,
like
it's
Knock
very
LA
traumatic.
that would be reporting these stories, Sarah. So I'm glad that you were brave to share your story
Thank
with
you.
us.
Yeah, Thank you so much.
Following up with
Yes. And
course.
thanks for coming by the stream.
Yeah,
Thank you
so
so
much.
much. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to everyone who donated.
See ya.
All right. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
We have
That sounded flippant.
we,
I'm sorry.
we have some more
Yeah, see ya.
donations.
Bye. Bye, Sarah. Oh, Canadians.
Maggie's been doing this amazing thing where the second a guest leaves, she'll insult them.
In like a fun friend way.
In like a chill, cool way.
Yeah, everyone in the stream.
I was
heads up.
shocked the first time it happened, but I've loved it every time since.
Yeah.
We have some donations to shout out here, and if you're still watching, please chip in and help out Knock LA. They're the only completely independent news source in Los Angeles right now that are covering all the issues we're talking about around the Olympics in LA in 2028. I also wanted to shout out this wild piece by Spike Friedman from I think 2 years ago that they also did coverage of the Tokyo Olympics when remember that Spike did covered a number of Olympic events and wrote this incredible editorial about the LA Times was really gassing up the idea that there were these robots, these animatronic robots that were going to be around Olympic events, and Spike essentially showed up on the ground, and guess what? The robots fucking sucked. They were there's a whole incredible piece about it. The fun robot sucked, but the surveillance robot worked extremely well and just as planned, which is a thing that will happen in LA if people aren't more proactive.
And across the world.
And
we need to rise up against the machines. I think we should use all of the money that was raised today for cannons. Right? we're gonna need cannons, some sort of heavy artillery.
Hour 4, we're
derailed.
Hour 4, we'll figure
They
out.
build it up, we tear it down. They build the Ram Stadium, we build the Ram, and then we ram the stadium.
Oh, wonderful. We're gonna pop up a photo of the robots.
Spike tried to shake the robot's hand, and the robot couldn't shake Spike's hand, and that was its only job. And then meanwhile, there's all these little surveillance droids just dooting around, profiling people. So that's amazing. We're gonna shout out some donors. $20 from the icon, the legend, Lady Emily.
Lady Emily.
Yeah. We've got a donation from Daniel Geip. We've got $200 from Franklin. I hope the cartoon turtle.
Yes, big fan.
$20 from Sly, $20 from Tyrannax, $10 from Chivu, and $50 from Nits. Thanks, gang.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Wow.
The great thing about independent journalism is that the money spreads far. It's nice.
Yeah.
You know exactly what
they're
it's
not
going
paying
to.
people, to do. No. I'm not saying they're not paying people. I'm saying they're not paying for the bureaucracy.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was still going. I was still going.
I'm sorry, Coach.
No, that's okay.
I'm so sorry, Coach.
I just noticed, Cody, that you never told us what you were a famous athlete for.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, that's because I'm a famous athlete for taking it easy and doing exactly that, and demonstrating my skills and talent.
It's a compelling, concise argument that
I
makes
buy
it
it.
sound like you're done answering the question.
He successfully
Interesting.
evaded that.
That's right. Nice try, everybody.
Yeah. Well, that's a sport in itself, evading questions. Natalie, please. Pretty good.
Maggie Clancy, who's an editor at Noctis, wrote in the comments that all donations from today are going to writers and server costs.
Aww.
So it all goes directly to like the people creating stuff, and yeah.
I just got a $100 donation from Henry Kissinger, probably.
Kissinger probably gave us 100.
Was that a new leaf,
them trying to
you know?
reconnect with you?
I feel like probably, it's tough. Like, I'm close with all of my other great uncles, but not Henry.
I mean, talk about a strain.
Yeah.
Someone commissioned a piece of art for me. This was like years ago, but I was doing art for people where they would donate somewhere, and then I would draw whoever they wanted scissoring each other. and someone, someone donated like $50 and was like, "Can you draw young Henry Kissinger scissoring old Henry Kissinger?" And I think it's
Pull it out again.
And I probably have it somewhere in my Google Drive, but it's maybe one of the more disturbing things I've ever drawn or seen.
Henry Kissinger doesn't deserve to scissor. Young or old. I have controversial opinions on scissoring, but I think if you do it right, it can well. So I don't think Henry Kissinger would be good at it, but I also don't think he deserves it.
I mean, I see your point. I don't know. I feel like if Henry Kissinger deserves to scissor with anyone, it should be someone as bad at it as himself inevitably would have been. But we can debate the ethics of that in Knock LA. I'm gonna sorry, I just had an idea for an amazing article.
Well, Jamie, you brought up the police robots. Very conveniently, I also pulled up a Knock LA article talking about how the Olympics has been historically used to expand police surveillance. And they're kind of already doing it now in LA, even though we don't have the Olympic yet. So it's fun.
I mean, I feel like that's yet another thing that comes with displacement and I feel like it goes like hand in hand with militarizing the police as giving them access to everyone's shit at all times. There's a really good piece on it a couple of months ago, or I guess 6 months ago, by Sarianne Robertson. It's called the 2028 Olympics will expand policing and surveillance in LA starting now. And of course, the communities that's going to affect most are the communities that are being displaced, and so it's just bullshit top to bottom.
It already happened in LA. We had the Olympics here in 1988. I was, I think, like 6 months old then. Didn't do anything to stop it. I feel guilty.
Baby
Brody, that was. We've been meaning to talk to you about that.
So the police got like a bunch of money, and then that led to the riots in '92 almost directly. So I mean, this is like an important thing.
I mean, I'm glad you're taking accountability for it now.
Yeah.
And I've always said that's the difference between you and Henry Kissinger.
Yes.
And I've always said
The only one. We write very similar.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You sound the same. You write the same. But yeah. Well, thank you for that very brave admission.
Yeah. I do want to say that we have to let Cody go in a minute. But Cody, before
he's been
you
texting us
go-
threats.
Yeah.
I was supposed to say that I was texting threats. That's why they were threats.
Cody just texted me and said, "Hey, can I fucking go, please?
Can you unlock these chains of friendship?" And we can let you go. But
Hold out for my unnecessary rudeness.
Cody, when was the first time that you were disillusioned by the Olympics as a famous athlete?
Well, I mean, kind of since the beginning, because I'm going there and I've trained all this time to take it easy, and the second I get there, they try to make me do stuff. And that's not at all what I signed up for.
Completely counterintuitive.
Exactly. So, like, what am I doing there? Why are you having me here if you're just gonna make me like stand up or look at people or talk at all? So yeah, from the very beginning, I was like, "Fuck this! This is stupid." Although, for real, I never got the Olympics. It was never a thing that interested me. I always thought it was silly.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that I'm now vindicated because it's actually terrible for like other reasons. It's not just boring.
Yeah, it's also nefarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're ahead of your time in a lot of ways.
It sucks when something that's boring is also evil, you know?
Yeah.
Right, it's like, can't it just exist and be boring?
It should be exciting
And
at
like the
least.
slowness of it. It's like
Police
Yeah.
quest.
Police Quest.
Police Quest.
That's so dark. I wonder if I bet they have like playthroughs of that on YouTube or something. If I want to be absolutely miserable, right?
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, great. Oh, good.
James gonna feel bad later.
There are whole channels that are just people playing through those old Sierra Online games, and as someone who had an awful childhood and found solace in them, I don't want to tell you how many times I've just flipped one on and been like, "Hey, look, it's someone playing King's Quest." So
Just for like familiar. Yeah.
Full
That feels like
throttle. Oh yeah. The LucasArts game.
LucasArts, yeah,
motorcycles,
tried to do a few,
No,
yeah.
it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
We can be friends.
It's okay.
We can be friends.
It's okay. Yeah, Cody, if you want to escape now and not face the consequences of what you just uttered, understandable.
Well, I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna stay on to hear what you have to say about me. Thank you so much for having me on. I gotta go do some special effects for a stupid video. But thanks everybody for watching and donating, and keep doing both of those things. And thanks everybody for all the hard work that you do for this.
It was really hard, so thank you.
It was, we've been gaming for 4 hours, Cody.
Yeah, I actually am sweaty though, so
it is getting
we're
yeah.
sweaty. If that counts for anything.
All right, thanks, Cody.
Bye, Cody.
Thank you. Bye.
Cody's such a great guy. He's so
Wow.
nice.
Love Cody.
Man.
Piece of shit.
Now you gave him what he wanted.
Oh, you can just go to bed?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Maybe I should do that. Has anyone ever played Homescapes? That's my only gamer thing, and it's a mobile game for 80-year-olds.
Oh, is that the one you post about constantly?
Yeah.
Play it on your phone?
Is it the one with Austin, the guy with the mustache? I've only ever seen ads
Yes.
for it.
I was like,
Oh my gosh.
I know.
It is. I'm on level like 900 right now. It is about this. It's actually a very, very sad story where it's about a man of indeterminate age who goes back to his.
He looks 42 to me.
But they talk about him in universe like he's 23, so it's very confusing. But he like moves back to his parents' gigantic mansion that's in huge disrepair, and he's convinced that he can like he can improve their relationship, and he can like undo all these past traumas of his family. Like his dad was in a terrible car crash, his mother wanted to be famous but was never famous, and he's trying
what a tragedy.
and he's so and then you help Austin out by helping him renovate the house by solving puzzles. It's so fucked up. I love it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a thinker. And then he has like this girl he's interested in who is I think, canonically, not very interested in him. But what can you do?
Oh God, this is really sad.
Yeah, Catherine the florist.
Oh great. Oh guys, we have another famous athlete. And Abe, when you start talking, you can tell everyone why you're a famous athlete and how you got your many medals.
Yeah, we're curious.
Yeah.
I really only have the one medal. Thank you for
Officially,
having me.
sure.
Officially, yeah. I mean, I've been dabbling in other things, but I guess my gold medal is for the number of restraining orders from Henry Kissinger.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a contentious category.
Did you get more than one?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like,
Did
that's
not
a-
realize.
You make aliases and they they just keep slapping on.
Incredible.
Wow. Oh man.
Well, congratulations.
yeah,
That's
congratulations.
again a very crowded field. Do you have a Henry Kissinger impression?
Oh God. No, I do not. I do not think. That I
Wait
have
a minute, Henry.
Henry. Yeah, wait.
Henry?
Hello. Hello. I was cutting out because I shit myself.
Tim.
That's the Henry I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, it's
That's the code. He's
he's getting up there in age, you know.
Yeah, it happens. That's, I
He
don't think I've
wears
ever
his
heard of
beautiful suit still, but he's got a layer of shit under the pants.
Just in his
He'll
diaper.
never take it off. In his
He's too
diaper.
proud to have someone help him wipe the shit out.
Yeah.
So it's just, he's constantly covered in it. Lights down.
Uh,
Sometimes he doesn't even wear pants. He's just got the shit covering it.
Switch you back to
Maggie,
Hey
I
guys,
was-
please donate.
I was watching you play Stardew Valley. And
Yeah.
You're so good at it. I was so impressed, and just like you are just playing a beautiful game, a beautiful, perfect game of Stardew Valley. Wow. An Olympics-worthy game, except it's not the Olympics; it's wacky races. So that's I'm so impressed by you, and I'm glad to know you because before I was like, well, it's okay that I know Maggie, but now I'm glad. To know you.
Like I said, you and I will sit down and we will talk about our significant others and the farm. We'll figure it out. You and I will figure it out, and then we'll talk to our perspectives about it.
You can have a double intervention.
A double intervention about the farm.
Gotta go, you guys, but I hope that weird couples thing you're talking about works out.
It will. And I think Emily also has to go.
Yeah.
Before both of you go, I do want to know, Brody and Emily, when was the first time that you were disillusioned by the Olympics? As famous, a singer and famous.
Yes, I mean, also as a musician, of course.
Yeah, for me it was when I got done performing "Go for the Gold," for which I later won 7 Grammys.
Wow.
And the head of the IOC, whose name I forget, I used to know this, and came up to me and was like, "That was really good," and like he did not say that was great, which is what he should have said. Yeah, I cut ties with the Olympics.
Who
on that
wouldn't?
day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Who fucking wouldn't?
That was a straight nag. I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. Oh. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Emily.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it.
Thank
This
you
was so
for
fun.
coming on. And wait, Brody, before you
Brody,
go,
don't
you have to
go.
tell us when you were first disillusioned by the Olympics.
First disillusions?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think it's happened. I just love Sonic and the team so much. Knuckles and Tails for sure. I'm always rooting for whatever country they're from. I'm gonna say Ethiopia because he runs real fast. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, the tracks. That tracks, buddy. All right.
Well, Brody, you blew the question.
Yeah.
You blew
I mean, I
the
know that they're
question.
bad. Cancel the Olympics. Or cancel me for supporting my team, my guys.
My guys.
Brody is like loyal to the end, and you have to respect that.
It is
Kind
true.
of like Henry
I was about to
Kissinger
say,
is loyal to the relentless death march he spent on his entire life.
Yeah, I mean, an
part of the
extreme
Black Goofy
a loyalty to
I hope you guys
capitalism
raise
is
lots of
like to
money
push.
so these writers and I guess the website hosts can get paid.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and
rock
also
on,
like a
Thanks,
cannon
Brody.
or 2 cannons. We're gonna need some weapons, you know.
We'll talk about it later, buddy.
Bye, buddy. Bye. We gotta get a glass of water.
Oh yeah, why don't you get some
I'm
water?
thirsty. Do you want water, Grace?
Sure, yeah.
You guys take a break. I can hold from the fort while you guys get some water.
You know, Maggie.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
should have gotten up first.
Babe.
Hey,
Let's chat.
I just wanted to
Chat.
tell you
Yeah.
because you were playing Stardew earlier.
That I'm really good at it.
You're pretty good at it, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I got into Stardew because of you.
Did you?
I saw you playing it on a stream, one of those like way back when, and I was like, "What is this game? What is this game?" So you totally gave me the bug, and then I like poured like 250 hours into it like immediately.
Isn't that great? Does it not give you the patterns of real life, but you know, just like simulate it a little bit? With some love. Yeah.
It's like it. I just love how chill it is, but at the same time, like I max min when I play games. Like I gotta get all the money, I gotta get all the toys, and so I'm like, oh, every day is like every second is important. I gotta go, and then like, and then I just I don't know, smoke a big bag of weed and be like, you know what, today I'm not gonna do anything.
It's so great. It's a great game. You can really make it your own. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad I inspired you.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. Just wanted to tell you you're inspiring, and I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Abe. Outside of our video game, you know. Also as a real person.
So how about them Olympics, huh?
Yeah, right? Oh man. Yeah, quite honestly, I was a 3-sport athlete in high school, as some people know, as I sometimes say. I don't talk about it all the time or anything. But yeah, I was a 3-sport varsity athlete. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, I grew up really, you know, I love athletes. Yeah, truly the first I love athletes. My first crush was Michael Jordan after my dad told me that he was the best basketball player. And I was like, oh,
yeah, that'll do it.
Great, yeah, okay, I guess I have a crush on you. But yeah, all to say that, yeah, learning about how devastating it is. Yeah.
I got nothing in on the Olympics because I never really played or did any of the things. I guess I did like track and field for a while, but like the games that I liked were like baseball, and I don't know, is there Olympics for baseball? I don't even know. There probably is actually. I don't know.
I would assume so.
Someone can fact check me. I don't know if there's Olympics for baseball.
Yeah,
it just doesn't seem very Olympics-y.
Right.
You know? The other thing about the Olympics that I don't really stand on ceremony for is that it's like I understand the lofty concept behind it. The whole world comes together.
Just spit something out.
And you know, like we all admire personal excellence or whatever.
Yes, yes, yeah.
But like, is it worth it? And also, doesn't it cause like people to hate each other? Because that's competition.
Yes.
It's in essence, it's a competition. Is that what we want to say to the entire globe? Like if aliens came down, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, humans, what do you represent? What is your global like initiatives? And we're like, we got this thing like the Olympics, right? And they would be like, well, fuck that.
Yeah, because the thing is like that what it's supposed to inspire. It does basically the opposite. We're competing against each other. Yeah. But yeah, yeah, that is the big appeal, like the draw, especially the emotional appeal. Which things like this that like we like that, but that are bad for us and other people that we know is bad. It's always interesting to talk about what the appeal is because yeah, like instinctively we all like the Olympics.
We like the concept of it.
Yeah, yeah.
It sounds good.
There should be
It
like
sounds good.
There should be an Olympic island where they just like, do it every time.
That sounds so good.
Right. We should.
There's got to be some new islands, right?
There's gotta be some new
volcanoes and
ones.
stuff. Like there must be somewhere. That
Well, not in 50 years that shit's gonna be covered with water. So.
well, maybe we do it in the Arctic. you know, and like wait, because it'll still be like
If there is still an Arctic.
it won't be super hot. As hot as other. I didn't finish college. I'm just spitballing there.
Yeah, No-Lympics just said in the chat, nationalists and fascists are huge fans of the Olympics.
That's true.
Not untrue. Definitely not untrue.
Yeah, that is the other thing. It's like, you know, there's like a rooting for your country, and then there's a rooting for your country.
There it is. Yeah.
And if you want it to represent that, the Olympics also represents that.
Yeah.
I mean, they took place in Nazi Germany once. Like,
This
that's
is
how much
true.
people like the Olympics.
Yeah,
Like,
sure did.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I don't want to take anything away from, you know, there's something to be said about personal excellence, but man,
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
when Nazis are like doing their thing, like, and saying like, yeah, we love the Olympics. The Olympics should be like, nah, man, nah, no, like,
Right.
shut it down. We're not doing it anymore.
We quit, baby. We're done. Yeah, especially, I mean, there's, I think you pulled this up. There's a piece in Knock called, it's an editorial, why we need to cancel Tokyo 2020 and then LA 2028. I'm noticing on this Mario and Sonic game, they showed the little freaky robot that couldn't shake Spike's hand at one point. It was in the little corner. I was
my God, that's
really trying to
creepy.
sell the idea that he could shake a hand if he wanted to.
Wow. I do want to say earlier when I posted about this stream on Twitter, someone who lives in Tokyo was like, thank you for doing this. Yeah, so...
Well, it's been genuinely really cool to, I mean, if you're looking for a rabbit hole to go down that is like off of this idea, it's just the organizing that went on in Tokyo among leftist activists to fight against just the displacement and destruction of communities that inevitably happen to like anyone who brings the Olympics anywhere. It was really cool just to read about organization efforts that were happening, because that's, you know, shit we should have our eyes on, so we can do that for 2028.
Yeah.
Because it is just a goddamn, like, what am I thinking? Tank? Like, just a
Freight
tank,
train.
freight,
Yeah.
heavy thing coming towards you.
Which
Right.
again is why we need cannons. I this up, but
Yeah, let's
truly,
circle back to
we
this.
should consider it, like,
And on top of the like unethical shit that we know happens at every Olympics, the fact that it's like it couldn't be clearer watching the Tokyo Olympics that it wasn't safe to be taking place because of the coronavirus. Like,
right.
and it's still, you know, and not everyone was vaxxed, which is kind of insane. And
Yeah. Oh man, especially looking back in brief retrospect, it only just ended.
I wanted to just read a quick passage from this piece. It's
Jamie,
by
by all means.
Albert Corrado, who is one of the candidates running for Mitch O'Farrell's seat in District 13. He's got to go get fucking big hat away from city council. But he speaks to why he believes that the 2028 Olympics should be canceled. And he says, today we're in the first stages of a catastrophe and likely a very difficult chapter for Los Angeles and communities everywhere. We're 8 years away from an avoidable man-made disaster in the form of the Olympics. The consent for the 2028 Games was largely manufactured, as it was in Tokyo, and it comes with a partnership with the Department of Homeland Security, essentially undoing any weak sanctuary protections we have via the National Special Security Event.
Oh no, that's really
Right?
terrible. Oh my god.
yeah,
It is, and that's the thing I don't think we've like hit on a ton in this stream, but it's very true, is the idea of like manufactured consent, where the city of LA, like we were talking about a couple hours, like the city of LA majority did not want this. Like there was like 26% of Angelinas surveyed who would have been fine with this happening, because it's so known that not only are our communities decimated and displaced, it just, like you were saying earlier, Grace, like it just makes the entire city a fucking shit show.
Yeah, I just want to say again, even if you're a piece of shit that doesn't care about your fellow human beings, you should be donating and working to stop this so that it's not a hassle.
Yeah.
You know?
The drive
who wants that hassle,
alone is
right?
going to
It's-
give
oh
you
my
the
God.
biggest of headaches.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, he continues, if in these fragile times we allow CBP, ICE, and DHS to run free in our streets to harass and deport our citizens, we are no better than the authoritarian regimes lambasted by our local Democrats in the media. If we juice LAPD with more power and resources instead of the opposite, there will be more grieving families trying to,
terrible.
Oh no, where'd it go? Okay. If we juice LAPD with more power and resources instead of the opposite, there will be more grieving families trying to make sense of the senseless, losing the people they love for no reason. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like he sums it up pretty well there. There's so many intersecting issues here that affect everybody. Like the surveillance, the displacement, it's just gonna fuck everyone's shit up. So donate to
donate
and get involved with No-Lympics LA.
I have to run to the bathroom real quick.
Ooh, okay. I don't know why I was thrilled by that. Ooh. Grace, do you want a game with me?
Yeah, let's game.
Okay. Abe, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, Jamie?
I'm doing okay. I guess I don't have any other thought on that. I guess that I don't know how people stream this much. I'm I have we're 4 hours deep and I have no words left. What are your words? You do it.
Well, I was doing it with Maggie, and then I don't know. We're talking about the Olympics. I could talk about my life. I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Let's stay on task. Everyone should. This is a charity stream. We're just talking about how it displaces people.
Yes.
Do you know any you mentioned this? You mentioned someone you knew who was from Japan and was calling it out. Do we know any information about in Tokyo what things that we need to remember about that whole debacle and think about how that's going to happen in LA? Because I remember people protesting. But the numbers weren't big enough, right? Because there was in this kind of it's Tokyo, but it was in the suburbs of Tokyo, right? And I remember there was a news story I was watching that was there was only about 10,000 people in that suburb, and there's even fewer people.
Jamie, don't replace me as the athlete. I'm back.
In the in the protest itself, and they just really couldn't get enough numbers to get coverage.
Oh
yeah,
boy!
And so the
goodness.
Olympics themselves were basically pushing out any journalism that was anti the Olympics. It just like a corporation does.
Which is such a I want to get into that first. We want to welcome Dan Olson's here.
Famous athlete.
Famous athlete.
Retired famous athlete, now interim president of the International Olympic Committee.
Yeah, thank you.
So many famous
so
Canadian
I
much.
love your work. You know, thanks for
Thank you.
bringing it to LA.
I
that's
really,
what we're here for, right?
we're taking a
We're
break.
celebrating.
Taking a break from destabilizing, brown nations and just trying to destabilize brown neighborhoods.
Right.
We appreciate
kind of
scaling
shaking it
back,
up a little bit.
Just to reach across the aisle for a second. Thank you.
It is really impressive that you stayed on goal, on task.
Truly, all these years.
Whoo boy.
Abe, getting back to your question, I mean, I think that the journalism question, I mean, that ties right into why it does need to exist, because I think that there's that pressure exists in so many areas of, if you're not willing to play ball a very particular way with an event this huge and this invested in big money, then you won't get to attend or cover it at all, which I think not to give any major news corporation a pass, because it's if people were universally against this, then this wouldn't happen. But there is a certain amount of, and we saw this when there were mass displacement at Echo Park earlier in this year, where Knock LA writers were regularly denied access to places that press should have had access to. And it was because they weren't covering the story the way that the police and the way that Councilman O'Farrell wanted them to. And so there is an access issue too, and I'm sure that has come up in the Olympics and definitely will here too, because no one wants their big money real estate project shit on
to be bad.
right.
Mr. Kissinger.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah, all the pomp and circumstance of something like the Olympics, where everyone is looking like no one can make a mistake because we're on the highest stage, literally global stage. Everything has to go well, or it reflects poorly on humanity. It's so I don't know, silly to me that in those moments, humanity finds its way to be darkest.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
Man. It's interesting, how the geopolitical stuff around it. Do you guys remember the Russian, in Sochi? And there was so much coverage about how shitty it was, kind of the toilets and the yada 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 yada. And it was really just an opportunity. I'm sure a bunch of people who lived there were fucked over. And then on top of that, the U.S. media, the fucking Today Show was running it. Look at how shitty Russia is. Was most of the reporting. It felt like.
Yeah. Maggie Clancy, one of the editors at Knock, is also mentioning in the comments that this kind of denial of access has happened to someone who's been on this stream. It happened to Cerise.
Right.
Where when she's been covering the LASD gangs, Sheriff Villanueva, who obviously does not want this story covered in the way that she is covering it, which is accurately has essentially called her fake news and used all these dog whistles to discount her work and bury it, which fortunately hasn't happened.
And sometimes it's the opposite effect, because I don't like that guy. So the more
he's
he
Streisand
tries
affecting
burying.
himself. He's that isn't real.
Doesn't he know the internet works?
Bitch, retire. Dan Olson, when were you first disillusioned by the Olympics, in spite of your very close ties to the IOC?
Right. I think for me it was kind of a gradual process, but Brazil was the one, which I think for a lot of people in kind of my age bracket, Brazil kind of happening well. I was in college, and so it's the first one where you're starting to maybe actually really think about it critically, and the shenanigans that were going on, the corruption, the graft, the overall the actual agenda of what are they really doing here? And it's it's layers of real estate scam and just regular old real estate scam, money laundering, just regular old ballot stuffing, you name it. It's just routine political corruption. Was the local officials were unprepared to disguise it to the IOC's desired levels, and thus it became obvious of all these of what was going on. That it's no, we need you to build new facilities, because that becomes this vessel into which we can pour a bunch of money that can then disappear. And so we need you to do a good job of that show, so that we can move money from country A to country B to country C via our contractors who you will use because we have approved them. And so I think Brazil wound up being very just obvious about it. And then and then once you see it, you go back and you're oh, that's kind of just always been happening.
I feel there are elements of that to Tokyo this year too, that even if you were not aware of the systemic damage that the Olympics does, Tokyo was such a fucking disaster that it's it's clear that there's something not right here.
Yeah, it's
going on.
Yeah, there's a pandemic going. It's just cancel them outright. It's well, we can't cancel them. So why can't you cancel them? Yes, you can. You can just not do it. It's like,
Right.
well, no, we can't. It's like,
They're like,
why?
no, no,
Because
no.
we effectively have obligations to, international gangsters for all intents and purposes. And it's like,
Right. This is like, I can't believe I didn't say this earlier, but I before I even had an understanding of how much the Olympics sucked, I had a feud with the IOC for a while.
Oh yeah,
that's right, They took my Twitter account away. The amount of pettiness that the IOC will resort to is truly shocking to me. Where this was maybe 5 years ago at this point, I was editing Winter Olympics videos for fun, and I was like taking skating videos and putting audiobooks over them. So it was like, oh, here's 2 Russian people skating to a Susie Orman audiobook.
Yeah, you guys get it. It's funny. It's comedy.
Yeah, do you understand? But they fucking nuked my account, and
They did.
there's my Twitter account that I'd had since I was 14 or whatever was just absolutely obliterated.
10 million followers.
I don't
gone.
forget.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. But yeah, I just was even in that context, I'm like, why do they have so much power,
Right.
over so many different areas that I wouldn't have assumed they would have had power over?
Well, doing the poster for this, we couldn't make the poster, the Olympic rings. We had to make them wonky and off center. So they wouldn't
I
use
didn't
it
know
as
that.
an excuse to, even if it was just an excuse to, pull it down or whatever, because they're that protective about their interlooping circles. Groundbreaking.
Okay, they did invent circles and colors, so
That's
I would watch it.
And it's one of those things. I mean, the logo is a good example of a thing where, the Olympics, they want to position themselves, they put a lot of work into this image of being, essentially public domain. This is the property of humanity. This is everybody's thing. This is just humanity spontaneously coming together and doing this thing because it speaks to something, within us. And it's like, no, it's a corporate entity that is extremely protective of its intellectual property. And to degrees that make Nintendo and Disney look chill.
Yes. Oh man, that's
That's a perfect way to put it. Yeah.
And they really do use that. Yeah, the picture and the idea of this is us working against global wars. If we don't do the Olympics, there
will never be peace.
Right,
It's there's never been peace.
There's never has been.
Interesting.
So I live in Calgary, Alberta, and we were looking to bid on one of the upcoming Winter Olympics, and so we hosted them back in '88. We got through that surprisingly unscathed, for the most part, relative to how bad it can go.
Sure.
But it was okay, should we, there was a lot of disagreement, and they wound up putting it to a plebiscite, and it got shot down. The people, they did the vote, and the citizens of Calgary voted against even putting in a bid for the
Go
Olympics.
Calgary! Fuck yeah!
Yeah.
But so the discourse on Facebook was very interesting around then. Yeah, because there was there were a lot of people who were in support of it.
Right.
But then the reasons for that were just very much you don't really have proof. You don't have a material reason for doing it. You've just got this gut hunch given to you by essentially corporate propaganda that tells you it's it's a good thing to do. And kind of the most coherent argument was just I think it'll be fun. It'd be kind of cool to host it. I'm not in a position where I'm going to bear any of the actual costs. And it's well, no, you are. You're a tax-paying citizen, and we're absolutely going to get stuffed for the bill.
Yeah.
And people would try to argue well, we've got facilities, and it's there's no way the IOC is going to improve our 88 facilities. Also, half of them just aren't up to snuff anymore. Like,
Yeah, that is another thing that I'm always like shocked, because we were talking earlier of like who needs this many fucking stadiums in the world, and it's because it seems like a lot of the like former Olympic stadiums are not kept up with, and they just fall apart. Like,
oh, you mean it's useless after they use it, and then
there's
just
no
space?
public application. Like, ugh.
yeah. I mean, so we've got the Olympic Oval. Like, Winter Olympics ends up getting off a little bit easier just because it's like, you're less likely to build a big actual like full stadium because, whatever. So like there's the ice rink that we built, the Olympic Oval. That's seen continuous use since then as like, a sports and recreation center and a particular training center attached to the university and whatnot. So it's like, that, but it's no longer, like the broadcast technology in there is 40 years out of date. So it's like you can't, it's like, oh, well, they can just use the Oval again. It's like, well, no, they can't. The Oval can't host a broadcast of something the size of the Olympics. And it's like, so yeah, and then COVID immediately after, so we really dodged a bullet. Double dodged a bullet. Like if we were trying to ramp up infrastructure for the Olympics right now. Oh God.
Oh man.
I hate it.
It almost seems like a burden now. It's like a hot potato burden. Like, sure, like Garcetti wants it, but no one else wants it in LA.
And
like,
he's leaving anyway.
He's leaving anyways. Yeah.
He's going to China.
He's going to India.
Yeah.
And Shelby Eggers, another amazing knock editor, is in the chat saying that Boston. Okay, the first good thing my hometown's ever fucking done is like similar to Calgary. It sounds like uniformly or like we're like fucked as it is. Like we don't have space for this. No.
They're gonna renege on all their promises. It's a bad deal. Like at the very it just even at the most practical level, it's just a bad deal.
Yeah. Oh man.
And it's like it seems like Tokyo also didn't want it, and LA also didn't want it.
Yeah, it's almost like
no one's really asked. Like, I mean, I guess people are asked, but it doesn't really matter what the answer is, which is like more insulting.
Yeah.
I agree. Like, it does seem like increasingly it's becoming, political leaders convincing the locals that it's like, no, this will be a good idea. We promise. And it's like, I feel like on the whole, the tide is kind of turning against the Olympics very slowly.
Yeah.
I mean, they obviously get kickbacks. Like 100%, right? Like their businesses will benefit. Their portfolios will benefit. Like
right, and they'll make sure it will.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's an opportunity for wanton financial crime, essentially. Maybe it's not technically illegal, but to transfer wealth from these communities to them. Also, isn't there a lot of pedophile cabal stuff around? Whenever there's whenever there's a huge sporting event like the Super Bowl or the Olympics, there's a ton of human trafficking, right?
I mean, that's not anything I could speak to intelligently.
Yeah, I'm just kind of throwing that out there. My friend Isaac is in town, and we were talking about how I'm going to be on the stream last night, and he threw that out. So I'm just kind of throwing out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It does seem like every...
I can't speak to that about the Olympics, but definitely FIFA.
Yeah,
yeah.
So probably. We're going to go with a probably, but maybe not for sure.
Well, it's like even I know this from working at Cracked. I did a video. One of the biggest human trafficking area is right outside of Disney, right here in Anaheim.
I did not know that.
Yeah. That's
right.
Oh my god.
Right.
Yeah. Wait, you worked with me on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Right when you enter Disneyland, they have it's like ESPN Center. You know what I mean? There's a lot of foot traffic, a lot of shops and stuff. Very easy to lose a child. Is
Holy
basically
shit.
what they're talking about. It's per capita in the smallest radius, like it is the most abductions in America in like a quarter mile vicinity. It's insane.
Now, when
So
you
people
say
are going to Disneyland and just getting their kids kidnapped all the time, is that what you're telling to me?
They're like selling kids to other kids.
Oh, okay,
Like,
okay.
Okay, right.
Yeah, there's like basically the kidnapping has already happened, but it's just like, here, take this child.
I was gonna say, because when you said it's like very easy to lose a child, it sounded like it's like, hey, parents, like
yeah,
it's super easy to lose
like,
a child outside
Disneyland, baby.
Disneyland. Like, go to Disneyland, like
You gotta see the sights.
Yeah, no one will ask questions. They'll understand.
It turns out that is in fact what.
Maggie, so yeah, we're getting some kickback in the chat about this, but Maggie Clancy is mentioning that some of these numbers are inflating sex work with those stats. In order to deem it necessary to give more money to police. So, yeah, there's definitely. I think none of us are qualified to speak on this, and maybe
this is why we have Maggie around.
Should, yeah.
Whip us in the butt. But that's true. I mean, all to say is that increasing police budgets is also the number one goal of any, especially LA. Oh my God, it would be a field day for them if they got the Olympics.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sorry I threw that out. I didn't mean to.
Sorry, our hungover coaches.
I just was like, it was just a thought that went through my head.
Yeah. But I mean, this is also why Knock LA is great and filled with so many great journalists.
Yeah, No-Lympics just said in the chat, police do target sex workers disproportionately, especially around the Olympics, and often use human trafficking as an excuse to further criminalize sex workers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That is something which you mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been, I feel like there is a you're wrong about on this, not this exact subject, but on how human trafficking numbers are designed and kind of weaponized.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's definitely.
You're not alone, Grace. I'm sure more that.
I know that human trafficking is used as an excuse to target sex workers. I just was like, I just. My friend was. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Well, I mean, and in fairness, with the whole fact that FIFA has been using has just slave labor to build a bunch of stuff. It's okay, it makes it real easy to believe.
Right. Yeah.
For sure.
So,
Okay. Oh yeah, first of all, we only have a half hour left, so if you haven't donated and yet you've been consuming content, that's okay. That's okay.
It's okay, but Jamie, we'll find you later.
All right, we've got $20 from.
I'm gonna actually find you right now.
Grace is actually gonna go hunting. $20 from Steve Gillo, $20 or $40 from NOLA Surveillance, 100.
No LA.
I was like, no. I was like, wait a second. No LA Surveillance, $100 from a successful writer's assistant.
Well, good for you.
Well, there you go. $20 from Evan. $5 and $20 from the good hackers at Anonymous.
Hey, you guys, donating isn't about getting shout-outs. Donating is about doing it for the good of donation.
Yeah, you hackers.
$7.31 from Oscar the Supreme and $50 from Brett Kushner.
Brett! Yeah. Thank you, Brett.
So thanks everybody, and yeah, if you haven't donated yet, we're gonna be on stream for 30 more minutes, but I think that donations are open until midnight tonight. Midnight Pacific.
Where are we at right now? Total?
2,792.
Oh man, okay.
I think we can get to 3K before we wrap up.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if we can make it to 3K. Challenge accepted.
The 3K challenge.
Yeah,
the 3K challenge.
Incredible.
Yeah, get your ice well. That's old. That's really old now.
Yeah. Oh, we had a wonderful a knock writer sent us a wonderful little article. Just kind of giving the biggest hits of Garcetti's worst things that you'll be leaving behind here in LA.
Oh yes, recent piece from Johnny Coleman. The best worst kind of listicle.
Yeah.
Goodbye Garcetti, 6 souvenirs from the Garcetti era of gentrification.
Oh man.
Oh boy. Do we want to go through them?
Sure. Hey Jamie, why don't you pick a game to play?
Okay.
And I'll give our listeners some unfun news.
Love it.
Where's the?
Oh, great.
It's in the
Discord chat.
I'm gonna. I was bad at horses, but I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, do some equestrians.
Wait, what about that Tokyo 1964?
Ooh, actually, that was a good.
All right. Well, let's see.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. Did you know that Eric Garcetti's first act as mayor led to a 23% increase in homelessness? Isn't that interesting?
It's
so
interesting.
cool.
Not
Yeah.
surprising, but yeah.
So what was it? Like, what did he do that did that?
He signed a letter. Oh, okay, his first Garcetti, the first day of mayor, he signed a letter to the U.S. Olympic Committee on day one. Just so that we know where his priorities
loser.
lie.
Garcetti signed LA 2024 next to his name and drew the 5 Olympic rings.
Ew.
Day one.
Wow. That's
Awesome.
We just crossed 3,000.
Oh
my gosh! Hell yeah!
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
This is so exciting.
This is very exciting. Oh my goodness.
And I was like, and now we get to talk about more horrible things that Eric
I
Garcetti
know.
did.
I regret this article, but also not really because
No,
we're
I'm glad. I
learning.
mean, it's good.
So Garcetti often calls LA a city of sanctuary, which we now know will be in jeopardy if we get the Olympic bid.
Right.
Because the us being a sanctuary city will be taken away. So that's interesting.
There was, of course, the time that Black Lives Matter LA and their allies attended Garcetti's inauguration. They began to cry, Black Lives Matter, and Garcetti ignored it and kept talking. There was, I've never heard of this, Garcetti's Homelessness Award, 2017. Later in 2017, Garcetti, I'm reading Johnny Coleman's piece here. Later in 2017, Garcetti held a press conference in Skid Row to announce the opening of 6 bathrooms on Skid Row. Garcetti presented awards to community organizers who were strong advocates for the bathrooms. When the General Dogon of LA CAN, the local organization, was called up, he rejected the meaningless Homelessness Award and said, "This award is just like the mayor and his cronies. It's worthless. It's 10 years late and it's 200 too short. This is nothing compared to what we've been going through and what we need." Yeah, it is. I mean, I feel like that sums up Garcetti and just performative bullshit for doing something as simple as 6 bathrooms on Skid Row, which in comparison to the population of Skid Row is not enough. It's not a bad thing to have, but it is really frustrating to watch our local politicians repeatedly do a victory lap over doing something basic,
and they do these fucking
shit. Ooh, wait,
nothing
this looks
stuff.
fun.
They use everything as an excuse to celebrate and have a nice dinner or whatever.
Yeah. They love a nice dinner.
Everyone, yeah.
I mean, I love a nice dinner.
I love a nice dinner.
But my job is stupid. Okay, number 6, Garcetti's favorite LA movie. I guess Garcetti sat down for an interview with The Atlantic in 2017. Shall we perform it?
Sure.
Would you like to be Garcetti?
Yes, I'll be Garcetti. Jamie will be the interviewer.
Okay. Lightning round. What's your favorite movie about Los Angeles?
Airplane.
What's your second favorite movie about Los Angeles?
Airplane. It really is my favorite movie about LA. Airplane.
What's your favorite city in California? That's not Los Angeles.
Probably San Diego. Spent a lot of time there for Navy duty.
Why do you hate San Francisco?
San Francisco is a very nice boutique city.
That's some significant shade. I don't know What?
What is this? What?
This is
What
a real interview, Dan.
Humans said these words out loud?
Yeah.
In the Atlantic.
Unfortunately, yes. And one of them was our mayor, and the other one was on board. And, yeah.
I don't understand how
Yeah.
airplane is in I mean, I'm sure that is part of the criticism here, but where is the airplane going to and from in airplane? Is that
Los Angeles to Chicago.
So they're leaving LA.
They're
It's not in LA.
they
Yeah,
leave at the
that's insane.
beginning. Oh, good for him. Good for him. I like that he was given a second opportunity to
He's getting
one
doubled
movie that
down.
takes place in the city that he's in charge of, and he was like, "Nope, I'm going to give the wrong answer twice."
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Dan, didn't you just have a local election around you?
Federal election this past Monday, and civic election coming up in 2 weeks. So mayor election, and I did a great little exercise where I went through all of the candidates' websites and then did a Google search for the specific phrase affordable housing. 3 out of 27.
Oh no! Holy shit! So things are going great.
They're going great.
They're going great.
So okay.
Only one of the candidates believes that that Justin Trudeau is being mind controlled by aliens in the hexagon pattern on the top of Saturn. So we're up.
You want more of those, right?
Is that too low?
You want most of them to,
in like the city competition, you win if you've got more candidates who believe that the leader of your country is being puppeted by aliens from Saturn. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that totally makes sense. That tracks.
Yeah. So it's going great.
I will say that
fantastic.
that sounds like more internal logic to something that makes no sense than most American like representatives who try to. They're just like, it's aliens because internet. Like I feel like at least that's good world building.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You can really tell a story, which is what you want, right?
We've got more donations here. We
do.
Holy moly, a real rush of them. Actually.
Yeah, people seem to be into the idea that we're getting down to the wire, which is fine with me. Feel the pressure.
Wow.
Go ahead, Jamie. Grace.
We've got $20 from Just Call Me Out Like That. Ooh, who did we call?
I
Henry
wonder who
Kissinger
feels-
again.
Oh, I wonder if it was Isaac.
Oh,
you buried your friends.
$20 from Jack. $208 from retired police chief Daryl F. Gates.
Another person turning a new leaf. Henry
Another heel
Kissinger.
turn.
That's amazing, guys.
Police chief
Hearts and
Gates.
minds are changed
Wow.
by playing Mario.
$100 from Miles Strickler. $20 from Chris. $20 from Gavin. And $20 from Alfred Molina.
Oh my god.
Dropping
Okay,
hints.
he has more than $20, and he just got married.
He's in the new Spider-Man.
He's in the new
True.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
He's got checks. So now we're at $3,200.
Let's make it
Amazing.
to $5,000.
Let's
make it
Like
to
17
$5,000.
Yeah, who's got a hot 1,000 sitting in their back pockets?
Yeah, but this is I don't know. I'm stoked. This Knock LA is so amazing. Also, if you do live in the LA area and if you live in the LA area, you do need this kind of coverage.
Yeah.
So I would also
Quite
highly
honestly.
recommend signing up for their Patreon. They send out a great newsletter, and you can basically they're amazing at distilling local issues to in a digestible format. They don't want to confuse you, which I feel like you can't say of a lot of media outlets.
Yeah.
So please keep giving to them, and also you have till midnight to guilt other people.
This city has many secrets.
It does.
The city has many secrets. I was like,
Opening of your noir movie.
We need to,
I was gonna ask Dan, do you do you have any independent journalists in your area? What is
I have fallen behind on the state of things locally. It's being difficult to concentrate for some reason the last 12 months or so.
That's
But we used to have a pretty decent slate of local journalism. Like we had a magazine, like a weekly magazine called Fast Forward, that was principally like entertainment media focused, but it used that as the vehicle to then get in a lot more of the just like actual critical local politics. But they shut down. Oh God, I'm gonna get real depressed if I look up the date. It was, I want to say it was 3 years ago, but it's probably closer to 5 or 6 now.
Oh man.
Wow.
So like there's kind of been a dearth, and we've got 2 major newspapers that are owned by the same parent company.
Oh, no problem there.
Yeah. No problem there. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm always curious because I mean, LA is, besides Chicago, LA is definitely the biggest city I've ever lived in. I guess I'm so grateful, that we have a news place like Knock. You know.
Right. I mean, not every city has their own Knock.
Yeah.
Shout out to Chicago Block Club in Chicago. It's really great. They do work similar to LA. It's totally donation funded. And their big thing is having reporters report on the neighborhoods they live in. So they have reporters throughout Chicago. So if you're in Chicago,
cool.
That's a cool thing to check out.
That's awesome.
Anytime there's, it's like if there's not local, local reporting has been getting decimated for decades.
This
now,
is true.
But,
And
it's so important because if you don't know like what's happening on your fucking street, you know.
And a lot of markets are kind of ending up like their local reporting is a few Twitter personalities who stay plugged in. And,
Right.
Yeah, like, and that's kind of all those people are doing great work, but like that's your only option because it's all just getting gutted.
And that's a lot of pressure to like support yourself and be able to do something like that, which I feel like
That's
is
true too. Yeah.
Like how do you sustain a one-person operation like that, and in an attempt to be like one of the only reliable source, which is kind of like the situation that Knock is in, but fortunately they're like raising donations to be able to handle it. But it's like it's a ridiculous problem to have in the first place. Like it's so.
Weren't you were a journalism major?
No, I majored in terrestrial radio.
Oh wait, that's what I was thinking of.
The most loser shit anyone could possibly get into debt over is what I did on purpose.
Wow.
Can you believe that didn't work out for me? That's
It worked out.
Did something happen to this radio?
It's true, yeah.
Good question, Dan.
You're a personality.
This gigantic. You shouldn't be allowed to go into 6-figure debt over personality. Those are free. So fucking ridiculous.
Degree in shock jock.
I tripped on a banana.
I just realized you could drink the water cups.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
I am running very, very slow. Oh, you can run into a storm of bees? I'm going to see what happens. I thought maybe they'll lift me up.
I like this older version they have.
NO-Lympics was mentioning in the chat a little while ago, like how, I don't know, just between cities and even between countries, like how we were talking about taking inspiration from Tokyo Olympics organizers. How cool it is to just like keep an eye on other cities that are organizing maybe a little cleaner than your city is.
Yeah, that's true.
The Olympics mentioned that Boston was super well organized when creating their anti-Olympics campaign, and it's they're kind of considered part of a reason that there's no Olympics in Boston, which is great, but also now we have it.
But now we have it.
So that's unfortunate. I'm in 68th place. Maggie, you're gonna place in 64th.
In 64th.
This is good shit. Oh my god.
I grew up in a radio household, so my dad was like,
You
"Look,
did?
you can go into entertainment, but not radio."
Not radio, my son. Some dark stories.
Was your dad a DJ or?
He was so he was on air when I was like really little, and then he moved into being like a program manager, and then eventually in education. He taught radio at the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology for like a decade, and then moved into management moved into like up in the department into like administration, and then retired a couple years ago. So.
Oh my God! Wait, that's such a man. Was your dad like the coolest person in the world to you? That sounds so cool. I was like,
he was so cool. Like I thought. So, when I was a little kid, when I was like 4, I thought my dad made E.T. because what I knew, like here, so from the perspective of a 4-year-old, here's what I knew. Dad works in like media. We get a lot of movie tickets. He has a beard and a big nose.
And so you're like, my dad.
So like, I thought he was Steven Spielberg and had made E.T.
Oh my God! And just like wasn't bragging about it. Or
Yeah, because he's a chill guy. You know,
he's really cool. Wow, that's
a
amazing.
Steven Spielberg thing to do.
Oh my God, that's great. I used to think my grandpa was a secret agent. Yeah, when I was about the same age, Dan. Yeah, I thought he was a secret agent because he had to like go to a bunch of people's houses. Apparently, he was just like he would just serve like a land survey kind of thing. But he's also an alcoholic, so that was also part of the secretiveness that I was picking up on as a child.
This and that.
Yes.
Wow, I really couldn't have done worse than this if I wanted to.
You got 67.
I got.
Almost.
Wait, how did I get 67?
You passed a guy.
Oh, Abe, I never asked you, dear friend. When were you first disillusioned by the Olympics?
I think I was first disillusioned by. I actually was pretty good at baseball when I was 17, and then I had like an injury that kept me from it. And when I saw what it took to be at the highest level, like farm leagues in baseball, the competitive spirit combined with like people just like basically abusing each other in order to become quote unquote more excellent at, in this case, baseball. Was so insane to me that it was the first time that I was like, when I walked away from it, because I had to again, it wasn't like a conscious choice. But when I did walk away from it, put me in this like, it like popped me out of the bubble, and I said like, oh, this is like a bad system. This whole thing is kind of stupid. And I guess it was a more personal thing than it was like a like cultural or systemic thing that I looked at the Olympics and I was like, yeah, you're bad for the earth. It was more of a like, oh, this is actually not a healthy activity.
Wow. I mean, that's really insightful. I mean, a lot of times I feel like it takes something personal like that for it to be like, dang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate truth. Yeah, I feel like I never, I just thought sports were boring, and so I just never engaged with it. And then I remember the London Olympics, my dad was like, the Spice Girls have too much money, and that was the last time I thought about it.
Was that 2008?
It wasn't from, I think so, or maybe 2012. But it truly wasn't until I learned about NO-Lympics a couple of years ago that I got any sort of just the fact that there's an organized access point to here is the problem and here is how it affects, and here's how it could personally affect you in your own community is it just completely changed how I thought of the Olympics, because I just didn't think about it before, ever. Right. And so that's and Nakale again is doing so much work to that effect, and talking to people who I feel like that is just, it makes me so sad that and depressed that is so rare to just talk to people who are actually affected by these issues instead of asking real estate people and IOC higher ups to be like, hey, what do you think? And they're like, I think it fucking rocks, man. And then they just publish that it's not.
Hey, one of my longtime collaborators, Kara, she was a potential candidate for the swim team, Canada's swim team.
Wow.
And because she was doing competitive swimming and through high school, So we've spent a bunch of time talking about this. Like, it's like, okay, if you wanted to go for that, if you wanted to go for the team, what would it have involved? And she's like, my body would probably be destroyed by now.
Oh my god. That is actually another thing that we haven't even touched upon, is that it's also bad for the athletes.
Everyone suffers. Well, yeah, I mean, you can, like, I mean, there was another trial related to Larry Nassar like last week. It's it's net not
That's
fucking
what my
worth
friend was talking about.
Oh,
more like
God.
that there's these structures where these coaches in a number of sports prey on young athletes.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm really hungover.
We got there eventually.
Isaac didn't do anything wrong. I stumbled over my words. That's that's where I was coming from.
Well, it's true. I mean, it's just such a big it's a big structure, and it feels. I mean, Knock LA can attest to this. It feels like you are up against the big guy, the big people.
Yeah. It's like an army of Henry Kissingers.
Riding
I
into
could
their
defeat
outfit.
an army of Henry Kissingers.
Well, that's I guess physically that's actually not too.
I could fucking. If there is, hey Henry Kissinger, if you're watching this stream,
That's just one bad rotisserie chicken away from neutralizing an army of Henry Kissingers.
Oh man!
All right, we've got a few more donations. We've got 5 minutes left, which is wild.
5 minutes to get to
5,000.
5,000. Everybody.
So all you big spenders who have been holding back.
You don't need it. You don't need
You
it.
don't need it. Henry,
What are you going to do with it? You can't take it with you.
Just release.
And
$20 from Petey, $20 from the Menson's Deserved Bullying. Fair enough. $15.74 from Scott Maxwell, and $20 from Notorious Hacker and Anonymous. Like an Irish name. Anonymous. I know, I said it so wrong.
Anonymous.
So, Abe and Dan, now that we've really hashed all this out, would you consider participating in the Mario Sonic Olympics Games 2028 as athletes?
As athletes, I mean, that's a very confusing question because
what?
Mario Sonic Olympic Games are just like a cartoon on a video game console. So I feel like that's a morally neutral competition. Like I could say like yes, and it's like that doesn't really reflect poorly on me as a person.
Yeah, and actually, most people have said yes when we asked them this question.
Yeah.
So you're getting to the bottom of
the flawed question we've been asking.
They should just replace the Olympics with people playing this game.
Oh my god, now we're
The best,
getting the answers.
which is actually what I'm obviously advocating for as your coach. I'm
But we're
broke.
not good at it.
There's not much money in coaching people to play Mario and Sonic at the Olympics Games.
My answer is fuck no.
Oh, Abe, thank you.
Hell yeah.
Because
Someone
you're
gave
a
us
bad
the
athlete.
answer.
There we go. There's somebody answering the spirit of the question. And
It's the spirit of the question. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're ending the stream on a surf? Wow.
You know, I think
poetry.
Poetry.
Look at
yeah.
those graphics.
I really think
Nintendo has done it again.
Look into the abyss together.
Surf away.
Oh my gosh.
Take me away.
I love that Luigi's barefoot. That's
Yeah.
what a little weird.
Keeps his shoes
I guess
on.
that what do surfers wear? Whoa. What do surfers wear foot stuff, or are they just barefoot?
I think maybe sometimes
Yeah.
they'll wear the those toe shoes.
Those freaky toe shoes.
Yeah.
Those tickle. I put those on once. I was just like, I can't do this. This tickles. Well, I was hoping to get the foot freaks in the chat. until
2
last
minutes
second.
left. 2 minute
Hey,
warning,
anybody want to
everybody.
get $100?
God. All right, get your last few donations in. Support Knock. Thanks to Knock and Ground Game and No-Lympics.
Yeah, why don't we actually take a
guys are
minute and
doing
run
great
through
work.
things?
Yeah.
If people want to read some fascinating articles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you're watching the stream and you've never donated to or read Knock LA before, please do go to knock.la. It's truly, for my money, the best local reporting going on, certainly in our area. And
even if you're not in the area, like you said, you can always learn things from other, cities that might be doing something that,
Yeah, and thanks to all the Knock LA and No-Lympics folks who helped us organize this. Thank you to Maggie who did all of the organizing, and I just showed up to it.
Davey, great. Your faces were enough.
I mean, I think at its core, I essentially did the organizing.
This is
just because I, through my coaching, instilled you with the
true.
values that you needed to be able to organize something like this.
Wow.
So,
you want to adopt me, Chris?
I don't know.
Right. No.
Wait, how old are you?
17.
So it's like Bowser Jr.
Yeah, oh my god.
Well, I'm 15, so that's just not gonna work.
Oh, that's
man.
I have faith. I have faith.
I also want to shout out, thank you to Crystal.
Yes, thank you, Crystal.
Ran our chat and got all of these wonderful goofballs, like Dan and Abe, onto the stream so seamlessly. And it was her birthday yesterday, so.
Oh, happy birthday, Crystal.
Happy birthday.
And then also thank you to Will for running all the tech stuff today. And fixing all of our audio problems
Yes.
that we were audio having. And Grace, thank you for coming and hanging out. This is great. Even though I guess you did technically organize the whole thing through the inspiration of your coach.
I don't know what. I think I might have actively hurt this.
Listen, we came in this just humble athlete /
survives. Oh yeah, I guess
we didn't know whether we wanted to join the Olympic. Obviously, you all saw how hard Jamie and I have been training to be good.
We maybe got worse over the course of the last 5 hours.
We did.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, I don't know, Jamie, what do you think? Do you think we should do the Olympics? We're definitely good enough, but...
I think we're good enough, but honestly, my heart's just not in it anymore.
Yeah, and Dan, you did point out that it was just a video game, and that's kind of a confusing question, so...
And honestly, the video game kind of sucked and was boring.
Yeah. We played every single mini game, and
I didn't have fun one time.
Yeah.
Ethically, you guys are making the right choice, but I just want to point out, you're not good enough to play at the Olympics.
No, we're good enough.
I just think that you're being off kilter at this point.
No, we're
you know?
definitely
I
good
think.
enough.
Okay, well, we'll settle that off screen.
I have one last question. Why do they call it the Olympics? Like they're talking about a single, right?
Yeah.
Is each sport an Olympic?
And
like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh my god. Cancel the Olympics.
Nosebleed.
Could you have an Olympic not games? You know?
I mean,
that's what I'm asking.
Like, the real answer is just that it's the Olympic Games, and then, like, Olympics is, like, an English thing because we're bad at language. Like, because we've got the worst language on the rock.
You're right.
This Earth.
Yeah.
So that might just be on us.
Man, our barbaric tongue.
I think that's our fault. Yeah.
It
Our
is.
barbaric tongue.
But in the end, if it ends up canceling the Olympics,
net positive.
Net positive. Oh man.
Who are the 7 people that disliked this? Name yourselves.
They're all
Henry Kissinger and his show.
Yeah. And they're the people you turned down on the farming. Yeah.
Yes.
They're real bad.
I just simply, it's disrespectful of me to not figure out what's going on. I get emails that are updates, like we found you a
You're in
match
love.
or
You just
whatever.
don't know
and I'm
it
like,
yet.
And I'm like, I just
have
can't.
no way to reply.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know what the deal is,
Grace,
but
love is waiting for you.
I
Over the
I got
fence.
enough love right now. Actually, I'm good. Farmers, I'm sorry, I'm good. But
I feel like that's the perfect place to leave this stream.
Yeah.
Grace is good.
every podcast, every stream, I ruin it with my rambling.
Dave and Abe, thank you so much for sticking with us to the bitter end.
Thank you.
You guys were lovely guests, and I feel very accomplished as an athlete slash streamer.
Yeah,
gamer.
I'm exhausted from a long day of exercising.
Me too. We're
and
really sweaty.
athletics.
And coaching is even more physically demanding.
I can imagine.
So
Ah, great. And remember, if anyone wants to donate, it's open until midnight.
We'll keep tweeting out the link.
Yeah.
I might remember to tweet out the link. I'll retweet it. I'll retweet one of your tweets.
Yeah.